You know what time it is. Ooh, you know what time it is.
Bless up. Bless up.
Give me a hell yeah.
Fuck you mean? The Kings ain't going nowhere. It's real. The Kings are real.
Turn the fucking jets on. Turn the fucking jets on. Turn the fucking jets on! Turn the fucking jets on!
Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo. you know, Deuce and Mo.
Deuce and Mo. Deuce and Mo. They tell you what they know.
Do it for Deuce and Mo. Deuce and Mo. Hey. Do it for Deuce and Mo. When it comes to the Kings, it's my favorite show. Do it for Deuce and Mo. Deuce and Mo. Hey. Do it for Deuce and Mo. When it comes to the Kings. Big hopes and dreams as we cover our kings. Never cover the kingdom, but we loving our kings. And we covered your prayers as we doing our thing. Big Deuce with the par, Lil Mo on the screen. Solo or together, still do it for team. Never switch up for $1 or revenue stream. So we always got each other, balance out the beam. Deuce and Mo, and that's the end of the theme song. Do it for Deuce and Mo. Deuce and Mo.
We are live!
When it comes to the Kings,
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it's NBA Draft Night 2023.
Do it for Deuce.
How are we doing?
When it comes to the Kings.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey, Morgan.
Hi, everybody.
I'm rooting for y'all.
let's go Kings.
Let's go, Kings.
Oh, I can't wait for this. Lives are changing tonight. 30 teams trying to make moves happen. Will there be trades? Surprises along the way? We will be with you throughout the night with an awesome cast, including, ladies and gentlemen, good up, Morgan Reagan.
Woo! Yeah! Go, Morgan!
Also throughout the nights, you get the insight, the knowledge, the wisdom, the laughs, the good looks from the one and only Deuce
Morgan
Mason. Deuce Mason.
Oh.
Also, in all seriousness, we're going to have a lot of fun because Bryant West from Kings Herald is going to be joining us. He's a draft guru and 17-year-old future GM, a guy who's been digging up stuff on the draft for a long time. Praneel will be with us throughout the night.
Hell yeah.
I get choked up thinking about it. And maybe we're hoping at some point tonight to have an appearance.
From who?
Adam Wojnarowski. We have not heard from him
Oh.
yet, but we'll find out
That's a
later
maybe.
tonight.
That's
I'm going
a
to switch
maybe.
mics now.
Yeah,
All right.
please. Okay. As you pound the mic into, but that's okay. What a day. What a time. And honestly, what a beautiful day in Sacramento. Can we start with that?
Yeah, it's the middle of June, and it's like 75 degrees out. That's insane. That is insane. So tonight, obviously, we're going to be watching the draft together. And we're going to be on this wild ride. The Kings are picking with the 24th pick. At this point in time, the 24th pick of the draft. We'll be ready for when that pick happens, and we'll be talking about that. If trades happen, we'll talk about it. And I know some of you guys hate spoilers. Here's the thing. If there's some big news, I think, how do you feel like we should approach it tonight? When the pick is on Twitter, do we talk about it or do we
Yes.
wait for it to be announced?
And you guys let us know. Because again, this is just a watch party. This is not a podcast. We're not a lot of structure to it. It's just a good old time.
Yeah.
Let us know what you think. But I personally think we go with what we see. But I mean, then again, if we're doing a watch party and we're watching it and then we hear Adam Silver say it, it's kind of fun hearing them say it too. But it's hard to stay off Twitter. Ugh, I'm so confused. I don't know what to do.
Look, we'll go back and forth. The people who are watching us are probably paying attention to what we're doing and online anyway.
Got this. Ready?
Yeah.
Top 3, we don't look on Twitter. Come on. And the rest we can.
Oh my God,
Why is
Victor. Surprise.
Top
we know
3.
it's Victor.
But so what? Top 3.
Okay.
Top 3.
Oh man. We'll decide. I don't know. We should. I don't even know if our people are here yet, to be honest. 5:02. The draft's about to start. Let's take a look first of all at what's happening in the NBA draft. They're doing the intro right now. I know the draft says it's happening at 5. It's going to be a few minutes, but we will let you know when things are going down tonight. Let's see if our guests are there. I'm going to have to bring them in. I'm using a different little layout here. Let's check in with our draft analyst tonight. We've got one here. Let's see who this is. Oh, my God. Bryant West is here. Give it up, Bryant West.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on.
Dude, happy draft night. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's the best day of the year.
Okay, is he
Ooh.
quiet to you?
Yeah, he sounds a little quiet.
All right, I'm gonna mess with that
Turn that up then.
Let me turn that up then.
because I have you up all the way on here.
Let me make sure that I'm in the right microphone.
Dude, no, it sounds good. All right, real fast, chat. Is he super quiet? He is super
Quiet.
quiet.
He's super quiet. Bryant is quiet.
All right, Bryant. It may not be your fault, but we'll
Okay.
try to figure this out. You sound very quiet. Hold on.
But we will blame you until we find out what the problem is.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I am. I can't go any higher. I'm blaming our sound technicians at this point. And
okay.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, like they don't have a job kind of
Yeah, they're
thing
getting
after today?
fired.
Okay. Yeah.
They're getting fired.
Well.
Okay, and all your settings are kind of normal.
Yeah, my gain looks all the way up, so I'm not sure what I'd need to turn up.
Yeah. Okay.
You got a little louder.
He did get a little louder. He did.
So, Bryant, every time we're going to have you break down someone, we're going to need you to scream like this.
Okay, you know who we should test with to see if it's any
You
better?
should test with Praneel.
Praneel. Let's see if Praneel is good to go. I'm going to show him on the stream. He is our other draft analyst tonight, 17 years old. And oh, God, has he put in work on the draft with the official 94 feet and back. He's got his official draft big board. He joins us tonight. Watch how quiet. Are you quiet? Let's see.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Okay, you sound, I think he sounds good, no?
I mean, my ears.
Perfect to me.
Yeah. Wow. And Bryant says he sounds perfect.
Give me more of a test. Give me a test, Praneel.
Test.
They sound almost the same now.
Oh, well, that's good. Maybe my issue.
Is it better, people?
They're saying also quiet.
Praneel sounds okay, kind of quiet.
Quiet-ish. This is a great breakdown from everyone, so appreciate it. This is what we got to do.
This is great.
Deuce-
We did test this the other day with with Morgan's laptop, and we had it all good. So here's what we're gonna do on the fly. I'm gonna test something else out.
Ooh.
I am going to send you two Zoom links instead and see if that works better, because I cannot explain why this would be an issue tonight. So I will. You know what? We'll come back to you guys. I'm gonna send you guys both links to Zoom. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. The NBA draft. Son of a bitch,
Okay,
Morgan.
all right,
Son of
cool.
a bitch. You know,
Thanks.
this was like one of my worst nightmares, was like this potentially happening, just so you know.
Why is it a nightmare? I mean, if it was, here's my thing.
Yeah.
If it was like, oh my gosh, we only have 15 minutes with Bryant and Praneel and we screwed this up, I'd be a little disappointed. But we got all
We got
night
all night.
long with
I mean,
these two.
Let's be honest. If the Kings were drafting 4 right now and this was happening,
Oh, well,
I would not be.
that's
happy.
a different story. See, that's the thing. We also have time until obviously the Kings pick, and probably about 10 minutes until the number 1 pick.
Okay,
Which
so
we have no idea who it's going to be.
yeah, no idea. All right, so we'll try the Zoom thing in just a little bit here. Let's make sure everything's good over here. Okay, chat, appreciate you guys hanging out with us tonight. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you're subscribed. We're going to be here all night long. The Spurs are officially on the clock. What, Morgan?
I think something very important that we need to talk about is with Victor Wembanyama. He already is the best dressed at the draft.
Grady Dick is on line 1.
So again, Victor Wembanyama, the best dressed. That green is absolutely earth tone perfect. The way that his suit is not just a plain old 2-piece suit, but it has like the feature where it ties around the waist a little bit. Like whoever styled him tonight for the NBA draft, just well done. They deserve a raise, or they're going to be making a lot of money. Since
Okay. I have them both on Zoom here. I'm going to try.
Let's
I
try
feel
it.
like the layout is going to be completely messed up now.
Whatever.
And I'm just
Who
going to try it and we'll figure it out on the
cares?
fly. All right. Let's see. Okay. Hang on, guys. Morgan, shut your mouth. Do not laugh at that. Okay?
It was really good.
Now that's me laughing. I'm
Let's try
sorry.
this again. Hold on.
Let's see.
Okay, no.
Okay, we're
no.
getting closer.
Okay, we're getting closer. But we're not on it. So
No.
that's not good that we're not on it. Right? Oh, wait. we're kind of
everybody's come to see me and Praneel. They ain't here to see you.
This is like
Oh,
us
yeah,
on
for
the
sure.
fly. Oh my god, this is the worst bootleg setup
what?
I've ever done in my life.
This is pretty bad for
Yeah.
our standards.
Well, we had it right.
Yeah. Deuce, you're just gonna have to keep it ugly.
For now. Okay.
There you go. There you go.
And then we
Well, first off, do we sound louder?
You sound much better.
Okay.
So what were
There
we
we go.
using before? Just so everyone knows not to use it.
it's nothing that they would know. So I don't.
Just so we can talk smack about it. Bryant, Praneel, as Deuce keeps getting everything ready though, I know for us, we like to call ourselves casuals when it comes to the NBA draft until it's, the month ahead. And we're taking all of your knowledge and we are cramming for this big test at the end of the month and everything. For you guys, I mean, we've talked to you, Praneel, and Bryant. We've seen your guys' written work and everything. How excited are you, and Bryant, we'll start with you, that today is finally here?
I'm excited for a lot of reasons. One, because this is my favorite sports day of the year, but I'm also really excited to see how the Sacramento Kings team is going to approach the draft now that they're not looking for saviors. For the first time in 16 years, this team really can come in here looking for just another player to add to this bench, a good depth piece, somebody who can really help them in the future, but it's going to be a totally different environment to be sitting here for an hour and a half, 2 hours, waiting for the Kings to be drafting in the 20s instead of having to find somebody who can turn this franchise around in the top 5. It's
Praneel,
totally different.
Oh, what about you, Praneel?
I think it's along the same lines as Bryant. So for the first time in my life, I'm scouting as from the point of view of like, we're not looking for a savior, but we're looking for like a piece that can fit into a puzzle. So like it's a different approach, especially as like I normally scout as like an unbiased perspective, but I also like sort of key in on like guys that I like for the Kings. So for like when I'm looking at the Kings stuff, it's like I'm starting to look at guys that fit the team more than like best possible player. This is who I really like the most. This is the guy that like, oh, this will give me the best impact. This is the best possible guy. So like it's sort of like a change in perspective and a change in how I approach like my scouting and how I like look at players. And like I'm more over like for like King centric stuff, I'm over ranking the fit rather than the talent. Because I would just default, oh, best guy available. We're taking this guy. I want this guy. So like it's overall that approach thing, which like sort of like changed how I normally view the NBA draft and like my scouting process.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the biggest thing that even for me personally, when I was looking at all these guys, it was fun not having to like study up for what the Kings need and really looking at all these guys play. I mean, when I say look at all these guys play, this is me watching a shit ton of highlights throughout this month, right? And reading a lot of different pieces, but I am really positive about this draft, these players in this draft. I never saw a player in the first, for a lot of mock drafts, like it's top 10 prospects, let's say, where I was unimpressed, where I'm like, yeah, but they really can't do this. So they really can't. And I feel like every year it's usually like, well, he's young and he's raw, and so that's going to get better. This year, I don't know about you guys, but I truly felt like, oh, wow, there's a lot of skill in the top half of this draft.
Yeah, for sure. This is a very talented draft class. And just as a Kings fan, I got to say, it's really cool just to be optimistic about guys and not have to stress about their weaknesses.
In the shock of all shock, it's official. Adam Silver has announced that Victor Wembanyama has been drafted #1 overall by the San Antonio Spurs. Okay, I know the Victor hype has been insane, especially over the last year. Bryant, let's start with you. How impressed have you been with Victor when you've had the chance to watch him?
He's easily the most impressive prospect I've ever armchair scouted. Like, I'm glad he's finally coming into the NBA. He's going to be a lot of fun to see him in San Antonio. 7'4", moves like a guy who's half that size. Just an absolute game changer on the defensive end. And at the same time, he can create his own shot inside and outside. Congrats to the Spurs and their fans. They're going to be they're a great spot for him. And that team's going to be a defensive juggernaut in a year or two.
What about you, Praneel? What stood out to you when you watched Victor?
It's like he's like a video game character. I've never seen a prospect that's like a combination of like all these different tools. Like a 7'5", 7'4" wing with an 8'1" wingspan is just mind-boggling simply from like a measurable standpoint. And then you add in the fact that he's a fluid athlete. He can create his own shot. He has incredible shot blocking traits. He can like literally like cover everything inside the painted area in like a second. Like I saw this one clip where like he was playing one pass away. He tagged the roll man, and then he made a steal from like a cross court pass in like 1 second. And I'm like, how do you do that? It's like, it's just mind boggling. Like overall, is everything about Victor, and like Spurs are perfect for him. They're not gonna screw up his development. They know exactly what they're doing, and like that team overall, the defensive prospects they have, as Bryant mentioned, is gonna be amazing. That front court with Vassell, Sohan, and now Wemby, they're gonna like allow like 80 points a night by the time everyone develops, if everything goes the right way, obviously.
All right, we're gonna check in with them throughout the night. Appreciate you guys setting the table, and we're gonna be keeping an eye on what the hell is going on with the rest of the draft. And this next pick, number 2, is interesting because throughout the day, Morgan, it's like, all right, what's Charlotte doing? It sounded like Brandon Miller. Then later it was Scoo. Now the odds have shifted back to Brandon Miller. I have no feel for this. And it reminds me a little bit of last year's draft when like everyone assumed number 1 was going to be Jabari Smith Jr. It ends up being Paolo Banchero that goes number 1 to Orlando. God, I love the draft. This is great.
And that's why I even said before this started, I was like, hey, let's just not look at Twitter for 1 through 3. Obviously, knowing Victor Wembanyama was going 1, but 2 and 3, it's been all over the place today. Or today, I mean, in the last month or however many months now. But it's also super exciting not knowing for sure. But hi, Bojack.
Yeah, Bojack had to get on this.
Yeah. Do you have your analysis?
Do you have anything?
Who do you want? Do you want
jump up
Scoot
here?
at number 2?
Dude, Victor's just breaking down over there.
Oh, Taylor Rooks was talking to him on the carpet leading into tonight. And she was kind of asking him about the emotions and like what he thinks he's going to feel. And he's like, probably everything. Like, I'm probably going to cry. I'm going to be happy. I'm going to be, all the things. Like, he put his whole life and young life into this, but heart and soul into basketball, and to live this dream and get drafted number 1 and with his family.
Yeah.
That's
pretty
really
amazing.
cool.
I think the other thing that's striking when you just listen to him in interviews, you're like, this guy's perfect. He's really perfect.
Yeah. I mean, and you talk about interviews, obviously, when he went on with JJ Redick and that entire conversation, he doesn't sound, 18? He doesn't sound
right
like an 18-year-old. If I had that maturity and that mindset at 18, I probably would have been much more successful in life. But that will be him, and he'll be making lots and lots of money.
So Charlotte is on the clock right now. I have personally seen a spoiler. I'm wondering if I should share it at this time.
Don't.
You don't want to know. You really don't want to know.
I kind of don't want to know.
You're so annoying.
Wait,
what is this?
Why am I?
It's 1996. I have to wait. Till it's officially announced.
Why? Okay, I'm so sorry.
I want the information when it is out. I want to know.
But you're so full of shit because sometimes you go back and forth. You're like, what happened to the old way?
Yeah, and I used to love going to Blockbuster and renting movies, but now I like being able to go on my TV and just pick out anything I want to watch.
You have talked about Blockbuster before and been like,
and then you really think about it and you go, no, that's kind of inconvenient to drive to Blockbuster, look through the VHS,
the cutouts that they do when they're trying to promote a movie,
or just watch everything on my TV. I want to know when it happens, and Woj is not doing that tonight. Shams is, because Shams, what do you know? Woj, 65 years old. Shams is like 27.
Jesus, like no, and that's both of those ages are wrong. They're wait.
I don't think I'm wrong.
Shams 27. If Woj isn't 65, how
Woj is
old?
At the youngest. Woj is 58. Find out. Find out, since you're not allowing me to spoil what's going on, even though everyone in our chat's going, hey, do you guys see what happened? Some people ask
54.
54. Okay, but you have to admit, like, just from a composition standpoint and the fact that he stays up, so like he's much older than that. He's way older than that.
He focuses on his reporting and not his health. How about that? God, even that is awful. Why am I saying
The
that?
pick is in for the Charlotte Hornets. It hasn't been announced. They are currently showing the San Antonio Spurs watch party with one of the ESPN reporters wearing a Spurs jersey with no shirt underneath and a cowboy hat with the coyote.
Is it kind of weird for a split second? And he like had a Michael Malone vibe about him with the cowboy hat on, and then like you pull up closer and then it's not him. And I only say that because Michael Malone got that tattoo, and showing off his bubbly little white arms.
Okay, so we're still waiting to see what happens. Oh my God. See, this is what the problem.
Fine. If you know, ruin it for me. Ruin it.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler
Wow,
alert.
this
According to
is
Shams.
bull.
According to Shams, after seriously debating Scoot Henderson and Brandon Miller, Charlotte is selecting with the number 2 pick.
Scoot? No. You really did screw with me. You did.
Well,
And then
who's on the phone right now?
Brandon Miller is.
Brandon Miller is going number 2 overall. I think. Let's hear what.
You think?
Yeah.
You saw it, you said.
NBA draft. The Charlotte Hornets select Brandon Miller from the University of Alabama.
Wow. So after the back and forth, Brandon Miller called
the SEC Player of the Year,
the
newcomer
going back
of
and
the year,
forth with
Mitch Kupchak, the
MJ,
general manager
Michael
in
Jordan
Charlotte. He
gets
was in
his guy,
attendance
and
for Miller's
apparently
season
it
high
was
41
Brandon
points
Miller.
against South Carolina. That was
Let's
back
not
in
waste any more
February.
time talking about that, as I didn't mute the TV. I'm struggling today. Let's go back to our draft experts. We got Bryant West from the Kings Herald. He's the NBA draft analyst, and Praneel, who is doing an amazing job as a draft analyst too. Let's check in with them. All right, guys, your instant reaction. Jesus Christ.
Oh, no.
You know what? I figured it out. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, there you go.
Your your instant reaction to the Hornets' decision. They didn't trade the pick. They don't go with Scoot Henderson. They go with Brandon Miller, number 2 overall.
Yeah, I think Charlotte's gonna be mocked for this for a while.
Wow.
Brandon Miller's a good player. He's gonna make this team better on both ends. But Scoot Henderson's a totally different tier of prospect to me. He is the no doubt number 2 prospect in this draft class in my book. As an on-ball creator, scorer, playmaker, he's going to be a game changer immediately for Portland or whoever trades for his pick right now. I think this was a mistake. I wouldn't take anybody but Wemby over him. And I think I have some real reservations about Brandon Miller's offensive game if Charlotte's thinking he's going to come in and be a primary scorer at the next level.
Damn.
Yeah.
What about you, Praneel?
I almost exactly agree. I had Brandon Miller actually number 4 below Amen Thompson on my draft board, and I had Scoot in a tier absolutely above him. And like Scoot would be the number 1 guy last year. And when it comes with Brandon Miller's game, he has issues when it comes with self-creation. He's not a good rim finisher. He's not very good in like the mid-range situation. He can't really create his own shot. I mean, he's very good when he's set up to succeed coming off screens, coming off movement in catch and shoot situations. And he's a good live dribble passer. He's like solid playmaking flashes, but like there are so many more questions with Brandon Miller than there are with Scoot Henderson. And when it comes to best player available, Scoot Henderson was easily the guy, man. I mean, when you look at what Scoot can do on the basketball court, advantage creation, finishing, the playmaking, the shooting progression, it's just Scoot was the clear guy for me.
Bryant, do you feel like there really was something with the whole how can LaMelo and Scoot play together? Don't you just figure that out?
Yes, absolutely. And even if it doesn't work out, in 2 years, you'll have 2 players at the position that every team that needs one in the NBA is going to pay a premium for. Scoot Henderson's clearly a better talent to me. I would hope that they could have fit together. I think a smart coach would have made it work. But to me, this was just taking a tier down in talent because you were worried about fit.
Yeah, and the Scoot thing, we first saw him in his first year with the G League Ignite person, and he was a guy that right when you saw him on the floor, you went, oh, he's going to the next level. Like when you see a 17-year-old that immediately is on the court playing with grown men and looks like he belongs, that just jumped out to me immediately. So I think Scoot is going to be a tremendous talent. He works his ass off. I know he has some question marks maybe around his shot, But that guy works his ass off. He's building relationship with Steph Curry and Steph Curry's trainer. He wants to be a guy. He's mature. I think he's completely ready. And I'm a little surprised that they didn't go that route. And if it's because what you just said, Morgan, like they were deciding, oh, can we have LaMelo and Scoot? You always run into mistakes when you pass on a guy who could be that talented like Scoot.
Yeah, and I don't. And Praneel, like, I if you remember the time when, everyone was so mad at Vlade Divac for not drafting Luka because of he didn't want Luka and De'Aaron together. He's like, that would never work. That would never work. I would, if I'm a team, I would rather see that problem and then, trade for better assets, or just even if you have the right coach that can make it work, go from there.
Yeah, and I mean, the Kings ourselves, we had the same issue with Hallie and Fox. I mean, I think they could have fit if we had a better coach and a better, like, overall system. But, like, when it comes with talent, you take the best player available and then figure it out later. I mean, we had a good problem, I think, when it comes with the Hallie Fox situation, where we had two guys playing the point guard position who both needed the ball, but they were both really talented. And we were able to trade Hallie and get a much better, like a really good talent in Sabonis, and we were able to make the playoffs. And I mean, for Charlotte, you got to take the best player available, because if worse comes to worse and it isn't a fit, it doesn't work out, you can always look for the trade market and look to ship off that asset and get someone better back. Because like Bryant was saying, point guard is the most important position in the NBA, and Scoot Henderson is a damn good point guard prospect. And he is going to make, if Portland keeps the pick, or like maybe New Orleans, he's going to make whatever team gets him extremely happy with his talent and his overall just like skill set.
We'll just put this out, and of course, this is going to be the talk anytime a player gets drafted by a team. He says, all along, the entire Charlotte Hornets organization has been all in on Brandon Miller. Ownership, front office, scouts, coaches, they see him as a perennial future all-star. Hey, and maybe they did. And maybe the whole thing was to drum up interest for number 2 and to see if they could get a trade that they really like. Adam Silver is coming to the stage right now. Let's hear what he has to say with Portland's pick.
With the third pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Scoot Henderson from Marietta, Georgia, in the NBA G League's Team Ignite.
Well, it's no surprise there, Morgan Reagan,
Yeah.
that they go with Scoot Henderson with the number 3 pick. This brings up so many questions, though, right? Because we know how we just chronicled with Bryant and Praneel how talented Scoot Henderson is. But Dame, according to reports, doesn't want to play with young people. He wants to win now. And there was talk that maybe the Pelicans were trying to get this pick to try to get Scoot Henderson. Well, Dame Lillard, welcome in this 18, 19-year-old kid in Scoot Henderson.
And if you're Scoot, you should be very happy that you get to play around someone like Dame Lillard, right? Just a pro's pro, a vet. But I have this weird feeling. That's not what it's going to be at the trade deadline.
Maybe Dame gets traded before that.
That's what I'm saying. And I think Portland and Dame, I think their time is up. And I could be completely wrong, but I feel like that relationship, both the team, the organization, and Dame, neither one of them want to bite first. Neither one of them want to say like, all right, we're ready to go out. Because nobody wants to be the bad guy. And that's cute and everything, but it's time for someone to be the bad guy and make sure that everyone's playing where they need to play.
And real fast, you're talking about Victor with the best outfit. How about Scoot's fit, man? Scoot has it going on.
Fantastic job. Taylor Rooks asked him about it on the red carpet, and he was saying that his sister had everything to do with it. And it was, he posted about the designer and everything as well, but just being styled. He had the grills in. I love the sparkle. I love his swagger. Scoot Henderson, well done on the fit.
And I think if you're Portland and you get to the point that you feel like, okay, Dame doesn't want to be here, we have to move him. There is no better prospect to move forward with than Scoot Henderson that was available. Like, in some ways, I think he's got Dame's kind of persona too. Like, he's got that work ethic. He's undersized, sure, but he's the ultimate competitor. He's a dog. He gets after it. I love that guy.
Another question he was asked, it was like, hey, if the NBA was going to come up with a nickname for you, what part of your game would you want it to be about? And he couldn't really think of anything. He's like, that I'm a dog. that I'm a dog. And that's what he takes so much pride in. And, you know, you and I have watched him so many others too, but like really being able to watch him with the G League and calling some of those games with him, it was like, even at a young age, you could see the way that he carries himself with so much maturity. Any organization would be so lucky to have him. And I think for Portland and the direction that they probably want to go, well done. Being under the Ignite organization, obviously he already has a step up.
Morgan, can you give the chat some love real fast? Because they were patient with us as I went through. I just made a technical mistake. One, the setup we had earlier tonight with Bryant and Praneel.
So good.
Was a great setup.
It was a great setup,
right? And then the sound wasn't good, so we switched to Zoom on the fly, which has been better for sure.
Yeah.
But you know the layout I was doing?
Not as cute.
I clicked on the wrong layout. That's why I was sharing a screen. So I was doing it on the fly, and I messed it up. And now I feel like I'm trying to mentally recover from my mistake.
But like, you know, if this was a game, like you got to keep shooting, right? Like if you miss a shot, you miss a second shot, you miss a third shot. It's like, as your coach, I'm going to be like, hey, bud. Hey, keep shooting the ball. You shoot 40% from three-point lane. You got it. Use your teammates like Bryant and Praneel. Bring them in. Let's go.
I see the chat too. The biggest thing you could do to help us grow, hit the thumbs up button. Let's get that thumbs up to 300. Make sure you're subscribed to this channel. We're going to be on all night throughout the draft. We have Bryant and Praneel are going to join us throughout the night. Maybe some surprises along the way. And yeah, the Kings pick at number 24, but we'll be ready for it. They pick at 38. I'm going to be here for when they pick 38. Mom, I have to go to bed for it, but I will be
Why
here.
would I have to go to bed?
I don't know.
What time? Wait, what?
Because, honestly,
this is our party.
You don't have that dog in you. You don't have that
Okay, time out. Can we just all go over something really quick?
Yeah.
I just coached Deuce through like a breakdown and it was like, hey, bud, you got to keep shooting the ball. Like, you're so good. Keep doing your thing. And then he's just tearing me the hell down. What?
Yeah, but you're like, when you miss one shot, I missed a shot. And then you said, you missed one, you missed two, you missed three. And it's like, I didn't miss that many.
You did,
Here
though.
I
The
am.
data shows you did.
The data shows that I was a quarterback without protection, and I was just making things happen on the
We're
fly.
in basketball,
Is
baby.
that Patty Mahomes? I don't
We're
know.
in basketball. Come on now.
The Houston Rockets are on the clock right
Ooh.
now with the number 4 pick. I know who they drafted. I was going to wait. Do you want to wait?
It's up to you. It's up to you, Deuce. I'm curious if Bryant and Praneel are looking at every single one too, and if they actually know ahead of time.
Oh, they both nodded, by the way, that they know what is happening right now. Let's see. I'm going to read some of the chat, too.
Okay.
Mondo has a great breakdown. Hey, the Kings might move up. We might trade it. Who knows?
Ugh.
You're not going to get that insight from any other chat right now.
Nope. Love it.
Christopher says, not cool, Deuce. Okay.
Thank you for tearing me down.
Predator Kingdom says, how about Dame to Toronto for Siakam or OG? Well, Dame makes a lot of money.
And Siakam's on an expiring and I think Chris Haynes, I need to make sure before I just say this, but I'm pretty sure Chris Haynes said something that Siakam wouldn't just automatically sign with whatever team tried trading for him.
He wants to stay with Toronto.
It's a little risque if you're trading away your future.
So Houston's pick is in. Adam Silver will be on the stage momentarily. I think at some point I'm going to go to just spoiling everything. Just so you know.
I said top 3, you just can't spoil, and you almost didn't do it. So you can do whatever you need to do.
Weird. Amen Thompson's on the phone. Wonder why he would be on the phone. Or he's just taking a call.
Didn't we figure he was going to go around this range?
Yes.
So
absolutely.
okay.
Well, there's some talk that maybe he could have gone a little higher. Like there was maybe a surprise out there. Jim in the chat says Leonard Miller is going to drop to 24.
Ooh.
Well, that's a name that a lot of people like, including our guy Praneel, who's got him 10th on his big board. We'll talk about him throughout the night as we wait for Adam Silver to come out. If the pick is in, can Silver just get his ass out, or what's happening?
What? They get 5 minutes, bro. Come on.
I'll just give it to you guys.
Okay.
It's, of course, going to be Amen Thompson from Overtime Elite, being drafted number 4 overall by the Houston Rockets, who have kind of a different look now with Ime Udoka as the new head coach of that squad. And, of course, what else could they do this offseason? Maybe a reunion with James Harden. Let's check in with our draft experts and get some thoughts on Amen Thompson. We got Bryant West from Kings Herald, and, of course, Praneel with us. Praneel, let's start with you. obviously there's a lot of talent there with the Thompson twins. Athletic freaks. I think some people are mixed on the competition level of Overtime Elite and don't know what to make of it. When you evaluate him, Amen Thompson, what do you see?
The first thing that pops out is the athleticism. I mean, he is a 99th percentile athlete. He is so fast, ridiculous first step, incredible leaper, and it shows off throughout his game. He's very functional as a basketball athlete. He's very good just creating off the dribble, creating rim pressure. He's very good at getting to the rim. I think the best trait of his that really sets him apart from his brother is his playmaking. And he was the point guard for the City Reapers in the Overtime Elite, the OT overall just like league. But his playmaking ability and his talent is so good. And he's just really good at using his athleticism and playmaking to get guys open. He would routinely just use show off these incredible jump passes where he'd jump in the air and just like fake out defenders, very good in the pick and roll, just overall a very talented player, and he's great feel for the game. The place where I think he needs to improve the most is the jump shooting. I think he was at like 26, 25%. I'm not sure what the exact number was, but he isn't a very good three-point shooter. That's his next place of progression. But when it comes with the fit and the talent, he is one of the best players in this class. And it's a really good fit with Houston because they need a point guard that can create rim pressure and can also defend. And I think him and Jabari have a potential to be like that, a really top tier perimeter stopping duo. And it's going to be really fun to watch.
Bryant, how big of a concern is the shooting? Is it technique? Is it something that you see getting better, especially with this Rockets team where other guys can shoot the ball?
I would hope it gets better. This is one of those kids that you just trust. He's always been a hard worker by all accounts. He's going to make the best of this situation. But like Praneel said, this guy is going to excel just based on what he already is right now. And saying that he's an elite NBA athlete is underselling him. Like, his combination of size, athleticism, explosiveness, ball handling is absolutely incredible. If you haven't watched him before, it just doesn't make sense until you do. And I love this fit with Houston. He's going to give them the playmaker they desperately need in this offense. And I agree with Praneel. I am so excited to see how he and Jabari Smith Jr., Jalen Green pair together. This team's going to be a lot of fun. I really hope James Harden stays in Philadelphia because I don't want him coming around and mucking up this super fun young team.
Dude, yeah, they've got a lot of young talent on that team, and I would like to just see it kind of grow together. Be patient with it. I think bringing Harden into the fold is only going to hurt the development of those young guys. Like, they need to learn from this. I do think they need veteran help. Like last year, who was their vet?
Right.
It was Boban and then grumpy Eric Gordon, who, you know.
Hey.
Well, I mean, it's a tough situation to be in. You're losing a lot of games, a lot of young players. I think with the Thompson twins, that the thing that everyone says is, dude, they work really hard. They're going to compete. And I think that's going to help that Rockets locker room to get Amen in there and just have a guy who's that talented, but isn't just like going through the motions, thinking he's just too good for, like, no, he's going to go out there and compete. And I think the Rockets and Rockets fans should be really excited about getting him.
And we saw what Ime Udoka did with obviously the Boston Celtics and everything.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, without even thinking about everything that happened last year with the off the court stuff or whatever did end up happening behind the scenes, it's like, as a coach, he seemed like he got the most out of that Celtics squad that first year. And so with the Houston Rockets, I mean, there's so much talent there. They're just young. They just need they need structure. And it feels like, Praneel, I don't know about you, but it feels like they're going to be a fun team to watch even next season.
Oh, yeah. Jalen Green, Amen Thompson going up for lobs for like Sengun giving them the ball. It's going to be incredibly fun to watch. They have incredible leapers on that team, man. Jalen Green can jump out of the gym. Amen Thompson, it's not even a question. He's going to be incredible to watch. And like, overall, that team, I think that if Amen Thompson improves as a cutter, they can like run a lot of things with like having Alperet and Sengun as the offensive hub and just have everything revolving around him. And then Amen, I've already talked about his passing. And like, overall, that team, with Ime Udoka as the head coach and like developing all that young talent, it should be really fun, and they should be a problem in a couple of years down the line.
All right, well, more with them coming up, and the pick is in, by the way. The Detroit Pistons, spoiler alert for you. Thompson twins going back-to-back in the draft. How about that? Asar Thompson getting drafted by the Detroit Pistons. We'll talk about that in a second. I want to give some love to people watching us live, including Tina, who donated $3 super chat.
Thanks,
if you have
Tina.
not yet, hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you're subscribed. We're going to be here all night long. We also have a want of the night. Bad news, sour grapes. Offseason starting to look like last year's trade deadline. Sleep. I don't know why we do this every year. I remember last year, everyone's mad the Kings didn't make any big trades at the deadline. And then, what do you know? They end up trading for Kevin Huerter. They signed Malik Monk. And they had one of their most magical off seasons where, by the way, their GM won Executive of the Year. Let's tap the brakes before we start panicking about what the Kings are doing or not doing when we are 5 picks into the NBA draft and free agency doesn't start till next week. Go ahead and relax a little bit. Buckle up. It is the NBA offseason. This is your first one that you're experiencing. Tap the brakes.
Damn, Deuce. Also, I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
It's been such a fun offseason. I've been sprinkling more and more WNBA into my life, but it's also been a lot of fun NBA news.
23 NBA draft. The Detroit Pistons select Asar Thompson from Oakland, California, an overtime elite.
There you go. Asar Thompson drafted number 5 overall by the Pistons. Detroit Pistons.
What an idiot!
Do you think anyone behind the scenes when Silver goes back through goes, what do you say, Pistons, you idiot?
Only people at his level, yes.
Oh, man.
Anyone that's not up there.
Oh, that is so great. Let's go back to our draft experts and get their thoughts on this. We were just talking about Amen Thompson. Where are you guys out with Asar Thompson?
I'll let Praneel go first.
Yeah.
I think that once again the fit is really good. They needed a wing, man, and what do? They went out and got a wing. And the fit, the athleticism with I'm gonna say it again. The athleticism with Ivy and Asar Thompson is gonna be really fun. Cade Cunningham, Jaden Ivey, Asar Thompson, all just like running out in a transition situation. So many lobs, so much fun opportunities there, and like Asar similar to Amen as a prospect minus the playmaking. I think Asar flashed a little bit more of the shot making ability since he was more of like an off ball scoring option. Since Amen would run the offense and then Asar would be sort of like the cutting, the wing on the sides, the wing that Asar would get the ball to, attacking closeout, stuff like that. And as prospects outside of that, they're very similar. Both elite defensive prospects, very good defensive potential. The athleticism, I don't even know what to talk about, very good. And Asar is also a really good secondary playmaker. So when you look at that entire Pistons roster, you have Duran, who's developing as a short roll passer. I think his short roll passing ability is really underrated. Cade's a good passer. Asar's a good passer. And obviously Ivy's a pretty solid passer as well. And that they're starting to collect, you see a lot of high IQ playmaking talents, which I really do like from a team building perspective. All you need at this point is to like figure out who's going to be the 4. I don't like any of those like washed out top picks that they've got, like Wiseman, Bagley. I don't think they're gonna work out, but like they need to get.
I like the washed out.
But they need to get like a 4. But you see what Troy Weaver's trying to build here with those like with the similar playmaking types who can like pass the ball, pass the rock, and also superb athletes. So I really do like what the Pistons are doing, and this is a fantastic pick.
I do want to.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm still chuckling.
No.
The washed up.
The washed up. That was a great line.
Like Bagley. That was a great line. I love this pick by Detroit. I think Asar is much more of a role player, but in terms of the athleticism, this Pistons team is going to be great to watch. I totally agree with Praneel. Their passing is going to be great. Their defense is going to be spectacular. My only question for the Pistons moving forward is where's the shooting coming from? Because you've suddenly got Cade Cunningham, Jaden Ivey, Thompson. None of those guys are what I would say above average shooters for their position. So that's going to be something they got to focus on moving forward.
I think the real question is, you guys, a lot of people keep talking about how much they love these two as like personalities and just like good guys. This is forever going to be tough on their family, right? Like who went, Amen went, what number? Fourth?
Fourth, yeah.
Fourth, thank you. I was kept going different numbers.
We got a long night ahead.
Amen
Are you okay?
went 4th.
Yeah.
And then 5th, like it's going to be a problem in the family going forward, right? Like you get to forever be like, I got picked before you in the NBA draft.
Do you think that's gonna be a problem as their checks are rolling in?
100%.
They're both in the NBA, Morgan. What do you think?
My point is, do you guys think they're going to play along with that as they go forward with everything because of the personalities that they have?
Friendly shit talking
That's
back
what I'm
and forth.
saying.
Yes. I have no doubt that they are going to shit talk each other forever on this one. And every time that they play each other, they're going to want to guard each other, which is going to be a hell of a lot of fun. But I think that at the end of the day, Asur has to know that he's not quite the playmaker his brother is, so he's got to prove it at this point. But I saw a clip from one of their interviews earlier that they were talking about having to split up all their stuff because this is the first time they've lived apart. And I think Amen got the PS5 and the favorite shoes, so I think they've already got a rivalry going just based on that.
That's great. That's great. All right, we'll have more coming up. I can't wait for the. I know I like that the Kings are picking later because it's like, hey, that means they had a better year. But it is kind of weird that like usually it's happened by now or by 10 or 11. And you got to wait till 24. Right now, Orlando's pick is in, and it may surprise some. Here's what Adam Silver is announcing right now.
Pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Anthony Black from the University of Arkansas.
Wow, and it may be a surprise because this is a team that has some guards already, right?
Yeah.
Cole Anthony, Jalen Suggs, Anthony Black, a super intriguing prospect that I know Praneel really, really likes. And I think Bryant does as well. Let's check back in with him. What do you make of Orlando making this pick, though?
I love the fit. I think that they obviously they're starting to collect these like struggling shooting guards. Suggs struggled as a shooter, and Black is not that great of a shooter. But I see the vision when it comes with the defense, the playmaking, and the overall like the intent that they're trying to build. And Anthony Black is a fantastic off-ball defender. And when you look at the length on that team, they're going to be nightmarish to like try to get passes in between lanes. Because the biggest strength of Anthony Black is his anticipation in his hands. And he's so talented at like just like getting his hands up and getting deflections. And when you have Wagner in the passing lanes, you have Suggs in the passing lanes, and just that overall fit that you have in that defense, the length, is going to be really enjoyable to watch. And like I can't talk enough about Black's ability as a playmaker and a floor general. He's really, really talented in that aspect. And they badly needed a playmaker at the guard position. I don't think Suggs is at that level. Cole Anthony isn't really there. Markelle Fultz showing flashes, but Anthony Black by far is the best playmaker that they're going to have there. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that team develops around Paolo. And I really do like this pick. This is going to be, it's a great swing by Orlando. I'm really intrigued to see how he develops.
And I'm interested to kind of see how Orlando approaches this offseason because you mentioned Markelle Fultz too. I mean, he has kind of had a career resurgence here with Orlando. Where you're starting to see why this guy was such a high draft pick by the Sixers years ago. He's finally out of the injury issues. It seems like he's playing some of the best basketball of his career. They got a lot of guards there. Bryant, you like Anthony Black as well.
Yes, I do. And I like this fit in Orlando. They're definitely going to be one of the better playmaking teams in the league between Paulo Banchero, Franz Wagner, and now Anthony Black. And in terms of defense, like he's going to really help this team. Like you said, I'm going to be very curious what they do with kind of the secondary guards at this point. Jalen Suggs needs to take a big step forward as a shooter if he wants to stay as their secondary guard in this rotation. Does Cole Anthony have a long-term future on this team? I'm not sure. Does Markelle Fultz? I don't know. But in terms of playmaking, in terms of defensive upside, in terms of just making this team annoying to play on the defensive end, this was the right pick for Orlando. I'm excited to see what they do with it.
I think Praneel and I saw the same thing pop up.
Yes, you did.
A spoiler and probably the first holy shit draft pick of the night. Not sure this guy was projected to go this high.
I haven't seen it yet.
The Indiana Pacers are selecting Victor Wembanyama's teammates.
Whoa.
Yes, Bilal Coulibaly will be going to the Indiana Pacers at number 7. And what a rise for him, because this guy, when the Ignite were playing Mets 92 in Vegas, he didn't even play in that game, but he has continued to show promise. People love his defensive ability. He's young. He's got room to grow. I think this has got to be a surprise at number 7, though.
Wait, and not only that, though, too, you guys, didn't we hear early on today that it could be a possibility that Spurs would want to pick him up later on in the draft? Is there a possibility that there could be a trade later on?
Well, there's nothing being reported.
There already is a trade.
Oh,
he's not going to Indiana.
What do we got?
Washington.
He's going to Washington.
Whoa!
Bryant?
I don't know who Washington's sending for him, but...
Wow.
What is Washington? What a week for Washington! This is why we do this shit. This is the NBA draft. I'm juiced now. Washington's made so many moves recently today, trading Chris Paul, who they just got the other day, in a trade to the Warriors in exchange for Jordan Poole. And what the hell is happening?
So now Washington has Tyus Jones. They have Jordan Poole. They have, Cool Bally, if that is where they're going and that's where they're sticking and everything. Okay.
Can we figure out like how'd they get them?
They're almost certainly trading pick number 8.
Right.
They're up next, but like what do they have to add there to get the guy that Indiana clearly threatened them that they were taking? So this is going to be fascinating.
God, I love this.
Okay.
Stuff.
We're all surprised by this, but I don't know what's jumped out to you when you guys have seen Coulibaly.
Defense. The defense. He is 6'7", 7'3" wingspan. He is so long and very good engaging on ball. He had I think he had a 3.2 steal percentage, 2.3 block percentage. He's very good at creating plays on the defensive end. Very good defensive potential. His offensive side, he's not a shooter. That's the biggest knock on him. That's a big knock on a lot of players in this draft, I feel like. But when it comes with Coulibaly, you want to see him develop as a shooter, and the athleticism and the overall finishing ability, it's there. Just the shooting and overall committing less turnovers, that sort of thing. Just the basic growth, because he's very.
Hold on, Praneel.
Indiana selecting Jarris Walker at number 8.
There you go.
In this 7-for-8 flip. Washington also sends 2 second-round picks to the Pacers to move up. That's it? The Pacers. Wow. So,
okay.
Jarris Walker on the Pacers. Oh, that's going to be fun. I love Jarris Walker.
So walk me through that, though. So, Jarris Walker on the Pacers.
Yeah.
Washington get
Washington. So Indiana is selecting Jarris Walker at number 8.
Okay.
In the 7-for-8 flip. Washington also sends 2 second-round picks to the Pacers.
That's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
So now, how do you guys like the fit with Walker with the Pacers?
Walker's been my favorite target for the Pacers this whole time. I think that he's a power wing who has all the makings of an elite two-way role player. His defensive switchability and effort levels off the charts this season for Houston. His fluidity and quickness, they don't make sense for a guy at his size. And Indiana's got the offensive tools around him to where I don't think he has to come in and immediately be like this big-time shot creator. He's got solid to good range in terms of his low post touch, his secondary playmaking. His shooting is improving, but it's still got a ways to go. I love the team fit around him. It's the ideal spot for him to go. I think he's going to be an elite role player for a decade plus.
And I love guys from Houston, the University of Houston. Kelvin Sampson teams just play hard. And when you watch him, he pops immediately, just having those type of instincts out there. I think he's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Praneel, do you think he can keep building that ability to stretch the floor and get better and better with his shot making ability?
Oh yeah, and going to Indiana with Rick Carlisle is a perfect fit, and Halliburton will just make life very easy for Jarris Walker on the offensive end. And I think, as Bryant said, Jarris Walker is a fantastic defensive prospect. I mean, he's 6'8", 250 pounds, and looks like he's like a defensive lineman. He's super duper strong, but he moves really quickly on a basketball court. Very switchable, can defend any front court position. I think he's very strong. Very good as a switchable wing 4. And when it comes with the offensive development, one thing that I think that he needs to improve upon is becoming more aggressive, attacking the basket. He shot 30% of his field goals were mid-ranges compared to only 31% being at the rim, which I think needs to get higher more at the rim, considering he's such a big, strong individual. He can really get there, and he should improve his rim touch. And he has a good rim touch. He just doesn't do it as much, I feel like. So that's something that I think he should progress on, becoming more aggressive, attacking the rim. But as a whole, this is a very good fit, and Halliburton will love playing with Jarris Walker since that he can do a lot of things that Hallie can just like mess with, and it's a really good fit, and I really do like this play.
All right, well,
yeah,
go. Oh, sorry, Brian. My bad.
I just wanted to say I think they the Indiana Pacers just added Hallie's new favorite teammate. I love the pairing.
Ooh,
I agree. They're gonna be a fun team to watch this year. Is Benedict Mathurin too?
Oh,
and maybe even Harrison Barnes.
Maybe Harrison Barnes and Buddy Hield.
Okay,
let's go. No, it's gonna be a lot of fun. We'll check back in with him in just a second. I think that's the other thing with that trade too. I mean, Washington got so many second-round picks in the Bradley Beal deal. That came out today, where they have all these pick swaps and they got all these second-round picks. So they use a couple of second-round picks to move up to get their guy. And then, of course, the Pacers are probably like, yeah, we're still getting our guy. We just moved down, get a couple of second-round picks. Worked out.
It's pretty wild seeing how active, I guess, the Wizards have been in all of this, right? They're not just being like, all right, let's move Bradley Beal and then figure it out as we go. It's like they're trying to create their identity and what they're trying to do now, which I'm still a little confused about, obviously, with just trading for Jordan Poole and if they really believe that that is their future as well. So, yeah. Wow. Wow.
So Jarris Walker just officially got picked. Of course, it's going to the Pacers, but he's still going to awkwardly put on the Wizards hat and take pictures with it, and that picture is not going to matter. But I like Jarris Walker a lot. Kings pick at 24, or will they pick at 24?
Oh.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I have no feel. I have no feel for what the Kings may do. Of course, I think so many people are wondering, could there be a trade tonight? Could they look to try to get OG Anunoby tonight? I just don't think that trade's happening. I feel like they would have to give up Keegan in that deal. I mean, Masai Ujiri, it's like, I feel like his negotiation, you'd be the worst person to negotiate with. He's going to be like, I want the deed to Golden One Center and all of the property Vivek owns in Sacramento.
For OG?
Yeah.
Sold.
Okay, that's it.
That wasn't hard. Yeah, that's not someone it seems like you don't want to really negotiate with him. But at the same time, someone's going to make the right deal for OG, or it's just going to work for them. I mean, you look at the Bradley Beal deal and everyone's like, that's all you have to give up for Bradley Beal. And it's like, oh, no. The Suns gained a no trade clause. And that's what.
And a lot of salary and no flexibility. I mean, look, the Wizards front office was put in an awful position, and they are doing the uncomfortable thing of tearing everything down. It's not going to be easy. And, like, that was the other thing that's been talked about so much is like, they didn't get a first-round pick for Beal. You're not getting a first-round pick. He wanted to go to the Suns. They had a workout deal with the Suns. The guy had no trade clause. Porzingis, that deal, that's a tough one to execute too, because if Boston's not willing, like, they're in a tough spot because Porzingis has an opt-out. And if he's not down with the trade, he'll just be like, I'm opting out and becoming a free agent. So you're just in a really tough position. You're trying to get some sort of value back. So now you make a couple of moves. You're definitely younger now. You got rid of some bad contracts, and you build this thing out.
You know, it's funny. Whenever I look at the screen, it's mostly Praneel is very, because we have them on a different screen. He's very, what is it called? With his body language.
Expressive.
Yeah. And something must have happened.
Yeah, we do have an update. The Utah Jazz, they're on the clock right now, and they are drafting. Let's double check this. I want to make sure They are drafting, according to Shams, Taylor Hendricks at number 9. He is a super intriguing talent from UCF. What do you guys make of him?
Boy, if you asked me in early January, I'd have said that he was my favorite target for Sacramento. Now he's going number 9. He's going to be a good fit for that roster. They need more floor spacing alongside. And the pairing with Walker Kessler is going to be great. He's a true 3-and-D big man. shot 39.4% from three last year, and was also good at protecting the rim and switching out onto a range of perimeter players. I think this is an excellent fit for Utah.
Plays hard, block shots, hit threes.
And just like Bryant was saying, his ability to actually move outside on guards, right? And like just being so long. Praneel, what's your favorite thing about him?
The fit. I mean, now you have Walker Kessler who can block shots, Taylor Hendricks who can block shots, Taylor Hendricks who can shoot the three ball, spacing all works out, and it's just a seamless fit considering that Hendricks is super athletic. He can defend fours, threes, fives, even like guards, like less athletic guards at for periods of time. And I think that offensively, there's a little bit of work to do. The finishing, I think that he's not a superb finisher. He would need to improve in that area. But overall, the 3 and D4, that aspect of it is super duper intriguing. And as an archetype, I really do like the fit for Utah. It's going to be a lot of fun to see Will Hardy coach him up, and seeing him and Walker Kessler Walker Kessler and Lauri Markkanen develop as like the big front court for Utah. That's gonna be a lot of fun to watch.
How do you guys feel about the skinnier frame, the slimmer frame?
I have to pee. I'm gonna be honest. I have to pee.
Someone has to leave our show. Goodbye. No one cares. It's my show now. No, I'm kidding. The slender frame, right? I mean, the guy that went number 1, Victor Wembanyama, same thing going for him, but we've talked about it so much. Like, there's just so much to his game, skill level, everything. But with Hendricks, what about that for him, you guys? Does that bother you? Is there any concern there, Bryant?
Well, I mean, he is a freshman, 19 years old. So 213 pounds for a 6'9" guy is not great, but it's also pretty standard for when you're talking about freshmen. He's going to need to fill out. On the defensive end, I think that's going to be a more concern because guys will go at him until he proves otherwise. But on the offensive end, I didn't think he was going to be, a go-to low post big man anytime soon in his career. And I don't think you need to be all that big and strong to help space the floor, which is what my idealized pairing here for Utah. So it's a work in progress, but I think it'd be one that would be the same for 80% of these prospects.
Yeah. Praneel, what type of role for him? Shush. What type of role for him right away?
I would have to agree with Brian. I think that the slender frame thing is a bit overblown, considering that a lot of these guys are prospects that like their entire job is in basketball. They're still college students, they're still student athletes, and like when it comes with going into an NBA program, being in an NBA strength and development team, and just having like eating meals, just overall filling out your frame, it shouldn't be that big of an issue. He's going to get stronger. He's going to get bigger. And as Brian said, it's going to affect him a little bit on the defensive end, especially in like post situations, post isolation moments. But like on the offensive end, I don't really see him as being a guy that's going to primarily be in the paint. He's going to be a shooter. He's going to be outside in the perimeter, be that pick and pop type of guy. I do want him to improve as a finisher. I think that the frame sort of affected it a little bit, but as a whole, I don't think it'll be an issue for him outside of maybe the first year in the NBA. He'll continue to improve the frame. It'll just continue to grow, and as a prospect, he'll be fine. It's not going to be that big of an issue, I think, later on in his NBA career.
So wait, so far are we surprised with everything?
I think one thing that's not totally surprised based on recent days, Cam Whitmore is dropping here a bit. And the next thing, number 10 is an interesting spot because with Dallas, there's been so much talk about them trading the pick. So what do they end up doing here? There's nothing updated at the moment, but that's what I'm curious. What does Dallas do at number 10 with their pick? And, do they keep it and take a player, or do they end up moving it and try to get some immediate help, maybe move down to try to get some more depth for the Dallas Mavericks?
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by that, but I think the Cam Whitmore thing right now is probably the biggest surprise at the moment. Is that right? What do you guys think?
Koulibaly, in my opinion.
Well, yeah. No, for sure. Him going that high, I meant like with Whitmore dropping. Is that a surprise?
There was rumors coming out that he would be a guy that would drop. There was like concerns about like, I don't think there was some concerns about like him not interviewing well, but like I also heard that he's just more of an introverted type of personality. He just doesn't like talk much. And then there's also concerns that I have about his he's not a good playmaker like at all. He cannot pass the ball. And like as like he's a pretty typical defensive prospect, really high defensive potential. He's good on ball, struggles off ball with like ball watching, overall lapses in judgment, which is pretty typical for like a freshman forward. But like as a prospect, I think that he's dropping slightly because of the interviews and also because like he just is not a good passer, and like that's something that he'll really have to improve on coming into the NBA.
All right.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Dallas selects him here, because in terms of physical tools, like he's a near nuclear athlete, and he's got everything you'd want in a power wing. But I agree with Praneel. I was very worried about his overall decision making for a high usage player. I think he's probably more of a prospect or a long-term project than some people were expecting.
We do have an update. We're talking about this pick, the Dallas Mavericks, at number 10 on the clock. It looks like they are trading the pick to Oklahoma City. Dallas is trading Bertans, and Cason Wallace will be the pick, and that is going to Oklahoma City. I don't know what the other compensation is at the moment, but at this point, Oklahoma City is acquiring Cason Wallace from Dallas at number 10. You guys surprised by that?
I'm a little surprised OKC want to jump to get him, but just thinking about the fit, man, Cason Wallace could have slid into anybody in this draft range and been an excellent fit. He's my next bet for the next great Kentucky guard to excel once they get out of Lexington. His 3D upside, his underrated playmaking ability, I think he's going to be an ideal fit for any team that already has their offensive focal points in place. Put him next to Shai. I bet in a few years we're going to be talking about him having a Drew Holiday career on both ends.
Ooh.
OKC.
The defense?
Yeah, just real fast. I want to get, before you react, Praneel, Oklahoma City sends the number 12 pick in a trade exemption to Dallas. As part of this trade, Dallas gets Bertans' contract off the books, and then Cason Wallace, number 10. So they move down a couple of spots, give up Bertans, and OKC gets Cason Wallace.
I think that the defense of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Cason Wallace is going to terrorize NBA defenses for a long, long time. And Cason Wallace was the best perimeter guard, in my opinion, in this draft class. His off-ball defense is fantastic. He's really good at digging down into the post and like just poking the ball out from like post players that are trying to back down. And he's very good on ball. He's a fantastic defense prospect, really overall fleshed out on that side of the court. And the Drew Holiday comparisons are very real. His 3-point shooting, he struggled towards the end of the season, but the form is very good. I really liked his pick and roll. The pick and roll reps that he did get in Kentucky were really intriguing to me. He had a very good pick and roll. Pull up mid range. The finishing, I think that needs to improve. He has a tendency to pick the ball up too early. So like he gets in the paint, he picks the ball up too early, and then has to like shoot a funky shot. That's some sort of things that have to improve upon. But like overall, the Cason Wallace, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander defensive backcourt is going to terrorize teams, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and just another guy, and I feel like we talk about this with so many of these prospects, is a good feel for the game, right? So we talk about his shooting and just needing to be a better shooter. I feel like he's one of those guys that has that type of mentality that will find ways to get better, to become a better shooter in this league, even if it takes him a second.
Yeah, and like with Cason, he like started the season off pretty good, and then he struggled as the season went along. He got really cold towards the end of the season. So like I think that he'll be fine. It's just like sort of a consistency thing. The form looks good. He doesn't have any weird funky movements. It all looks very good structurally, and he had very good stretches in the season. It's just like the consistency is not there yet. So as a shooter, I think he'll be fine. It's just the overall finishing thing is like a little quirk that he thinks he needs to improve on. And overall, he's going to be a fantastic role player in the NBA. He's really, really good. And I really do like the fit with OKC.
And Bryant, we talk about, Praneel was kind of talking about how just sometimes he gets in the key and then he's not very assertive. Do you think that's something that will just change with maturity and experience?
Absolutely, but I also think that to a certain extent, we are talking about a role player here. I don't expect Cason Wallace to ever be like a 1 or 2 option on a good team, but that doesn't mean that he can't be given some time. To me, his upside is as a 3-point shooter. Like Praneel said, he did have a big drop late into SEC conference play. Half of that just had to be that Kentucky was so messy this year. This was not a good Kentucky team to have to watch and evaluate prospects on. So I'm excited to see him at the next level, see him next to a playmaker like Shea, see him on a team that already has defenders in place. I think that this is going to be a big time fit.
All right, well, more with them coming up. Let's give a quick rundown of what's happened tonight. Number 1, Victor Wembanyama goes to the Spurs. We got Brandon Miller being the pick by Michael Jordan and the Hornets at number 2. Scoot Henderson ends up with the Portland Trail Blazers. Many questions about what's Dame's future. Well, they get Scoot Henderson. That's a great future prospect to have on their team. The Houston Rockets at number 4 go Amen Thompson. And his brother, Asar, he goes number 5 to the Detroit Pistons. Anthony Black gets drafted number 6 by Orlando, so they add another guard to that squad. And how about this with the 7th pick? Washington had it. They trade down.
Yes.
Excuse me. Indiana had the pick at 7.
There you go.
Washington trades up, uses a couple second-round picks, able to get up, and they take the biggest surprise of the night so far, Bilal Coulibaly, Victor's teammate, from Mets 92, he is going to be with the Washington Wizards, and Pacers move down just one spot, get Jarris Walker from the University of Houston. God, I love that. Taylor Hendricks goes number 9 to the Utah Jazz, and then we saw a trade. The Mavs at number 10, they trade down to 12 to take Bertans, and number 10 to Oklahoma City, and the Thunder select Cason Wallace. Right now, the Orlando Magic are on the clock.
Whew.
Now, the next thing that we have to figure out, and we thought at some point tonight that Woj's brother Adam was going to join us on the Zoom feed to see if he was going to be with us. He is still not shown up at the moment. So he's been tweeting more often. The problem, though, with Woj tonight is his last couple of tweets have been, the Dallas Mavericks will select Grady Dick with the 10th pick in the draft. And then he said the Orlando Magic are selecting Grady Dick with the 11th pick. So Adam Wojnarowski is just not, he's been struggling a little bit. And I don't know what. Oh. What the hell are you doing?
All right.
What?
Deuce and Mo.
Adam Wojnarowski, Woj's brother, is in studio.
Hi, Adam.
What an exciting NBA draft we have so far. We've been very, very busy in the back with everything, trying to keep track of these trades, these moves. Could we talk about Wembanyama for a moment?
Yeah, what's going on? Do you have some insight?
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is a surefire can't miss. I think we can both agree on that, Deuce and Mo, and the whole draft team here, right? This is a cannot miss prospect. I mean, how often have we seen the 7'4 plus center in the NBA workout? Manute Bol, Sean Bradley. These are players with long-lasting legacy. I mean, Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Narrow hips, long limbs. I had one NBA insider tell me a skyscraper built on a foundation of paper mache. Take that for what you will. Skyscrapers are tall.
Paper mache.
Skyscrapers are tall.
Paper mache is not strong.
Depending on who's building it. But I can't miss prospect. Really excited.
I'm sorry, Woj.
Wait, stay here, Woj.
We have another.
Hold on.
You don't have to go anywhere, Adam Wojnarowski. We do have probably one of the bigger surprises of the night, and Bojack's howling because of it in the background.
What?
Jet Howard is being drafted.
What?
Number 11 overall by the Orlando Magic.
I thought he was going to be in the Kings range.
He was supposed to be in the Kings range.
Oh, is that in your notes?
Adam Wojnarowski.
I actually don't have him written down. So.
You don't even have him written down because you didn't think he was going to go this high.
Can I address something very quickly?
Please.
Earlier, you were speaking about my brother, Adrian Wojnarowski.
Yes.
You thought he was how old?
I thought he was in his 50s.
And you thought he's how old?
64.
Okay, my brother is 79 years old. Adrian Wojnarowski is 79 years old. I want to get that out there. I want to make that very clear. He's 79 years old.
How do you feel about him not spoiling any picks?
It's a very odd choice. Now, as you can see, we are firing out the picks. So far, I don't know what our accuracy rating is. If you have that written down, if we could pull up the graphic. Anyway, it's not important, but we are firing out picks. Shams is firing out picks. My brother has chosen a very strange stance on that. Not really sure. I'd like to talk about one more thing before I dip out, because I have got me and my team are in the back, me and my junior high interns. And what I want to talk about real quick is the audio at the beginning. Because how many meetings have we had this week, Praneel, about this?
Oh,
how many meetings?
I'm going to go out to them.
Yeah.
Right.
Praneel, how many meetings have we had this week about tonight?
0.
Yes. Well, that's the point. We haven't had one meeting, and we need more meetings. And I've been saying this in the chats. I've been saying it in the emails. We need more meetings. And you dropped the ball tonight. And I want to know how you feel about it. Because as far as I can tell, I don't know what you do around here. I know what she does. I know what those two do around here. I know what I do. All I know is your name is first on the podcast. And beyond that, I don't really know what you do around here.
Woo.
Look, man.
You screwed up, dude.
As the franchise, I will wear it.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
Steph Curry has a bad game every once in a while, right?
Yeah,
but not in championship nights.
Look, I've got to go.
Okay.
You've got to go.
Come back when you do your homework on Jet Howard.
Yeah, I'm going to go. Look.
Okay, there's Adam Wojnarowski. Okay. What an appearance. Can we go back to our draft experts and get their insight?
Holy.
Now that Adam Wojnarowski is out of here, Praneel, Bryant, Jet Howard going number 11 to Orlando. There is not a mock draft. In fact, I don't think Juwan Howard had Jet Howard going number 11 to Orlando. What's your guys' reaction to this?
It's a shame you didn't have the camera on us when that pick was made, because we were both in absolute shock. We're sitting here being like, hey, Orlando could take Grady Dick. They really need some floor spacing. And then they just go with the floor spacer that everybody was expected to be in the Kings range. So, I mean, this team has the defense to insulate Jet Howard. That's the big concern here. He's an excellent shooter, 6'8", 38.6% on the season, a real big threat off the catch, good off the bounce. He's going to keep that ball moving. That team's playmaking is going to be great. And on defense, which was his big concern, this team has the infrastructure around to protect him. But still, I'm really kind of surprised that this was the shooter they went with.
And Praneel, the one thing that jumps out to me, just thinking about his fit with Orlando, I talk about these bigger dudes who can handle the ball and make things happen a little bit, right? Of course, Banchero, we know Franz Wagner as well. So what jumps out to you about his fit? And how did so many people miss this? This is obviously a big shock of the night.
I was so sure Kobe Buffkin was going to be the first Michigan guy getting drafted. And then Jet Howard comes out with 11, and I was like, wow. And I do agree with what Bryant was saying. Howard is a very, very good shooter. I mean, he's a bit taller than Grady. But I think that he isn't as good as a playmaker and overall an offensive skill set. He is a very good shooter, but not the same level finisher, not the same level cutter, and all the little things that Grady Dick does that I really do like about Grady Dick. But when it comes with the defense and the shooting and the ball movement and the lack of defense and how that fits in with Orlando, it's a very good fit. And I do see what they're trying to do here with Howard. I think that if you can develop a little bit of the defense and a little bit of the passing ability, you can have a very large lineup here with all the length and everything, and it would be really, really intriguing.
The length alone. What?
Well, I mean, Cam Whitmore continues to drop, as is being reported right now. Spoiler alert, Shams reporting that Dallas is selecting Derek Lively, the big man out of the Duke, number 12 overall. It was someone that a lot of people had penciled into Dallas when they were in number 10. Man, it's an intriguing prospect because I understand the appeal, a guy who can be a rim runner, block some shots, but what else is there? What jumps out to you guys about him going to the Dallas Mavericks?
I'll let Praneel go first because he called this pick not 5 minutes ago in our chat.
Wow.
I think it was kind of obvious considering they need a big man. So Derek Lively was the next best guy, and they're going to take a big man. They really struggled when it comes to the rebounding, the shot blocking, and overall the rim deterrence. And Lively is 7'1" with a 7'7" wingspan. So, I mean, he can get rebounds. He's a very good shot blocker. His shot blocking traits are very intriguing. I have questions on his offensive fit. He's currently just an athletic rim runner right now. There were some flashes of the 3-point shooting, but he's still very raw on the offensive end. And I think that for him to be a real contributor, he needs to improve as an overall offensive player and just flesh out the little things. But I get why they made the move. It was an expected move. It's more of a fit based selection, not necessarily like a best player available. So it's a solid move, and they really did try to fix something that was a big issue on their roster.
You know, out of all these NBA draft prospects, I was talking to Deuce a little bit about Derek Lively, and again, casual, just going over highlights and everything. I wasn't super impressed, and especially when it came to his skill level. I felt like you kind of said, Praneel, just his rim running ability. He can run the floor. He's going to hustle, but he just doesn't seem super aggressive. Like the feel doesn't, it doesn't seem like it's all there. And I know we're always talking about college players and everything, and it's like they can develop, they can get better. But with Dallas and like you said, with that fit and everything that they're doing, Bryant, are you feeling very confident in this pick for Dallas?
Ideally, this would be a great fit for Dallas. Like this is the kind of player they need to go for. But at the same time, like I really think that Lively is a very raw prospect.
Yeah.
Back in April, they were talking about him in the 20s, and now he's going to a team that is going to have a lot of pressure to get back to the playoffs next year. And like Praneel said, the rim running, the rebounding, the shot blocking, that's all obvious. He's got the tools, but to me, this is a raw player who really is going to have to figure it out on both ends of the court. Only played 20 minutes a game last year for Duke. So I'm not surprised by Dallas selecting the player in terms of his upside. I'm surprised in Dallas taking such a raw prospect.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's like, is he going to be able to, like you said, there is pressure for them to start winning ASAP. Like you have Luka. You hope to bring Kyrie back because you traded for him at the deadline. You're trying to win. And like, is he going to be ready to step in and be a contributor on a playoff team? And that's going to be interesting to see, especially for a guy, like you said, played 20 minutes a night at Duke.
Yeah.
By the way, Toronto's on the clock at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. I just more and more now, I don't know if this is like for a lot of people in their mock drafts, I feel like a few of these guys with dropping and then obviously moving up for the first time ever being in the first round in the mid-20s for the Sacramento Kings. I'm kind of like, what the hell direction
Dude, let's talk about
are
the
they
Kings
going
for a
to
second.
go?
Yeah, like, do you guys have any predictions, or maybe offer up a prediction for 24?
Ooh.
And the best dream scenario for you guys at 24?
To me, I struggle here because Monty McNair has successfully done nothing that I've ever predicted in the 3 years that he's worked here. But my prediction would be that they'd take Dariq Whitehead from Duke. 6'6" wing, 6'10" wingspan. He's just an absolute bomber from deep. And the cool thing about him is that you know what he's going to offer immediately into the NBA. He's a great shooter. And that's the kind of players that the Kings have consistently gone for, guys that they know their role at the next level. And at the same time, Dariq Whitehead is just scratching the surface of what he can do at both ends of the court. But he'll make his presence known as a shooter spacing the floor. So I think that's the kind of guy the Kings could gamble for with the 24th pick.
And the gamble there is obviously the guy has had foot issues. He just had his second surgery on his foot, and it looked like it was definitely impacting him late in the season. Praneel, do you have a prediction for 24, like who you want at 24 based on how this draft is going?
When it comes to like a prediction, what I think Monty will go to and what sort of fits his draft philosophy, I'm thinking that we might go get Trayce Jackson-Davis, the 6'9" big. He really does fit Monty's draft profile. Super duper productive at Indiana for all 4 years. He's that bigger guy that has a lot of good traits, really, really productive. And Monty has consistently gone to the older prospects that are high IQ, have a lot of good tools, and can contribute right away. So when it comes with like a prediction that I think Monty might do is Trayce Jackson-Davis. When it comes with a gamble and something that I would really, really love, a dream scenario, I'm going to go with my guy, Leonard Miller. And like, I talked about this a lot with a lot of people, but Leonard Miller, outside of Victor Wembanyama, I think has the most pathways for success in the NBA draft. And that comes down to his athleticism, his size, and is the amount of tools that he has, man. And as a 6'10" wing that can rebound the basketball, finish at the rim, super athletic, very fluid athlete, and just overall everything that he can do on the basketball court and everything that he's sort of developing and showing as the season progressed, he really improved as a shooter. He improved as a defender, and his overall development, I think he has the most opportunities for success at the NBA. And like, if he goes to the Kings, I'm sure Mike Brown won't mess up the development. He's going to be a fantastic player for us.
A big with those guard skills. And, you know, Deuce and I talk about this all the time. If you're with the G League Ignite, you already have a step above people with just the mentality, the experience you got with that organization and playing against the type of players, grown men, a year before so many others. That alone is so helpful, you know, and they understand what it's going to take to be the best at the next level a year earlier than everyone else. Yeah, I really like Leonard Miller.
We should also mention we are waiting for technically OKC to pick at 12. It's actually Dallas. It's already been leaked that it's going to be Derek Lively. We were just talking about that. Silver's about to make that official, but after that, Toronto will be on the clock. If you want to actually hear Silver, we can play it here.
With the 12th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Derek Lively II from Duke University.
So there they go. That makes it official. So now Toronto is on the board at 13. We'll check in with our guys in just a bit here. The Toronto aspect is just intriguing to watch in the draft because I don't feel like anyone truly knows what Toronto's doing. Fred VanVleet has opted out.
Mm-hmm.
There's been so much talk about Siakam. Could he get traded? We've heard the talk about OG. It sounds like the price is expensive for both of those players. And then they have a new head coach. Like, what path are they taking? I don't know which way it's going to go, but they are up next at 13. I would love for the Kings to get OG. I just have been consistent on this, Morgan. I just don't see a pathway that does not include Keegan Murray being moved.
Right. And that's, I mean, it is what it is, right? And I think, you know, OG, obviously, because of his age, because of what he's capable of doing on the floor on both ends of the floor, a lot of people want him. He's what you want in the NBA. And Masai, being very smart, knows that and can really make sure that he is making the right deal for OG. And that's why he wants to make sure that someone is included, like a Keegan Murray, somebody to build their Raptors future as well. You know, he's not just going to do it for a whole bunch of picks unless they are tearing everything down. But what, don't they have Gary Trent Jr.?
That's another, and he opted into his deal. You know, like Gary Trent, he'd be a good fit with Sacramento. No, honestly, I like him. A guy who could shoot. You know, defensively, I felt like there was a little step back from him last year, but he's shown the ability to be a good defensive player. The Toronto thing from last year was just weird. The vibes are off. You look at the talent and you go, how is that not a legit team? Obviously, they let go of Nick Nurse.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of weirdness going on. Nurse got into it with Siakam at one point last year. It was just bad vibes, and they went in a new direction. So I don't know. Are they going to try to run it back one more time and then see where they're at the trade deadline and do something? I'm very intrigued to see what Toronto does.
And it's so weird when we say that they have bad vibes, especially considering what their roster is on paper with Pirtle, with Siakam, with Scotty Barnes, OG, and then obviously, let's just say Fred VanVleet is somewhere else. And
Pirtle's a free agent now.
Pirtle is a free agent now. I forgot about that. But yeah, it's you had pieces last year that could have done something more. And I know that they're going in this new direction now with the new coach and everything, but what is going to be their identity? Are they going to trade away some of these guys like Pascal Siakam, like OG Anunoby? Oh.
Yeah, we'll find out if there's some more movement. It hasn't been like a crazy trade night so far. That we saw the big trade earlier today. Chris Paul gets traded to the Golden State Warriors in exchange for Jordan Poole, Ryan Rollins, a 2030 first-round pick. It's protected 1 through 20, and then a 2027 second-round pick. I got to be honest, I know people are clowning on Jordan Poole so much. I have no problem with that move that they made because Jordan Poole's still young, and I don't think he was set up to have a successful year. When you show up to training camp and get punched in the face.
Yeah.
Like, that's just going to linger all year. And the guy looked completely lost at times throughout the year.
Confidence looked gone.
Including the playoffs. Well, he gets a fresh start in Washington. It's a rebuild situation, but I saw him average 25 a game as a starter last year. I saw the performance he had during the playoffs, during their finals run. I'm not saying he's a great talent by any means. I still think he's a productive player, and he's much better than how he was playing at the end of the year.
And I mentioned this to you earlier, but turning 24 or going to be 24 in this next season, so still young, like you're saying, has all that potential. I'm with you on all that. But my one thing is the Wizards not having their identity and where they're going to be, and they don't have that veteran presence either. And I think Jordan Poole, his game was elevated being around, I mean, anyone's games would be elevated being around Steph Curry, being around Klay Thompson. I would have said Draymond Green if he didn't get punched in the face. You know, it's like that.
Honestly, if you really think about the mismanagement by the Warriors,
they
just traded a guy that they thought was going to be their franchise going forward.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. just said 4 years. He's going to be here for 4 years.
Yeah, that was all talk. But I'm saying before that, they gave him the money because they thought he was going to be part of the next generation of the Golden State Warriors. And a year later, you trade him for a 38-year-old backup point guard at this point.
Backup point guard.
And I know there's been talk today, well, actually, he could start. They go super small. They go with Chris Paul, Curry, Thompson, Green, and Wiggins. I'm like, good luck.
Why?
Good luck. Like, that's going to be hunted defensively. I don't know how you're going to handle that. I just think it was... I understand why the Warriors made the move from the contract perspective. They need to get some of that money off the books, but there's no other way to describe what went down in that Jordan Poole saga. That it was a disaster. It was a disaster. There's no way you would have drawn that up like, hey, a year from now, we'll trim for Chris Paul at 38.
There's a lot of, it feels like that contract was a Band-Aid to put on his face that he took a fist from Draymond Green from, you know? So I'm sure the money was nice to get and everything, but at the same time, you could see it in their energy. And obviously the Warriors kept on getting better and better toward the end of the season. They found their groove a little bit more. They ended up, their experience alone ended up beating the Sacramento Kings in that first round of the playoffs. But yeah, it's now, and we all know this, Draymond, obviously, hey, get rid of Jordan, and I'm going to sign back with you guys.
Well,
probably.
The Raptors pick has not been leaked, so we were finding it out from Adam Silver. Thank you, Masai.
With the 13th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Grady Dick from the University of Kansas.
Wow. So Grady Dick is headed to the Toronto Raptors with the 13th overall pick. And let's check in with our draft gurus. Now we got Praneel and, of course, Bryant West with us. What's your reaction, Grady Dick, with the 13th pick to the Raptors?
I think this is a good pick for them, especially if Gary Trent Jr. isn't along for this team. I think he's an ideal role player for any team that needs probably one of the better catch and shoot, pull up 3-point shooters in recent years. He's just going to be an excellent role playing fit. And I honestly think that Toronto still's got the defensive infrastructure around to help protect him. He's a good team defender. I think he's a little underrated on defense, but he's not going to be a guy that you want handling the big names on that end of the court. So going to a team like Toronto is a really good fit for him.
And Praneel, before I get your reaction to the pick and his game, what do you think about his suit he's wearing?
My friend said that he kind of looked like Spider-Man, and I can't unsee it. It's very like sparkly. It's very interesting.
You know what?
It's kind of like my jacket.
Praneel, you might not. Yeah, it is like your Amazon jacket. Praneel, you might not understand this reference, but you might. But it's giving me those Dorothy.
Yeah.
Shoe vibes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Have you seen that movie, Praneel?
Yeah, we watched it during elementary school, middle school, and stuff.
I love it.
And just to be clear, like, it's not like you were born when that movie came out. I mean, that movie came out in like the 30s.
I just not assuming that they are showing Gen Zers. What is it called? Wizard of Oz.
No, it's Jerry Reynolds was at the premiere of that movie back in the day. As a
you be nice to
17-year-old,
Jer Bear.
he went out.
Be nice.
Kind of crazy. I was kind of thinking it would be fun if Kobe Buffkin would have gone there to Toronto for a second. That's what I was kind of thinking. The Pelicans are now on the clock at 15. Let's go around the room for a second.
Okay.
Are you a little disappointed by the lack of oh my God, trades?
No, wait, no. There's been I guess trades. I thought you were just maybe thinking
we've had
picks.
some surprises. Koulibaly ends up with the Wizards. Of course, seeing Jet Howard.
Listen, really quick,
drafted.
guys. I would say the way that we ended last night with the trades, and then started today with the trades, and then you had a few trades here in the draft, but where people are getting picked has been the most surprising thing to me.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah. Trades happened last night. I'm waiting for the next one, but the picks have just been as surprising as anything. So,
yeah, and I think that the overall, the picks that have occurred have been things that I haven't really thought about. So it's been fun to see these fits that I really think about. Really didn't especially the Jet Howard thing, the Bilal Koulibaly thing, and overall it's been a fun draft. I think that the trades are still yet to come. I could see the Lakers making a big move coming. I could see Portland still making a move. But there's still things to come. So I wouldn't be too quick to close the trade window just yet, because I still think we're gonna get one more big move before the night ends.
What's interesting too, I mean, we're getting closer and closer to the Kings pick, right? It's inching closer. The Kings are picking 24th overall. And I know a lot of people are wondering, could Chris Murray be there at 24? He's got a lot of interest around the league. And that's going to be, Miami, Golden State. We've heard the Nets. He worked out for the Lakers at one point. I mentioned Portland, Sacramento, even Boston has been mentioned, and Denver. So that's going to be interesting to see kind of where he ends up falling, because I feel like he's a guy that could step in right away and just fit with a team. With a guy who's his size, who's a good shooter, I think he could fit for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and Chris Murray isn't the same shooting prospect that Keegan was, sure, but he's a better defender, on-ball defender. He's quicker. He's better at using his size, better using his strength. So when it comes to team fits, I like him with I think Brian has mentioned this a lot, but I like him with Golden State. I think he'll fit really good there, and with what they do as a wing defender. And I think that if the Kings end up getting him, I'm kind of bored of all the mocks, but once again, I think it'd be a really good fit, considering that he'd be very good as a wing defender. And the 3-point shooting numbers weren't great at IO. He only shot, I think, 33%, 34%, but he won't be the Keegan level shooter that I think a lot of people are expecting, but he's still a very solid, his shot prep. He's very quick, good. He looks very good as a shooter. He's very pretty jumper. So I think that 34% is not going to be a normal thing. It'll continue to improve. And as a finisher, he's also very good. He was one of the best at the rim finishers in the in the cycle in the overall class. So I'd be very okay with Chris Murray. It'd be a fantastic pick, I think.
Brian's giving the eyes.
We do have an update with the 14th pick. A spoiler alert coming. The Pelicans are going to be selecting Jordan Hawkins at number 14. Praneel just found out. Saw his face there. Guy can shoot it, man. I like him a lot. And seems like he's slowly gone up the draft board in recent weeks and with mock drafts. What do you think about him going 14?
Yeah, he might be the best shooting prospect in this class aside from Grady Dick. It's a little high for me because he is such a skinny dude, and he's going to have to prove it on defense. But if you're looking for a floor spacer, man, he's going to be a great addition to that team, and they absolutely need somebody like him. So a little higher than I'd have picked him, but I was glad that I got that spoiled early so I could watch Praneel's face.
I think there's good reason to believe that New Orleans wanted Grady Dick, and they for sure needed shooting. So the Jordan Hawkins pick makes a lot of sense. I'm curious to see what he's gonna do defensively. As Brian said, he's very skinny, and on the offensive side of things, he's pretty much just a shooter. But the shooting is so very good off the catch, off movement. He can come off of screens. He can come off of DHO stuff. he's very, very, very versatile as a shooter. So he can be fit in a ton of different ways, have a ton of different sets run for him, and he'll be very good for that Pelicans team as a floor spacer. It's something they really desperately needed, considering they haven't been a very good shooting team.
And he obviously, just has the conditioning alone. So I mean, maybe he has the ability to also pack on the weight with some muscle with just being able to work. I mean, do you guys see that's something that's just going to come with maturity as well?
I think so, but I think that he will never become like an above average defender. He'll always be like, he'll maybe skirt around average. He's gonna be like not a great defender. I could see him putting on some weight, but like he's a very quick, and he runs a lot on the basketball court. His biggest trait is his relocation as a shooter. He's very good at moving. He's very good at getting himself open. He's very good at running through screens and stuff. So I think he'll always be on sort of the skinny side of things simply because of how much he moves. But it won't, I don't think it'll affect him as he continues to improve as like a defender, simply from like the processing side of things, improving as like screen navigator and those side of things. So like, he will never be an above average defender, but I don't think the skinny frame will like improve, and it won't hurt him as much as it'll do in like the first year, maybe.
Yeah. Because I just picture him, Bryant, going up against some of the bigger guards and being just like them seeking him out.
Yeah. At 6'5", he's not going to be the shortest dude, so that'll give him some length. But he, as much as any of these rookies, is going to have to continue to add strength before we're going to really get to see his two-way game. But in terms of he's a smart kid, worked hard, was the second leading scorer on a team that just absolutely crushed through that entire NCAA tournament. His set shot, everything about it is just super quick and rhythmic. For what the Pelicans need, he's a great fit, but as a two-way force, he's a ways away.
The Hawks are on the clock, by the way, everybody. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. Cam Whitmore continues to fall. He was someone that was at one point projected in the top 10, and now the Hawks are at 15. Can we give a shout out to the chat right now? Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. I know the Kings don't have the number 4 pick, but we're all draft nerds and we're all hanging out. So we appreciate you guys being with us tonight. If you haven't yet, hit the damn thumbs up button, because all it does is help this channel grow. Hit the thumbs up. Make sure you're subscribed. I also have a poll question.
Yeah.
Prediction. Will the Kings make a trade tonight? Wow. 60% of the people have voted so far?
Nope.
Not a lot of optimism for a Kings trade.
I can't remember last year, but I feel like last year I had this, I think that was my thought process. I thought Monty was going to trade the number 4 pick, and they were going to pick something or trade for something that was ready right there, right now. Some player in the NBA, but I didn't know who it was. Oh, God.
And that goes off. Something's going down. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
What?
But the Hawks, according to a spoiler from Shams, will be selecting Michigan's Colby Buffkin.
Ooh.
What are they doing?
What?
I don't know. There's a lot of noise about the Atlanta Hawks. We bring in our draft experts now. Praneel, Bryant, I don't know, man. This Hawks team's got a kind of new front office, kind of inexperienced front office. There's been some smoke about maybe Trae Young's future, maybe DeJounte Murray's future, and now you add Colby Buffkin to the mix. What do you guys think about this?
I was surprised, if we're being completely honest. They have 2 very sound guards with Trae and DeJounte, and like there's no real place for Colby to be there. Obviously he's gonna come off the bench. He's not gonna have. It's gonna sort of stunt his development, I think. And I do really like Colby Buffkin as a prospect. I really liked him going to Toronto as a fit. I don't know if this is smoke for like a DeJounte Murray move, but Buffkin is a very sound prospect. He does so many things well. He doesn't really have that many flaws. He's a good defender. He's improved a ton as a shooter, shooting around 35%, I think, this past season. He's a very crafty finisher. He's good in the pick and roll. He's good in DHO. Everything about Colby Buffkin just like shows me he's gonna be an NBA player. Somewhere he's gonna be a quality role player for a good NBA team, and that's why I think that like them drafting them, it's clear that they want to add more talent and want to contend now. I don't know if it's like smoke for Judge Murray trade, as I said earlier, but it's a solid pick, and I hope it doesn't stunt his development and he continues to get playing time, and maybe they're gonna run some weird 3-guard lineups because Colby Buffkin is a really fun prospect.
He's a lot of fun, Brian. I like his game a lot. The more I watch Colby, I'm like, God, he's going to be a player in the NBA.
Yeah,
well, like
he
literally
absolutely
he is.
Yeah,
but like
literally.
also, I think he's going to be able to play at a high level, is what I should say. He's going to be a player in the NBA. That's great insight, Deuce. Bryant, your thoughts?
He's going to be a dog in the NBA.
Yeah.
That's what you meant to say. That's what you meant to say.
Stop. Okay.
I'm sorry I said that, Moo.
Yeah, thank you, Bryant.
In terms of two-way presence, like Kobe Buffkin's going to make an impact on both ends. A very good defender, and like Praneel was talking about, it just as balanced a score as you could hope for. I really liked earlier in the season. He was just this role player for Michigan, and it slowly became obvious to everybody, myself included, that I thought he was their best prospect. No insult to Jet Howard, but a little shade thrown at Jet Howard. But in terms of his defensive upside, in terms of his ability to shoot the ball, play make, he's just there's no way that he's going to bust. He's just too good at pretty much everything.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's ever going to be this big time go-to bucket getter. So I guess I'm not surprised that Atlanta could use some more guard help if they look at him and they say, hey, he's the best player we think left on the board. But yeah, I think they made a good selection here. I'm going to be very curious to see what happens with their two starting guards moving forward.
Yeah.
Utah Jazz on the clock now at 16.
Yeah. But with Kobe, it's just like him as a primary ball handler. That doesn't sound like the best thing in the world. But like you said, offensively, picks his spots well, knows when to shoot it. But will he become more aggressive even in that, and not just get lost in the shuffle of everything? But defensively, do you think he'll be able to guard a lot of guys just right away as soon as he gets into the league, Praneel?
Yeah, I do think so. He's he's 6'5". He's a little bit on the skinny side, but like he's very, very, very engaging. He's very good with his hands, very good anticipation. Overall, he's just a sound prospect, man. I mean, I can't think of anything that he does bad. Good process on the defensive end. He's engaging on both on and off ball. And like, I think he can be a solid defender from the start. Seeing him in, I think DeJounte Murray, Kobe Buffkin lineups, when Trey's sitting is going to be a lot of fun to watch on the defense side of the ball. They're both very good off ball, and like, it's going to be a lot of fun in the passing lanes. But yeah, I think that he needs to get a little bit stronger to be like a true lockdown guy, but like he's gonna be an above average defender from the start, I think. And it's like, as a player, Kobe Buffkin has like no conceivable flaws in my opinion. Like there's nothing that I'm gonna say like that's just bad for him.
We have an update, and Woj, by the way, said he wasn't spoiling, but he kind of spoiled. I think maybe he doesn't like Shams taking away some of his shine. He says Utah had some conversations on trading number 9 and 16, but they appear to be standing pat. And Shams has confirmed this too. Keontae George will be selected by the Utah Jazz with the 16th pick. The Lakers are now on the board. Praneel, I saw you do a little fist pump about Keontae George.
I messaged Brian saying Utah could take Keontae or Nick Smith, so I basically called it. So that's why I was doing the fist pump. I got the analysis there right, but I like Keontae George a lot. I think that he's going to be a dynamic guard for them. He's a little bit of a boom or bust type of guy. His decision making isn't good. He was very, very inefficient, which I think is my biggest knock on him. The decision making and the inefficiency, but like when it comes to like the scoring bag, it's so deep for Keontae George. He can do so many different things. He can shoot off movement. He can shoot off the dribble. He can shoot from screens. He can shoot he's so good beyond the arc when it comes to like the ways he can create a shot. And like there were some finishes that like the after rim finishes that just like, whoa. It's just like there is a lot there, like a lot of flashes there when it comes to Keontae George. But he's gonna have to improve the decision making and the efficiency to be a real player. He's a bit of a project in my opinion. But like From like what Utah's trying to do, I like it. I think this was the right pick. They're moving in the right direction for their rebuild. This is a good pick.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see now with the Lakers on the clock. Do they draft Chris here? We're now in Chris Murray territory.
Oh, well, it's funny. You say we're in Chris Murray territory. I feel like we've been in Chris Murray territory ever since we saw Jet Howard go so high.
Yeah. What about Cam Whitmore's fall right now? Because now we're dipping into 17 with the Lakers. Are you surprised that he has fallen this much based on what you guys have seen from his game?
Based on what I've seen from his game, yeah, I'm surprised he's still on the board, but there has to be a reason for this. The medical evaluations, maybe I think he had a knee issue. I'm gonna have to look that up. Maybe that's what's causing the fall here, because this isn't just a talent thing anymore. We're talking about a guy who was a fairly strong consensus top 5 selection not 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I think that like whatever team ends up getting him is going to get like a ridiculously athletic wing that can blossom into like a star level talent, man. I mean, I had him in my top 8, so like him continuing to drop like this is like whatever team ends up picking them up will probably look like extremely smart, considering we're getting into the range of like well-run organizations with well-run coaching staffs that can develop the nuances that the issues that Cam Whitmore has. So like whatever team ends up drafting Cam Whitmore, I think will look out like bandits 2 years from now.
And hey, your guy Leonard Miller's still on the board. Maybe he'll be there for the Kings. Let's go around the room with this and the chat too. I want to know from the chat. Do you guys get nervous for, like, I feel like last year there was like some nerves just about the number 4 pick, right? It just feels like such a big pick. Are there nerves for you about the 24 pick, Morgan?
For me, it's not nerves, it's actual excitement. Like, because I feel like the pressure is off. No one has to save the day, no one has to save the world. But I don't know about you guys, I trust in Monty and his staff and their scouting ability to pick the right piece for the Sacramento Kings. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I completely agree with that. There are so many guys who were considered in this Kings range, and the talent in this draft class, especially where we're talking about right now, is so deep. Monty McNair could probably take 15, 20 different guys, and I'd probably understand the case for him. There's no nerves here at all. It's just, I'm excited to see who he takes. I'm excited to see what kind of player he'd snag at the end of the first round. And like you said, I this front office, and I can say this for the first time in a long, long time, they have my trust.
Yeah, and like I think that, as Brian said, there's a lot of guys I have high on my board that are still like that are still currently sitting waiting to be selected. So like I think the only time I'd be nervous for the pick is if Leonard Miller's on the board, because I absolutely would be devastated if he falls past Sacramento. But like I'm not nervous in the fact that I think that we'll be able to find someone that we like and I think we can develop. I have complete faith in Monty, and he knows what he's doing, and he's proven it with the Keegan Murray.
Bryant was mentioning that maybe Cam Whitmore's medicals could be a concern. Well, Jeremy Woo over at ESPN is confirming that him falling out of the lottery, there's some trepidation surrounding his medicals that has contributed to this slide. That chatter grew louder behind the scenes today, according to Jeremy Woo. Whitmore could still be a real value pick for whoever grabs him. So it's unfortunate, man. It seems like you see that almost every year where somebody takes a phone and what the hell happened? And there's obviously something with his medicals that could be scaring some teams off a bit.
In our chat, we have some people asking questions. Greg asked, question for the discussion. Would you package the second round picks to trade up for Cam Whitmore? Anyone?
The answer now is, what do NBA teams know that we don't? In terms of talent, heck yeah, that's a slam dunk right there. But what's making all these teams fall back? Because it could be something that, like Praneel said, in 2 years, teams were just being overly worried about for no reason, or there could be real concerns about aspects of his health that we're just not considering, that we don't know because we're on the outside looking in. So talent-wise, yes. Otherwise, it's hard to say based on where we are.
And as we're seeing with Praneel, with so many star players, like the best ability is availability.
Nice, Morgan. You nailed it this time.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you.
Praneel?
I'd have to agree. At this point, there's nothing we can say that NBA teams would not think when it comes to the talent side of things. Whitmore was like a top 5, consensus top 5. Like I had him in my top 10, in my 3rd tier. But like at this point, it's just like a medical thing. There's no reason he's dropping because of the talent and like what he's shown at Villanova. So it really depends on like how bad the medical stuff is. I'm somewhat surprised that it's something that came up today, because I feel like that sort of stuff should have been taken care of earlier. I'm surprised it wasn't something that's been brewing for a while.
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense. It doesn't make sense at all. You're right.
If it was something that came up today, I think it could be like maybe some teams throwing smoke at other teams saying that they found something and like to stay away, but like that makes no sense logically. But it doesn't make sense that it came up today because they've had like months and months of work on like figuring out through this process if there was a real issue. So I'd be really surprised if it's something that came up this morning.
All right, so let's give a quick rundown of what has transpired thus far in the NBA draft. We have the Lakers on the clock right now, just officially on the clock at 17. Number 1, Victor, of course, goes to the San Antonio Spurs. Brandon Miller is the pick at number 2 by MJ and the Hornets. Scoot Henderson goes to the Portland Trail Blazers at number 3. The number 4 pick, Amen Thompson, goes to the Houston Rockets. His brother Usar Thompson goes to Detroit, or Usar Thompson goes to Detroit. Anthony Black goes to the Orlando Magic at number 6. The first surprise of the night, the Pacers trade down to 8. Washington moves up to 7 and gets Coulibaly, Victor's teammate. So the Wizards get him, and Jarris Walker goes to the Indiana Pacers at 8. Number 9, the Utah Jazz get Taylor Hendricks. Number 10, Dallas trades down a couple of spots, uses Bertans to trade down. OKC moves up to 10 to take Cason Wallace. Number 11, a surprise with Jet Howard from the University of Michigan going to the Orlando Magic. Derek Lively, the pick for the Dallas Mavericks. Number 13, Grady Dick goes to the Toronto Raptors. The Pelicans select the sharpshooter from UConn, Jordan Hawkins. Kobe Buffkin goes number 15 overall to the Hawks. And then Keontae George, the latest pick from Baylor, goes to the Utah Jazz. The Lakers are on the clock. So there's been a lot of talk about if, maybe the Lakers make a trade here. It'll be interesting to see what they do with this pick at 17. And, of course, Cam Whitmore is still on the board.
Yeah, and if I'm Cam Whitmore, I am, like, going to Twitter or somewhere and be like, if let's say that narrative is just being pushed behind the scenes, like something is wrong and something is truly not that wrong, but that is where everyone is going. Everyone jumps on board with things. I would be like, I'm okay. I'm good. My legs are fine. My body is good. Like, if that was the case. Unless you really think it's something else.
That sucks, man.
Because, like, how would it happen this bad on draft day? I don't know. It's just...
To me, it's definitely something that was the teams had to have known. I think, if anything, reporters are just finding out about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wish Adam Wojnarowski knew more. But he's here with us and unfortunately not.
No, he does not know anything about Cam Whitmore's serious injury situation.
Oh, God. Yeah, people are still high on Chris Murray possibly being a Sacramento King.
We got the Lakers right now. Lakers, Miami, Golden State, Houston, 2 Brooklyn picks, Portland before Sacramento is up at number 24. The Lakers pick still on the clock at this moment.
I thought there was a dog.
I thought this was a dog too.
Sorry.
It's just Adam Wojnarowski.
Adam, sorry. What? Can I ask a question? Why do you keep coming in? Like, why do you crawl in? Is that your gimmick?
I'm sorry. I'm just looking for an outlet. Sorry. I've been living at the Deuce and Mo studio the last couple days. I've been. By the way, if you guys want any hot sauce from Taco Bell, I found a couple. Yeah, I'm just looking for an outlet. We're doing a lot of work right now, waiting to see who the Lakers are going to come in on.
I do have a question.
Oh.
I know there's a lot of trade noise recently. We've heard Dame's name. We've also heard the possibility that the Pelicans, it doesn't seem like it's going to happen now, could be trading Zion Williamson. What are you hearing about Zion?
Zion would be a very, very tough player to move. And I mean that, I mean physically a very, very tough player to move.
Where are you going with this, Woj?
This is he has to be in the right space. The doorway has to be certain width. The ceiling, of course, has to be a certain size. The bathtub. He's a large. He on the scale. I'd say he's on the bigger side.
Well, that's the challenge of literally move. The Pelicans are
You have to have the infrastructure in place. You have to spend federal dollars on infrastructure to get the man from point A to point B.
And that federal money is not easy to get.
It's not easy to come by. And we could have a whole discussion on federal funds right now, or we could get back to the NBA draft. It's up to you. Do we have a Laker pick?
I don't support any of that. Do we have an update?
Yes. The LA Lakers will be selecting Jalen Hood Schifino with the 17th pick overall.
Yeah, Woj. Woj, what do you know? Yeah. Tell us all you know about him.
And I'll bring the draft experts on too.
Yeah, no, but please, Woj, first.
We'll get to Bryant and Praneel in just a second. Throw the name at me one more time. That was 3 names you said. So was it one person or was it a couple people that they
just
took?
One.
Okay.
Jalen Hood Schifino.
Jalen Hood Schifino. I believe this is a guard forward out of the University of the Ignite. Is he a... And we have him pulled up right here. This is a really interesting fit with the Lakers because this is a player who can play a couple different positions. He's a 3-point shooter. He's an inside shooter, 2-point range, free throw line. What's his free throw percentage, Bryant West? Bryant, what's this guy's free throw percentage, Bryant?
77.6%.
Thank you, Bryant. All right, I'm going to get out of here.
Okay, that's it.
That's all I think we could take it from here. I think Brian's got good points. I've said my piece on the player. We'll be back. I'm going to take this mild hot sauce packet if you're not going to eat it.
No,
you got it.
You can eat it.
Yeah,
you can eat it.
Get all the energy you need.
Wow. Okay, so Cam Whitmore continues to fall. Jalen Hood Schifino going 17th to the Lakers. What do you guys think about this?
I think this is a great pick by the Lakers.
Yeah, I think that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, versatile combo guard, promising ability to shoot off the bounce. Was really good in the pick and roll. Paired really well with Trace Jackson Davis. Played tenacious, smart defense. Already knows how to be both an on and off ball guard. Needs to prove that he can be a reliable catch and shoot option to fit with this Lakers team. But, I think that he's got great upside on both ends of the court. And I hate to say this, Lakers made a good pick.
Oh,
yeah. When it comes to the fit, the Lakers badly needed, I think, another playmaking option. And Jalen Hood Schifino was the best pick and roll playmaker in the draft. And I don't think it was really that close. I mean, he had fantastic compatibility with Trace Jackson Davis. And with the fit with Anthony Davis, it's going to be very, very good. And I mean, the Anthony Davis, Jalen Hood Schifino pick and roll is going to be very potent for the Lakers. And they badly need another playmaker with LeBron. So I think that when it comes to that fit, it's going to be really good for the Lakers. As Bryant said, Schifino can play both on and off ball a little bit. He's a good defender, very tenacious. I do want to see him improve as a catch and shoot player, and I think his finishing numbers are a little bit scary. I'm pretty sure he shot sub 40%. But when it comes with the things he can do as a playmaker and the fit with the things the Lakers needed, he's a very good fit, and I think it'll be a seamless transition for him playing from Trace Jackson Davis to Anthony Davis. So it's gonna be very good.
Let's be honest, with the Lakers situation, it's not like they have a ton of cap space to go out there and make things happen. To get someone that's talented who can contribute on a rookie scale deal, that's significant. That's significant for them to get that type of talent in the NBA draft. And next up, the Miami Heat on the board.
Ooh, and this is the one. I mean,
I think everyone's going to say Olivier Maxence Prosper is going there, right? The Marquette Miami connection. I don't know.
You know what? If I'm Cam Whitmore's agent, I am calling Miami and just being like, we'll tell you everything. Just take this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has a broken leg, a broken arm,
perfect.
And he's good to go. Just take him, please.
Yeah.
Dude, that has been one of the more surprising things in this draft as well. But
one of the more surprising things of the night is I actually have to go pee again. And I should probably do it now before.
Go.
Can I?
Yeah, we're all very weird. You guys.
I like that he asks you permission.
But he's in his 30s. Don't 80-year-olds pee this much? What are we doing? What do we do?
Your buddies. Drink a lot of water.
Yeah, I drink a lot of water. Oh my God, you even have a cool Stanley mug? Praneel, what are you drinking out of?
Just a little cup.
It's it's a really cool cup at home. All right, so Miami's coming up next, like we were just saying. He's going to the bathroom before that happens. But obviously, we know Miami's track record and Miami culture, that Heat culture, it's a real deal thing. This is where I go, I never know where Miami is going to go with a first round pick because I'm like, what do they know that I don't know, especially as a casual? Bryant, do you think that there's a certain type of player that they're going for, or are they looking for a certain skill?
Miami's probably the hardest team to predict in the league. I think you're absolutely right there. I mean, the only universal thing in the picks that they select are they take a guy in there and everybody's like, oh yeah, that's the most Heat guy possible. If you'd asked me, an hour ago, I would have said Jaime Jaquez Jr. would have been a guy I would have thought they'd target here. Omax would be another one. But if there was anything that the Miami making it all the way to the finals and then kind of running out of gas against Denver taught me, it was, hey, Miami, you need to have more shot creators who can get you buckets on their own when Butler's going a little cold. Cam Whitmore, to me, it just seems like such a slam dunk unless there's something wrong with his his knees are about to fall off.
Yeah, unless he literally can't dunk, and that's going to be the problem.
Praneel, you're shaking your head. You agree with that?
From like a Miami Heat drafting perspective, the value pick of Cam Whitmore would be so perfect. Just simply because like they always somehow get the best value with every single pick that they have. And like I think that when it comes to the fit, his ability to like get to the rim and explode his first step, just like the athletic ability of Cam Whitmore, I think is just a perfect fit. He'll be able to create so much more rim pressure, something they really struggled to do in later in the playoffs once Jimmy got that ankle injury and like behind Jimmy Butler, developing in that Heat organization is beyond the most perfect fit for Cam Whitmore.
The other interesting thing, by the way, sorry to cut you off. I thought you're over. My bad. There's still 2 minutes on the clock for the Miami Heat. I wonder if their pick leaks. Do you think it leaks ahead of time?
Well, I mean, Toronto's pick didn't leak, right? So,
oh man, I feel so bad for Cam Whitmore who's there. This is the worst. My least favorite thing about draft night is when they show the player who's just waiting. And to be honest, I don't think they should. I
agree.
It's supposed to be a special night, and just showing him on camera when he is just feeling this anxiousness. There's reports about him and an injury thing. Like, dude, he looks shaken up right now. Like, that's devastating to see. Am I being soft?
No, Bryant and Praneel definitely agree with that. And I think some people, they don't humanize it and they go, well, this guy, no matter what's going to make millions. And it's like, that doesn't matter. Like this right now, the millions don't matter right now. It's what's happening right now. It's what you have dreamt of for so long, and it's not going the way that you expected. And it's really not going the way you expected. Bryant, you agreed with Deuce about not showing him. Do you think they're just showing him for drama, or why?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It's absolutely for the drama, and it's my least favorite part of the draft every single year.
It is leaked. We have officially have a leak about the Miami Heat. They're selecting Jaime Jaquez Jr. from UCLA.
As they continue.
There's the most Miami Heat player in this draft.
Yep.
Okay. Wow. Praneel, you're shaking your head no a little bit?
Oh, no, it's yes. It's like Brian got it spot on. That's what I'm shaking my head at. I didn't think that he'd get it so perfectly.
He looks like a guy that is you don't want to play against. He's going to compete. He's going to play hard, and he can come in right away and play and contribute.
I saw a comp that called him like a taller Jose Alvarado, and I couldn't agree more. He's a fantastic hustle guy. He's very, very, very good at just like staying engaged on both sides of the floor. Good cutter. I like him on both. He's just a solid. He seems like a Miami player, man. And when it comes to the things that he can do, I think that he will be that type of like that cutting, scrappy defensive guy that Miami could use. And like he just seems like a Heat culture guy. I don't really know how else to put it. It's just like seems like a perfect fit when it comes to like his play style and like the things he does and like even his like draft age and like his maturity. It just seems like a Miami tough prospect.
Yeah, I think that's what makes me most excited, Bryant, is just like because we were just talking about before the pick, like they can go any way with this, but they're going with what they know and with someone who has that type of mentality, someone who they can put in their gym and be like, all right, you need to weigh this much by this moment, otherwise you're not playing, or otherwise you're not part of this Heat culture or whatever the hell they say to their guys in there. And I think when you see that happen, you just know that he's going to get better with this organization.
And the other thing too is all the reports were that he was crushing the workouts.
Oh yeah.
Like he was having amazing draft workouts. And so here he goes at number 18 to the Miami Heat. It's official. Adam Silver just announced it. Cam Whitmore still on the board right now. And Golden State is going to be on the clock at number 19. You got Houston, Brooklyn with 2 picks in a row, Portland at 23, and then Sacramento at 24. Woo!
Getting closer.
Getting closer.
Happy for all the Cam Whitmore thing was still like, my heart hurts a little.
And I know it's not the first time that this happens with guys who fall in the draft, but you just feel for it, especially if the reports are accurate. Obviously, something in the medical was not good. Maybe the workouts haven't been great for Whitmore either, but when you see a guy fall this much and then they're like, hey, let's show him on camera. It's just so
I'll
tough.
say this. Where did you guys have Cam Whitmore? And tell me in a second, because when you see a number 1 guy or like a guy that might go number 1 and then they drop to 4, I don't feel that bad. But like this, where'd you guys have Cam?
I had him 7th on my big board.
I had him 8th. He was in the all-star tier talent that I had. He was the last guy in that, but like, I think that when it comes with the Kings, there are like 5 guys that I really like, and one of those 5 guys will drop for sure, and that's Leonard Miller, Cam Whitmore, Omax, Derek Whitehead, and Maxwell Lewis. And one of those 5 guys will end up dropping. And
Chris Murray.
Oh, Chris Murray, exactly, Chris Murray too. And I'd even throw in Trace Jackson Davis too, considering he'll like produce right away. But like one of those guys is gonna drop, and I think we're going to draft one of those 7 guys. I think that's what it'll come down to. It'll be one of those 7 guys.
Someone in our chat, by the way, whose name is that? Eris says Woj is reporting that Whitmore had some poor individual workouts and interviews, and that's why he is falling.
Didn't you guys mention the interviews earlier?
Yeah,
I didn't hear that. He did.
I saw this one tweet, and like overall, like I heard rumors that like Whitmore was like a quieter guy who was just like he wasn't gonna impress in workouts because he's more like an introvert. I don't know if that's even a big deal, but like that's something that I saw and I thought it was worth noting. But like if that's the reason he's falling, I'll be really shocked and feels really stupid because like there are just people that are just like quieter in interviews and just don't talk much or not super open. So like it just seems like a really weird reason for him to fall if it's because of the interviewing. And also the private workouts itself, I think that private workouts shouldn't be a barometer for like your skill level or like things that you're doing, considering it's a 1-on-0 workout. When it comes with the actual basketball related things, that should be something taken care of in the actual games and the actual things that you see in like conference play, considering it's a 1-on-0 thing, meaning you're going to be shooting against no one, you're going to be dunking against no one, and it's an empty gym with just people there. And like there's no crowd.
I completely agree.
The only thing I'll say about individual workouts, though, that can elevate someone and their stock is really if they're, let's say, asking smart questions. Like I think wasn't it Dame Lillard with Jeff Petrie that was asking like, oh, okay, he's like telling him do this drill, and Dame goes, how many seconds are on the shot clock? Like, where am I taking the ball out of bounds? Just all those high IQ things.
And Dame crushed that question, right? It was a great question, and then the Kings didn't draft him.
And then
good job.
Great point. Great point. That doesn't even matter if you're a smart player.
Thomas Robinson, baby.
Hey.
Thomas Robinson.
Oh, let's not say his name because that was the first time I ever got a draft pick like terribly wrong. I loved him.
A lot of people did though.
Yeah.
I loved him.
We have an update. I guess this should not be a surprise, but the Golden State Warriors will be selecting from Santa Clara, Brandon Pojemski.
And
hey, they absolutely didn't want to have another raw rookie, did they?
Wow. So what do you guys feel about this one?
I'll take this because I had to watch way too much Santa Clara as a son of the WCC. Warriors just snagged an outstanding shooter who has everything you want to see in a role-playing guard at the next level. He's absolutely ridiculous shooter, unbelievable touch when he has time with the ball. They're just going to be able to do so many DHO screen actions with him. It's just unfair that they're adding that to this roster. He's going to have to adjust to a different role than he had in Santa Clara, where he was the heart and soul of the offense and got to do way too much off the dribble stuff for my taste. But he's a great playmaker. He's a smart defender. And he led the WCC in rebounds last year as a 6'5" guard. Like
8 rebounds a game, right?
That's
8.8.
Wow.
It's ridiculous.
So
20
he
points a game, 8.8 rebounds.
crashes the glass, shoots the ball well. Okay.
Defensively, not great, though.
Yeah. Defensively, he tries hard. Like, I think he had like 1.8 steals a game, but at his size and strength and quickness deficit, like that's going to be an issue. So
it's interesting that they decided to go with him, though. It seems like they just have they need some help up front a little bit. They need some more size on that team.
He overall, from like a fit perspective, he's like a perfect Golden State Warriors guy.
Sure,
So I wasn't really surprised by it, simply because like the shooting, the ability to shoot from a ton of different places, and the overall like his process on the offensive side of the ball just seems like a Golden State Warriors type of like guard. And like I feel like it's like the Poole replacement, considering the Poole trade just occurred, and like developing under Steph Curry, developing under Chris Paul. I like that for Podziemski. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Podziemski. Brandon
But like
Podziemski.
the defense I think is the biggest knock on him. And overall creating against larger lengthier wings. He's very crafty as a driver, but he's not like super quick. So he's gonna struggle against lengthier wings, lengthier guards. But overall, it's a very safe pick. He's gonna be a contributor at the NBA level simply because he can shoot the basketball, and he's a pretty smart player and a willing defender. Good off ball, struggling on ball, but like he's gonna be a quality NBA player, and it's gonna be fun seeing him and Chris Paul probably coming off the bench for that Warriors team.
That's what I was gonna say. Him just obviously his off ball movement, creating off the ball, and Chris Paul maybe finding him, and that will hopefully elevate his game, his rookie season as well.
Yeah. And I think that the developmental thing for like a guard going into that team is kind of awesome. It's kind of like a perfect place if you're like a young guard, young rookie that wants to come in and learn. You have Steph Curry, and then you have Chris Paul, all teaching you the tricks of the trade and like figuring out and just adjusting to NBA life. So overall, it's like a good fit there.
Some people in the chat comparing Podziemski to Jack Harlow a little bit.
I'd say Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, do we have to? Yeah. Not all white people look the same. Does he look like me too? Yeah.
No,
I didn't even think about that.
You wish you were that like in shape.
All right, so Houston is on the clock right now. What do you think about them being a Whitmore team?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Brian?
unless they're trolling, unless Woj is trolling, that's where he's gonna go.
What did Woj tweet? I did not see it.
Strongly considering ending his slide at number 20.
Here we go.
Shams just tweeted.
Shams just tweeted it. Houston is selecting Cam Whitmore at number 20.
Well, good for him. But this is a guy who, like, not even a week ago, mock drafts were having him go into Houston at 4. So,
and they get him at 20.
It's an embarrassing amount of riches for Houston. And if this all works out for Cam Whitmore, goodness, Houston just absolutely bolstered their lineup right now.
Wow.
Looking from like a very quick winners losers, Houston won by like a mile and a half. I mean, you get like a top 5 caliber prospect at 20 along with Amen Thompson, and now you have like Jalen Green, Cam Whitmore, Amen Thompson all leaping at the rim on like cuts and like from Şengün. It'll be a joy to watch. That team is so damn athletic.
And then James Harden dribbling at the top of the key,
creating
step back, a late shot clock,
falling to the ground,
throwing grenades, no ball movement. Dude, those young players are
they're gonna learn so much from James Harden. It's not even funny. But seriously, if Cam Whitmore too, like let's say his health is still in question, at least there are so many young pieces and they're still trying to develop their identity, that it's not like Houston's looking for that plug and play guy right now today, you know?
And I like that he went to Houston because, like, the playmaking thing won't be as big of an issue since Amen is such a talented playmaker and Şengün is such a talented passer. So there's no pressure on him to be like a massive ball mover. He can be a fantastic play finisher for them, simply coming off a cut, simply coming off attacking closeouts, and all that sort of things that Amen and Şengün can really set him up with. So he has the opportunity to develop, considering that there's no real like onus on him to do a ton right away. And overall, I think it's a fantastic pick. And Houston has hit it out of the park with this draft. They've done a fantastic job.
Yeah, just stop and think for a second how you're going to face a Houston team in a couple of years when they have the athleticism of Thompson, Jalen Green, Tari Eason, Cam Whitmore, Jabari Smith Jr.
I completely forgot about Tari Eason. My God.
Yeah, I'm curious kind of, and we were joking about the James Harden thing, but they definitely need, like, they'll add some vets to that team. I'm wondering, like, who could be the right fit for them to bring in and kind of usher them along. And because you need that, right? You just can't let a whole bunch of young guys figure it out. You got to have some vets in that locker room. I don't know who that could be, though.
I like them trying to get out like I don't know. I'm not familiar with like the backup big man market. I really should get familiarized with that, but like maybe getting like a backup big to help improve Şengün's development and also be like a vet in the locker room would probably be ideal, considering they don't really have anyone to back up Şengün as of now. Maybe like a shot blocker, but maybe Dwight Howard. Who knows? But
bring back Dwight to Houston. Yeah.
But like I think that they have a very good talent base, and like the young wing talent that they have accumulated that can like defend and like all the athleticism is all really intriguing. So like props on Houston. This is probably Houston fans should be like over the moon with this draft class right now.
We should acknowledge all the people watching us live as we get closer and closer to the Kings draft pick at number 24. We got Bryant West hanging out with us. He's a draft analyst over at Kings Herald. And, of course, Praneel, who, by the way, I think most of you guys know, if you're just tuning in for the first time and you've not heard Praneel, he's 17 years old. He's been doing so much homework with the draft. You just launched a Substack, too, that people can check out. How do they find it? What's it called?
94FT and back. .substack.com. It's also on my Twitter, which is Praneel_C. So give me a follow and then send like the bio thing. So like make sure to subscribe because like I do a ton of like high quality stuff. It's very in depth and it'll for sure. I think that I can say that it'll for sure improve your ball knowledge. So like if you want to like understand a little bit more about the draft, I'm gonna start doing a ton more like NBA related things. I want to write about like maybe Franz Wagner and like his overall just craft. But there's a ton of things that I really do love. I love discussing about the NBA, and I'm planning on writing a ton more coming into my senior year of high school. So like there's a ton of stuff that I want to put on there. So make sure to give that a follow. It's a lot of fun writing, and if you guys like this, then give it a follow.
And that's my favorite thing about you two is that you guys are obviously both based in the Sacramento area, and just obviously everything you do when it comes to the Sacramento Kings, great, love your opinions, but truly Bryant, when it comes around draft time, Praneel, going to you throughout the season as well. It's just been such a pleasure. So, hey, thanks for always being willing to join us too.
Oh, of course. It's an honor to be here.
I'm going to drop their handles in the chat, by the way, on Twitter, so you guys can follow both. Okay, so Brooklyn's now on the clock for the next 2 picks, at least for now. And then you've got Portland and then Sacramento. Just looking at the board right now.
Let's go.
There's some options for the Kings, and I know you guys are looking around. Where are you guys at right now as we get closer to the Kings pick and we know what's available out there?
Chris Murray looms large to me here. Let's see who else. I have to readjust my entire expectations now that Cam Whitmore's gone. Hey, Leonard Miller. I completely agree with Praneel.
Yes.
Leonard Miller's number 12 on my big board.
Okay, so you're going Leonard Miller for sure over Chris Murray if he's on the board.
Yes, absolutely. I'm also a big fan of Bryce Sensabaugh. And then you got to get to like Tariq Whitehead, who's still one of my favorites.
Where are you guys at with Clowney, Noah Clowney?
I like Noah Clowney. I don't think we're gonna draft him. He's still really raw, but like the idea of Noah Clowney is so perfect for what the Sacramento Kings need. And like the idea of Noah Clowney is that he's this 6'10" forward that develops the jump shot, develops into a shot blocking wing, and he's like a version of Taylor Hendricks. And that would be the most perfect fit when it comes to the idea with Sabonis, because he can shot block, he's super athletic, he's a good finisher, solid rebounder, and if he improves the 3-point shot, damn, 3 and D 4, right there, sitting there. And the issue is that he's really raw, and he's gonna take time to develop. He's not gonna be a contributor from day one. So I don't think that Monty's not the type of guy to take a raw prospect, simply from like what we've seen.
Yeah.
But I would be completely okay with it. He's a guy that I can talk myself into very easily, and he's a guy that I really do like the idea of him and like what the flashes that he's shown as like a prospect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. I love Noah Clowney's game. To me, he'd be a guy I'd swing for here, but I agree that that's not normally the kind of player that Monty McNair goes for. I have a whole profile up on him on the Kings Herald. To me, just his ability to probably shoot the ball, threaten as a pick and roll big man, protect the basket. And he even had plays for Alabama where he was guarding out against the perimeter against smaller players. If he hits anywhere close to his ceiling, he's as perfect a fit next to Sabonis as you could get.
I'm all about that length too.
So it seems like they've got great options though.
And that's where I was gonna go next. I know we've discussed Chris Murray, and I feel like that name has been floated around mostly because of the connection with Keegan and everyone being so surprised and fulfilled with what Keegan had to provide with this organization last year. Would you guys feel confident in if Chris Murray was picked at number 24?
Yeah, I think he's going to contribute right away. One thing that I do want to preface for the Kings fans that are expecting like a Keegan level Murray shooter, I said this earlier, he's not the same level shooter. He's a different prospect, so like don't come in expecting the same level shooting. The things that Chris will provide is just high IQ basketball. He's a smart player. He knows when to cut. He's a really good at the rim finisher. I think he's at like 66% at the rim. And one thing that I really do like about him is his defense and the ability to play on ball. He's better than Keegan as an on-ball defender. So that's something that Kings fans should expect. And if he's there at 24, I'd be okay with taking him. Like I said before, there's a ton of guys that I can talk myself into. And like this draft is so deep in that 24, that 20 to 40 range when it comes to prospects that are like so close to each other, but also like very intriguing and all have skill sets that are usable for NBA teams. So I can be talking to a lot of guys, and Chris Murray's for sure one of them.
Go ahead.
I'll say this much. Chris Murray's last name wasn't Murray. He would still be a guy that we should be talking about as a top 20 player in this draft class.
That's fair. That's fair. Olivier Maxence Prosper still on the board as well. And that's a name I know that has gotten a lot more attention, especially recently. Had a good draft combine as well where he showed out in the scrimmages. So he's still on the board too. And Brooklyn is on the clock with 90 seconds to go. The pick has not leaked quite yet. And Brooklyn has the next 2 picks, at least for now. I appreciate everyone being here, by the way. If you have not yet, the biggest thing you do is click the thumbs up, hit the like button. All it does is help more people see our channel. You can make sure to subscribe to because we're dropping NBA content.
Oh, yeah.
Time.
We got over 700 people here. We need to get that thumbs up to at least 400. Let's go. Get it up to 400. Get it up to 400 if you like that number 24 pick.
Oh,
is that a cheap pop?
400?
Yeah.
It's a slap in the face to Praneel. It's a slap in the face to Bryant West, Morgan Reagan. Even Adam Wojnarowski's pissed right now.
Let's get that to 500.
Get it to 500. Okay, may have an update here.
Thank you guys.
Well, we were just talking about him. It looks like Brooklyn will be selecting Noah Clowney with the 21st pick overall. And I just looked at my screen for a second, and I saw Bryant West give up.
Man, I love that for Brooklyn. There was still a part of me that was like, I would love to see the Kings take an upside swing like Noah Clowney, but heck, that's good for Brooklyn. Take the long-term projects. That team's in more of a rebuild than I think they want to admit.
Yeah, I like the if he develops, I like the fit with Claxton. That would be a ridiculous monstrous shot blocking duo. And combine that with Mikal Bridges. Obviously, this is hypothetical if Clowney develops the way you want it to, but like a potential starting front court of Mikal Bridges, Noah Clowney, and Nicholas Claxton would be incredible on the defensive side of the ball. Simply from like the athleticism, the shot blocking, the ability to just lock down. So this is a good upside swing for Brooklyn, and I like him as a prospect. I think that they will sort of shift towards a rebuild. Maybe they're gonna not be as competitive as people think. So it's gonna be interesting, and I think he's a good talent that they went out and got.
And you talk about that defense back there, and then you got someone like Spencer Dinwiddie who's putting that ball pressure on. I mean, you got a team that's, after everything that they've been through, or they've done to themselves, they're finding a way back into the groove with some long, good pieces.
I do want to mention a couple of things. Brooklyn is still on the clock. Now, Chris Murray, I believe, had some reported interest from Brooklyn throughout this process. That is a team to watch. I know the Portland Trail Blazers have shown interest in Chris Murray, the Kings as well. I mean, he's going to be a first-round pick, but the next three teams on the board have definitely shown interest in Chris Murray. We'll see if one of those teams elects to pick. Checking my phone now because I thought I saw Praneel make a face, but you were just making a random face, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
I saw the corner of my eye and went, oh, shit, what just happened? Chat, I see you guys popping. I want you guys to drop your predictions for the Kings. What do you think is going to happen at number 24? Brooklyn is on the clock right now. Well, still at 21, but we know they're picking Noah Clowney. They have another pick at number 22. What's your prediction for number 24? I'm seeing a lot of people asking for Leonard Miller. I think that would excite a lot of Kings fans. And I don't want to dive too much into it yet because if he gets drafted, we'll really take a deep dive into him. Do you think Leonard Miller is a player who could be in the rotation for a winning team like right away?
Yes.
Yes. I think that there's going to be moments where you're like, what is he doing? He's like some lapse in judgment, but like the one thing that he does so well that people don't talk about enough is rebound. And he is such a fantastic rebounder when it comes with his motor. He's very good at attacking the glass. And like when it comes to contributing right away, he's going to be a play finisher. He's going to rebound the basketball and he's going to finish at the rim. And he's not going to get as much ball handling reps that I would hope, considering that I want him to develop that a little bit more. But like simply right away, he's going to be a backup 3-4 type of guy that's going to contribute from like a rebounding motor perspective and like a finishing perspective. And I do like him as like a pick and roll guy. He can like run the pick and roll pretty well on both as the handler and also as the roll man, which is so fun for like a 6'10" guy. But he's going to contribute right away. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Morgan, how are you feeling right now? Are you starting to get any nerves?
No, because I feel like the few guys that we're talking about, pretty much around the same size. More and more in this league, we're obviously going into positionless basketball. And so really when we talk about fit and what they can do, I want the Kings to just keep adding guys with high IQ, good team basketball player, really good at something. And whenever we keep talking about Leonard Miller, I think he's capable of doing something on both ends of the floor. And you talk about him, Praneel, in that pick and roll and just adding different actions to the Kings offense, I think is really important, especially from what we saw last year. It was like everyone depending so much on Sabonis or De'Aaron Fox to go downhill and do something. And then obviously that creation would help, but teams are going to start figuring that out, even with the amount of actions that they have. But when you add someone like Leonard Miller and you throw more of those screen and roll options, and then you have a guy, and then you have a team that's more experienced together that has built that chemistry that can not only make sure that they're spreading the floor, but also trying to create on the inside, even without Sabonis. Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Joe in the chat says, damn, are we going to pick at 8 p.m.? Why does this take so long? I do think that after like the 10th pick, they should like put it to 2.5 minutes. Not 5. Do we need 5 minutes? Like, get this shit done.
That's
didn't you hear that they were bantering around the idea of adding a third round and trying to replicate what the NFL draft is doing by making it a 2-day affair?
No.
You can't do that, right?
No, they can't do that.
I mean, you can, but like, why? I just don't understand where the benefits are.
Yeah,
I like the 1-day thing.
Yeah.
Only the super nerds stay for the second round.
Dude, could you imagine you guys doing big boards for like the third round of the draft?
Oh my God.
That'd be really hard.
God. That's so many prospects to watch.
You'd be doing a lot of draft and stash, a lot of guys. Those would be like two-way contracts, I guess, because now we have, 3 two-way spots.
Yeah, no, at that point, I'll bow out and just let Sam Vecini do his magic.
Yeah, that guy's insane with his draft guide. You're like,
ridiculous.
his parents' names are blah, 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 and their parents' names. And like, what? They worked in the coal mines. And you're like, okay, all right. I don't know if it's relevant, but I like this info. No, it's true, though. They just...
You'll appreciate it in 10 minutes when we need to know who the Kings took.
Oh, God. It's like, it's Papa Giannis part 2. We're like, oh, wow, okay.
Oh, you joke. That was the first draft where I just dropped my phone. And I was like, I got to go get some alcohol. I don't know who this guy is. I have no idea who this guy is.
And Praneel was like 10 years. Praneel was like 10 years old, I think, at the time.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy. Do you remember the Papa Giannis draft at all, Praneel?
I don't remember anything. That was 2014? Was that 2014?
Wow, was it 20?
Was it?
I don't know. No, I think it was like 2016. It's
no
funny
idea.
you start as a Kings fan watching the draft all day. There's certain times you really try to block out. You go, oh man, what happened there? I think that was 2016.
It was
because Boogie
2016.
was still on the team, right? Yeah,
Yes.
Boogie was still on the team, and that's when he did the snake emoji. Oh yeah.
Oh, that was George Karl times. Wow.
I do not remember anything about that.
It's
all I remember is that like I remember like one time where like I was still getting into like the basketball stuff like really in depth, and I'm like, why did we cut the guy that we had like that we drafted 14 and like after like 2 years later and he barely played? But like that's all I remember was him getting cut.
Dude, for being in the lottery for so long, it is crazy to think about how many miss. But at the same time, going back to something positive and just this draft, there's a lot of.
I feel like there's always more talent.
Yes.
Yeah. Every year we always say the next year's draft, like, next year's draft's not very deep, and then you get there and you're like, no, there's actually some pretty good talent. I think a lot of people have been shitting on the 2024 draft, but we'll see. But yeah, I think the more you look at this draft, you're like, there's some quality talent, and maybe it's just because basketball players nowadays are just more skilled than they've ever been.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. This class is deep, but this is also one of those classes where it's just like so many great players are coming from so many different basketball leagues all across the world. But at the same time,
we do have an update. Wow. Your guy, Dariq Whitehead, is headed to the Brooklyn Nets with the 22nd pick overall. So they steal Whitehead and Clowney from you, and now Portland will be on the clock. So Whitehead is an interesting prospect. I know both you guys know about him. I think the biggest thing that may concern teams, I think, might be just the foot issue. And, he had another surgery. But if he's right, this was a guy that was a highly recruited guy who has the ability to shoot. What do you like about him if it goes well for him at the next level?
Well, let's pretend first off that it doesn't go well. Let's pretend that the athleticism that we saw at Duke is closer to who he is now than what we saw at Montverde Academy when he was a top 5 lock. He's still going to be a good NBA player because he has an elite skill right now. He is a dynamo from deep. But if that second foot surgery helps fix the issue that apparently never healed right after the first one from last year, man, this kid, just blow the ceiling off, because his role is set. If he gets any of his athleticism back, you're talking about a 3-level score, great size, great ability to hit off the bounce, off the catch. This is a kind of guy that every team should have been trying to get.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. And I think that like Brooklyn nailed these back-to-back draft picks. I thought they were going to go with a guard. They kind of need more of a young guard prospect, since I think they're going to gear towards Revo. But like Whitehead is the ultimate upside pick. If he gets the athleticism back, as Brian was saying, you're talking about like a two-way guy that can be a 3-level scorer and also be a solid defender on the defensive side of the ball. And I mean, I really like his shooting. The shooting will keep him in the NBA for at least like 7, 8, 9 years, even if the athleticism is just done. But I think that Brooklyn clearly has something that they're trying to get at. They're trying to get at high upside guys and continue to build around Mikal Bridges. So like, good pick by Brooklyn, and they along with Houston have made 2 very good selections.
Our buddy Jill Adge just made a point that Sam Vecini noted. Whitehead's second surgery a month ago was performed by Brooklyn's team doctor. So
whoa,
they probably have more insight into his foot upside than anybody.
I mean, if you like your doctor, that's great.
And they're like, he's good. We did the right thing.
Wow.
He's gonna be good. He's a robot foot now. He's good.
Great knowledge, Jill Adge. Portland is on the clock now.
Okay.
Where do they go? And there's so many questions about their path because I feel like they are the team that's kind of stuck in the middle, right? Dame Lillard, does he still want to be there long term? He's dealt with injuries. They haven't been good the last couple of years. They just add Scoot Henderson. There's a couple of pathways they can go, obviously, here.
There
with
are
a lot
a
of
couple
talent.
pathways.
They've definitely shown interest in Chris Murray, but there's other guys on the board, including
God.
Okay.
here.
Whoa. We got. Do we have a Woj?
Oh God.
Adam Woj bomb?
The Kings are picking next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
I mean,
God, he's
he's
so
right.
good
After
at his
Portland-
job.
5 minutes.
Oh, 5.
Just to be.
Wait, so then you know who Portland
Who
already?
did Portland pick?
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea that the Kings have the next pick. Do you know
After
that?
Portland.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you said 5 minutes, which means that Portland
Is
would
this
have
your
already.
first draft, or you just?
We have an update. We have an update. Portland will be selecting Chris Murray. I told you that they had interest in him. The Portland Trailblazers are selecting Chris Murray.
I know. Adam really liked him.
You're still
Because Adam was a huge.
No. You're a big Keegan fan. What's going on? What's going through your mind, Adam?
To be completely candid, are you serious?
Oh, is he mad?
Am I serious about what?
Did they pick Chris Murray?
Yes.
They picked
We're
Chris
not
Murray.
lying to you.
Ah, man. I don't know. Well, who's left? Who can we get now? Who's left?
Adam Wojnarowski has zero
I
breakdown.
mean it. Didn't we want? We wanted it. I say we. I'm not biased. I'm not a biased.
Carlin's by you, and I think he wanted.
Look, the cat's down here. What's going?
That's a dog.
This is a mess.
That's a dog.
Oh, that's okay. Well, I don't know.
You're really. So you had your eyes set on Chris Murray at 24.
Well, Chris Murray. I mean, I had him in my top 5.
Oh,
why do you love Chris Murray?
I had him in my top 5 last year.
Why do you love him so much?
Oh, he can shoot the ball. He's just like Keegan Murray. What's there not to like? This guy's a great player.
I feel like Adam hasn't even watched Chris Murray. He's only going off of what Keegan Murray can do.
That's exactly correct, Morgan. Yes.
All twins are the same.
Isn't that science? Isn't it? I gotta. Do I stay here? What do I do? I'm lost now. I'm listless.
I feel bad for you. I can tell you're really broken up about this. You love the Murrays.
I love the Murrays, and what are they gonna? Those poor family in Portland. What are they gonna do up there?
Have you seen the streets of Portland? It's unsafe.
I've not done enough research on the streets of Portland to make a call one way or the other on that. Oh God!
Well,
look at this. This is despicable.
Oh no! They're showing the stage, and you know what?
Wait,
I may even let you hear the audio.
Can we make a trade right now? Is it possible?
University of Iowa.
Chris Murray. Okay.
Chris Murray.
Well, the Kings are officially on the clock now. The Kings are officially on the clock. Let's bring in our panel. We've got Adam Wojnarowski here. Morgan Reagan. We've got Praneel and Bryant West. The Kings are officially on the clock. Chris Murray to Portland. What do you guys think here at number 24? I'm not going to ask for predictions. I'm asking you, what would you guys do with this pick at 24? Is it Leonard Miller?
Leonard Miller.
Leonard Miller.
I put my phone away. I'm just waiting for you guys to announce it because
He's
I don't want to.
waiting. I like it.
I really want Leonard Miller, so I'm like, I am.
Here we go, Praneel.
I'm kidding. It's not ready.
Oh,
Come on.
Come on.
why
It's
would
horrible.
Wait, Adam? So do you want Leonard Miller too? If
Uh,
our draft experts want Leonard Miller, I assume you want Leonard
Can
Miller.
I be honest? I'm going to throw this out of left field and throw in a baseball reference here. I apologize for that. I hope that's okay. I like that Vucevic kid. I like
Vukovic.
Vukovic. I like Tristan Vukovic. Yeah, I know he's projected to go in the 50s or the 60s. I like him.
I like that guy.
I like him.
Yeah.
Kings should get him with their second round.
Tell
pick.
me I'm wrong, Praneel. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong. Vukovic is a good prospect, but I'm not taking him at 24.
Not taking him at 24.
Okay. All right. Well,
I wouldn't be mad
temperature a
at
little
the
bit
idea.
here.
Once again, I can talk myself into it, but like I think he can be there in the second round.
There you go for the Kings.
I agree.
Okay, do we think that Monty would take Leonard Miller?
Wait,
Please,
okay.
man.
I know you guys are so high on Leonard Miller, but like,
Who are some other options?
Here's my question though: you're not,
There's plenty of options.
but you're not expecting
yeah.
Leonard Miller to be this rim protector. So, and you don't have this like true pure rim protector. Is there any other length like waiting there that can protect a rim right away?
I think Leonard Miller's the best rim protector left in this draft. Like,
Okay.
I think he's much better than the 0.8 blocks per game signifies, especially in March. He averaged 1.7 blocks per game to end that season in that incredible late season run for the Ignite. So I honestly think that he's not going to be a primary rim protector, but
We got a trade! The Kings are trading RICHAUN HOLMES and number 24 to Dallas. Adam had it. Or excuse me, Adrian had it. You didn't have it, Adam. We have a trade. RICHAUN.
Son of a.
Wait, what?
No. This is according to Adrian Wojnarowski right now.
Adrian.
The Kings are trading RICHAUN HOLMES at number 24 to Dallas. Shams is reporting that the Kings are selecting Olivier Maxent Prosper at number 24, trading them to Dallas. Wow.
For who?
We don't know. We do not have the details quite yet.
Is this a salary dump? Please tell me this isn't just a salary dump.
Let's find out.
Ooh, Bryant with the side eye. Holy moly, you guys.
It's a salary dump. We just traded away for the trade exception.
Oh, was that the $17 million partial one that they had? Let's see here.
I think okay, I'm gonna make a prediction real quick. I think we're eyeing in on Kyle Kuzma. I think that's what this signifies. They're trying
clearing
to create
space.
They're clearing space to go after maybe a Kyle Kuzma.
Holy shit.
I wouldn't be mad at that, but like Leonard Miller was right there, man. And as a guy that absolutely loved Leonard Miller as a prospect, I'm sad as of now, but like I understand if you're going after like a swing for like a Kyle Kuzma, trying to go after like a big five, a big scoring wing, it makes sense. It makes sense. I get the idea, but
well, and that's the thing. So RICHAUN HOLMES next year would have made $12 million. He has a player option the year after for 12.8. They've been trying to shop RICHAUN for a long time. No one was biting because of the deal. He hasn't really played. He wasn't a factor last year for Sacramento. And to dump him, they attach a first-round pick. And so are they just, like you said, just clearing space to chase a Kyle Kuzma in free agency? We're waiting on more details, but...
Okay, so remember when we were talking about last year's draft and I thought, okay, for sure, not for sure, but I thought there was a possibility they were going to trade that high draft pick because they wanted a player that was already established in the NBA. If they wanted to get into the playoffs, blah, 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 whatever. Keegan ended up being amazing. So now it kind of feels like it's happening this season or this draft, and they possibly want to go with the more established player that's already in the NBA to take their team to the next level. I mean, could that be the mindset then?
Yeah, I absolutely think that's the mindset. It's just kind of hard to sit here and think that's the happy ending use of the 24th pick right now. If this ends up and they get Kyle Kuzma or they get another big time guy coming in at that cap space, heck, I probably will complain. But sitting here,
yeah, it's tough to
2.5
know
hours of this
without the complete like picture. And you're laughing too a little bit because it's like they waited till right when the pick was announced to the trade that happened.
Well, and I'm laughing too because I just think about all the work that like Praneel and Bryant West they do. I mean, and not just you guys, obviously, so many people that cover the draft and put their mock drafts up and everything. But it's like there's something about that team that you cover, especially picking someone that you have studied for so long that feels fulfilling. And as of right now, that's not what's happening with the Sacramento Kings at 24.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Holy shit. This is a lot to process.
Not Nate Duncan just reported that the Kings now have over $30 million in cap space. And what did Kyle Kuzma said he wanted? $30 million.
Yeah, he shouldn't get 30 million.
That's cute.
He shouldn't get 30 million, but
He
what
can-
I'm
he-
saying is that like
He can have 22 and be fine. Okay. But no, the fact that the Kings have 30 million in cap space, that opens some things up too, because we keep mentioning Kyle Kuzma for a second, but I think we have to acknowledge that like we don't know what's happening with Jeremy Grant either in Portland. We don't know what direction Portland's going to go. I mean, the fact that the Kings are in a position right now to have $30 million in cap space is pretty significant for a team who is the number 3 seed in the Western Conference in a situation where there aren't like a ton of great teams with cap space. Like the teams with cap space are what? The Pistons, Spurs, Pacers, and now Sacramento's in there.
Yeah,
I think that
it's a great thing to have cap space, but you got to use it first before you can.
You're right.
Clap yourself on the back for getting it.
But do you think they make this trade without knowing?
No.
That's the thing. I feel like there's got to be some level of confidence that they know they're going to be able to land a decent fish in free agency.
I think that I'm gonna say it again. I think that we're eyeing Kyle Kuzma. Monty wanted to trade for Kyle Kuzma in the Buddy Hield trade, and it just feels like it's coming around full circle right now, right here. So that's the prediction. That's the really prediction I have.
All right, and we have over 1,000 people watching right now. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and checking us out. But please make sure you hit that thumbs up. It just helps our channel grow. And we're only at 434 thumbs up. So let's get that up to at least 500.
Yeah, and we need to process this a little bit too,
Thank
okay?
you.
Because we just got breaking news. We're all sitting here, hey, what's going to happen? Is it Leonard Miller? Oh, Chris Murray just got drafted. And then boom, we get a bomb that's reported that the Kings have traded RICHAUN Holmes to the Dallas Mavericks along with the 24 pick to clear cap space. Nate Duncan reporting that the Kings will now have $30 million in cap space, and that 24 pick ends up being Olivier Maxence Prosper going to Dallas in that deal. Dallas has already made a trade where they traded down to 12 to land Derek Lively, the big man. Now they get RICHAUN Holmes, who, look, it's been a minute for him. It seems like since the Tyrese Halliburton trade, it hasn't been the same guy. He's dealt with a lot of things personally. He had the weird eye injury. He had to deal with the guy that he had a great chemistry with, Tyrese Halliburton, getting moved.
Traded,
And, they brought in Domantas Sabonis. This could be a good chance for him to revitalize his career a little bit with a team that needs him and will probably use him.
Yeah, I think that the Luka-RICHAUN Holmes fit is actually really good, and RICHAUN will love playing with Luka Doncic when it comes to the pick and roll stuff. And it's something that the Kings really went away from. We didn't run as much pick and roll with the new DHO system, with the new ball movement and the motion offense. So going to Dallas will hopefully be a career revival for RICHAUN, who I really loved his time in Sacramento. He was a fantastic King, super high energy guy. Provided a lot of great movements. The push shot will always be one of my favorite, like just overall, just like random things that I didn't expect, and just like, wow, he's so good at that random play. But like, it'll be sad seeing RICHAUN go, but like, I'm excited to see what we're doing for agency. Free agency is going to be a lot of fun as a Sacramento Kings fan.
Yeah, I just maintain, Bryant, I don't think you can make a move like this if you don't have. And I know technically you're not supposed to talk in free agency yet, but we know how this damn league works.
Right.
Everybody's talking, right?
Yeah.
They must have a pretty good indication that opening up space, they would be able to land someone like Kyle Kuzma in free agency.
Yeah. And whoever they get in free agency will be better for this team than whoever they drafted here at 24. That's not a concern.
Mm-hmm.
It's
30 million of cap space.
Interesting talking about how we were just talking about RICHAUN Holmes and him in the pick and roll, right? And then when we were even talking about Leonard Miller being drafted at 24 for the Sacramento Kings possibly, and just him in the pick and roll. And what gave us more confidence in that new guy that we never got to see with RICHAUN Holmes, who could never find his groove here. I don't know. I think it's something that I want to see more with the Sacramento Kings this season. Again, we talk about all the DHOs. I just want to throw in that action with a little bit more pick and roll actions. But for RICHAUN Holmes, at least now, he'll get to do what he does best, and that's put him and Luka in that pick and roll, put a healthy, in shape Luka for the start of the year in that role, and you got something more than what you have right now in Dallas.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if RICHAUN Holmes starts over Derek Lively, who we were just talking about didn't make sense for Dallas as a raw big man. So,
holy shit, guys! And while we've been talking, and we're going to talk more about the draft throughout the night for sure. But so the 25th pick was Boston's. They traded that to the Pistons to move down to 31. So you'll have the Pistons drafting with the 25th pick overall. But we're trying to digest what just went down. So much talk. I feel I know you guys just like the draft in general. These are the moments I feel kind of bad for people like you who are Kings fans, supporters, who have literally spent months prepping for the draft, talking about best fits, who you want, and then we're right on the heels of them making the pick, and they traded it.
Traded it the second that Chris Murray was off the board.
Wow.
You don't think that had anything to do with it, right? Okay.
No, I don't. But it's still pretty funny.
Yeah. I mean, from like a draft nut perspective, I mean, it's a little bit bittersweet, but like it's still really fun, just like the overall experience and like doing all this work and then seeing these fun fits, these fun things overall on the league. Because like I am a Sacramento Kings fan, but outside of that, I'm also like a massive NBA fan. So like even though the Kings traded out and I did get to see a guy that I really liked, like Leonard Miller, going to my favorite team, it's still fun seeing all these like hypothetical stuff that happens. And who knows? Maybe he falls to 38. Who knows?
Hey, you never know.
I want to bottle up his optimism there and inject it into my veins, because I tell you, I ain't feeling that right now.
I can tell, Bryant.
Nice, good young buck energy right there.
You look like you got that like dagger in the heart. Like, why?
Yeah.
I had this feeling it didn't happen this way.
134-page notes in Google Docs, not using any of them.
That's hilarious. I'm looking too, because our guy Dave in Discord is saying that the Kings have like 37 million of cap space. I don't know what the official number is of cap space at this point. I know Nate Duncan saying it's 30 plus million. I wish I could say I'm a big cap guru guy, but I'm not. I can't really do the math on the fly. But either way, they're gonna have some money here. Man,
I think if you like waive Barnes's bird rights, you get like maybe something close to like 35 plus, but like I honestly have no clue. It'll have to do the 30 plus million figure that's being talked around has to be something related to like the waiving Barnes's cap hold, because I'm not sure if we have 30 million simply from like the stuff that we've done right now.
So how are you guys feeling overall? I mean, I guess that you just, without knowing who they're going to get in free agency, it's tough to say, but are you disappointed, or how are you feeling that you had to tag that 24 pick to get rid of RICHAUN's salary?
Yeah, that's annoying, especially for a guy who 2 years ago was a meaningful, big contributor for this team. It's frustrating that you have to use a first-round pick to get him out of here, but at the end of the day, if it improves the team in a week and a half once free agency starts, all frustration will go out the window. Sitting here doing all this draft work, the goal of it is to see the Sacramento Kings improve. They're probably going to be able to improve off of this. Is it frustrating to see them have to use a first round draft pick to do so? Yeah, but they'll probably be a better team out of this than they would have in the alternative.
And I think that like for me personally, I'm gonna wait before I make a real like take on this, because like it's honestly just an incomplete. This was made for the free agency. This move was made with the thoughts of free agency. So depending on what we do with this money, I will make like an actual reaction and like actually like go, oh, I hate it, oh, I love it, based off of that.
I think the other thing we have to acknowledge too is we talk about the 24 pick, like whoever you get in free agency is going to be more impactful than 24 pick, as you mentioned, Bryant West. but they're going to be more impactful than RICHAUN Holmes on your roster. And that's just, he wasn't playing here. And we can have the debates about should he have played more? Should they have given him more of a chance throughout the year? It just wasn't going to be here. And I think the other thing that I'm happy for RICHAUN is the Kings did right by him. Like, don't just let this guy sit on the bench forever. Put him in a spot in Dallas where he's likely going to get some run and allow him to play again, because I know he hasn't looked good at times.
Sure.
He's a better NBA player than he has been playing when he's gotten the opportunity.
Situational, you guys. I think this is going to be something that's really situational for him, finding his role with whatever team. I mean, obviously it being Dallas right now, but hoping that works for him because he's such a good guy, and just the way that he stayed up and positive down the bench all throughout the season when he knew he wasn't going to play a minute. And then the emotions he showed when he showed up big against the Lakers when Domas was out and everything. It was just like, this guy has such a love for the game. You want him to be able to be out there and get those minutes.
Well, a couple of notes just real fast to get your guys' reactions to this too. And we're going to keep talking Kings and stuff because we got a lot of people here to check us out. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you're subscribed. All does help us grow. The 25th pick that ended up going to the Pistons, Marcus Sasser from Houston goes to the Pistons. I like that for them. And then 26, Ben Shepherd goes to the Indiana Pacers. That guy can shoot it. Your guys' reactions to those picks?
Starting with, go ahead.
In sync. I love how in sync you guys are.
I love Marcus Sasser. This seems the right spot for him. Detroit's going to absolutely love him off that bench or as a fringe starter, depending on how they run their lineups. He's a great two-way player. To me, he was the most underrated prospect in this first round.
Yeah, the shot creating upside that he can provide for the Pistons is going to be a lot of fun. I mean, he's 6'1" with like a 6'8", 6'9", I think a 6'7", 6'8" wingspan shows. And he was a tenacious defender at Houston, kind of the head of the snake of that really good defensive team. And I like it for the Pistons. They're trying to, he'll be a great guy off the bench, I think. I don't know if he'll probably start. They're probably going to go like some version of Cade, Ivy, and Asor. But overall, it's a good get for the Pistons, and he'll be great off the bench. And he's a very good shot creator and very good as a scorer. So it'll be a lot of fun to see him play with Asor, Cade, and Ivy.
Are you guys a little shocked that Leonard Miller hasn't gone yet?
Of course,
yes,
yes, very.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, maybe that means he falls to 38.
Ooh, could you imagine? Here's a question for the room.
Yeah.
I put up a poll question. One was, do you want the Kings to sign Kuzma? Believe it or not, out of all the people who voted, 55% people saying no.
Wow.
Whoa.
I know. The next question I had just for the group, you can choose. One of them will come to your team and sign with you. Jeremy Grant or Kyle Kuzma?
Jeremy Grant. Yeah.
Grant.
Bryant is also Grant.
I
I'm going to answer for Bryant. Bryant?
Don't put him in
Yeah.
It's Grant.
I didn't pressure him.
You kind of did, I feel like. Brian, don't let her.
It is Jeremy.
It's Grant.
Yeah.
Which is weird because I imagine the entire Kings Herald staff, every single one of them besides me, are massive Kyle Kuzma fans. I bet they're all disagreeing with me right now.
Wow. That's interesting because I think some people just want to crap all over Kyle Kuzma when they hear his name. They think Mr. Hollywood, okay, what is he really going to do? But I mean, what he was even doing with Washington, last season, averaging 21 points a game.
As a playmaker.
Yeah, like he was big for them. And but Jeremy Grant, to me, just his motor and what he can do on both sides of the floor, it's a no-brainer.
I've been talking about Jeremy Grant and the Kings for a while. The only pause I have.
What's the pause?
He's going to want a big deal. We know this. The Kings have some cap space. He'll want a 4-year deal. He's 29. I mean, Kuzma is a little younger. I mean, it's
27, going to be 28 next season.
What I love about Jeremy Grant is having a guy who could defend multiple positions, who has a length, who has shown this scoring ability, averaged a career high in points last year, but you don't need him to average 20 points a game. So I don't know. If you have a chance to get Jeremy Grant, I think it's something to watch. And they may love Kyle Kuzma, but the Jeremy Grant thing, I'm keeping a close eye on just because I don't know where Portland's going.
Hey, here's another one. Sacramento going to be giving Chris Middleton a call?
Ooh.
You know, can I just say this? I'm out. No,
Why?
thanks. I don't. You better trust your doctors. All I know is I saw a guy that did not look the same, and he is having a procedure again, right? And I don't know. You just think about the mileage on him. I get concerned over that. I really do.
At 31, what kind of deal would
He wants
you
a
have
lot.
to say? Okay.
He just opted out of a $40 million final year.
Yeah.
That's true.
And he knows he's getting paid. Well, you would give Middleton a call?
As a shooter and a defender, yeah. I definitely, when it comes to the age, it's probably Kuzma or Grant for me.
Yeah.
And sorry, go ahead.
I have reservations on the length of the contract. I don't want to like be paying like a 35-year-old slowly getting washed out Chris Middleton at like the end of the deal, like $30-40 million. If like, while I'm also paying Domantas Sabonis like a max and De'Aaron Fox a max, and also thinking about like a Keegan Murray extension. So like that's the one thing that scares me. I don't want him to like, because like he's getting up there. He's on the wrong side of 30, and he's probably getting closer to the point where the prime just starts drifting down. So
there's just something that hurts a little more when a 17-year-old says the wrong side of 30. You know what I mean? Doesn't it kind of?
Yeah, I don't think of Praneel as a 17-year-old, but then when you put it like that, it's like, yeah, don't dislike.
I do want to update a couple of picks here. We mentioned Ben Shepherd going to the Pacers. Nick Smith going 27th overall to the Charlotte Hornets, and then the Utah Jazz selecting Bryce Sensabaugh.
That's a great pick for Utah. Absolutely. He was probably falling that far because of his own knee concerns, but in terms of his shot making ability, he's one of the best creators in this league.
Ridiculous.
In the draft.
I like the Nick Smith pick like a ton. I mean, that's a fantastic value pick. I am really high on Nick Smith. I probably am one of the highest guys in overall the draft community. I'm really, really high on him. I think that getting a guy like Nick Smith to pair with LaMelo Ball and like his in-between game, Nick Smith's in-between game is fantastic. He has the best floater in the draft, and it's not close. He's such a fantastic in-between scorer, and he has his own like injury concerns. He struggled, I think, creating space. I think I'm gonna attribute that to his own knee concerns. But overall, I do love Nick Smith to Charlotte. I think that he's going to contribute and he's going to develop well. Hopefully they don't mess with his development. I pray they don't, because he's a really fun prospect, and I really did enjoy evaluating him. And I think that if he pans out, he's going to be great in Charlotte.
I have a question for the chat in the group.
What?
What if you use the cap space
for?
Well, what's some of the Kings' weaknesses?
Rim protection,
defense,
as yes,
toughness?
the generic. Not. Are you even talking about Dylan Brooks?
No.
Okay, thank God.
Okay.
I'm
talking about someone
Draymond his ass
with some championship pedigree.
Who?
Oh,
Draymond? Who?
Mike Brown's old buddy.
Who?
Dre. Ma.
Oh,
Green.
That's not going to happen.
You know what's going? Just mark this down. Draymond Green. There's going to be a report that Draymond in talks with the Kings, and he's going to be using it as leverage. I'm sure in some way. I don't know how, because actually that doesn't work because the Warriors could pay him more.
I had to switch my headphones. Did Deuce just say that he wanted to use that cap space on Draymond?
No, I'm just saying. What if?
Yeah.
What if they use?
Did he say that?
What if?
You said, oh no, Morgan, I'm not saying they should sign Dylan Brooks, but I'm saying I'm saying the guy who punched his teammate.
I said, what about the idea?
Hey, you don't see Bryant mad often. He looks pissed.
You know, here's my thing. Like, Draymond would be too freaking expensive, but like honestly, I would love him on the Kings. I would. I mean, I would not pay him 25, 30. But
I'm surrounded by Warriors fans. I'm surrounded by family who are big-time Warriors fans.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of them during the playoffs said, oh, I can't wait till Draymond's gone this summer.
Oh, yeah.
And then every single one of them looked at me and was like, the Kings would sign him, right? And I'm like, why do you think we'd want him here?
I think that Draymond's skill set overlaps too much with Sabonis's. And I mean, like, the defense is great, but like, what is he going to do on offense that Sabonis doesn't?
Yep.
Like, what are we doing there? And
that's
the
the
only
biggest
reason,
thing.
Not only that. Go on, Praneel.
The only reason you get Draymond is if you want to like play him in non-Sabonis minutes, because you can't play him with Sabonis because they can't shoot. What are you gonna do spacing wise,
dude?
Hey, you want to go to Domantas Sabonis and say, hey, we're gonna use all that cap space we just got on the guy who stomped on you in the playoffs.
Thank you.
I would say the opposite. We're going to use it on the guy's foot you grabbed and try to prevent from running back down the floor.
You dirty son of a bitch, Sabonis.
Let's see here. We have an update from, Denver's picking at 29. Let's see here.
Trace Jackson Davis.
No, it's not.
Nope. Okay.
Let's see.
I like
dirty
this.
zag.
I like this.
Julian, how do you say his last name?
Strother.
Strother?
Yeah.
Strother.
What do you like about him? Why did you like it?
Shooting. He's a fantastic shooter. And I was watching this Gonzaga Kentucky game. I was evaluating Case and Wallace, and like the first 3 plays was just Julian Strother spot up threes, and it was just cash. He didn't even touch the rim. It was ridiculous. And I mean, as a shooting prospect, Julian Strother is kind of awesome. He's in like a long list of like great shooting prospects in this draft. He's gonna have issues defensively. I think he's not super quick, a little bit undersized as like a forward or wing type of guy, but like he's still a very, very good shooter. And like Denver's probably trying to add more of that scoring off the bench to pair with like Bruce Brown and like Jeff Green and Christian Braun. But like the shooting is a big. Yeah, that's what he's really good at, and he's gonna impact them in that facet.
And
I have no idea why his defense is such knocked him so far down the draft when Gonzaga's had way worse defenders go way higher than this before.
We should also note that this pick, it says on the clock the Pacers, but the Pacers made a trade with Denver right the other day, so Denver was able to move in and get that 29th pick, so that's how they were able to achieve it. The Clippers will be the final pick of the first round, and there's a lot of interesting names. What do they do? I mean, they could use another big. I mean, you got Zubats. They tried Plumlee, who's a free agent, but I mean, also I don't know what they're doing. It's like what path are they taking at this point? There's been some noise about them maybe shopping Paul George.
Well, yeah, you guys, do you think that they're going to end up this season with both Paul George and Kawhi Leonard on their roster?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they're gonna keep both of them. I don't see the biggest reason for that is that they're opening a brand new arena, I think in like a year, with like that they need to fill seats in. And it's a massive project, and I don't see them blowing it up from like a money perspective, and like it doesn't seem like a smart financial move.
And
but
they
like,
don't have any picks forever.
Oh yeah,
this isn't a team that can even hesitate at all to be winning.
Yeah.
Well, then why not? Why not break up those two guys? It's like it's all about availability, and both those guys seem to have problems with staying on the floor, especially Kawhi Leonard. You never know how many games he's going to play in a season right now. But you know that they're great when they're out there. So with that, why not trade away for some assets? Because you still have a big name in one of those guys that you keep.
Yeah, it all depends on who's available in the market for one of those two guys. And if those guys are as valuable to the Clippers as Paul George or Kawhi Leonard would be.
We have a minor trade. Minnesota has traded to get the number 33 pick from San Antonio. They're sending a couple of second-round picks.
I'm gonna throw out a prediction. Okay. I think they're gonna take Leonard Miller. I think they're gonna stop his fall. If he falls 33, I think that's the guy they're targeting.
Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Man. Get all the defensive forwards around Cat.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I think that's something that they probably want.
And Sacramento is picking again at number 38. The Kings, for those who are just checking us out right now, the Kings had the 24th pick. They traded it along with RICHAUN Holmes to the Dallas Mavericks. They're clearing cap space. It looks like at the rough estimates right now, 30+ million. The 24 pick ended up being Olivier Maxence Prosper from Marquette. He lands with the Dallas Mavericks. They already made a trade to trade down to 12. They drafted the center from Duke, Derek Lively, and now they add RICHAUN Holmes to the mix, so the Kings do not make a pick at 24. Their next scheduled pick is coming up at 38.
Here's a question, you guys. It's been about 3 hours. Am I allowed to go to the bathroom?
Whoa, you get tinkle time.
I feel bad. What about these two? Like,
yeah, how come you guys haven't had to go pee yet?
they're actually peeing
I already
in their
did.
Okay, and by the way, you guys are allowed. I just need you guys to know this because one, we've kept you on a lot here. I really enjoyed like our whole back and forth. You know, my idea is we'll go to them, but I've just enjoyed the conversation. You know, if you like take a bite of food, like you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to get up and go to the bathroom. Like, don't feel like you're chained to your area.
I have no real need to like get up. I pretty much have everything I really want.
And how about Praneel with her very clean room?
Yeah.
For a teenager, for a 17-year-old?
Very impressive. Oh, beanbag and all.
Do you use that beanbag?
No, yes, the chair kind of covers it up perfectly.
Yeah.
It's not that clean. It's just like there's stuff over there. I sort of cleaned it up so that I can like be presentable up here.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
job.
looks like it became a dresser for him.
Yeah, I have like books and like binders and like random stuff on there. I don't even know.
Yeah. Meanwhile, don't open this closet behind me.
Oh, it's poking out a little bit. I can only imagine, Brian.
Dude, I don't know what the hell's in that thing.
It starts moving.
Yeah. It's Adam Wojnarowski. Yeah. I was like, how'd you get there? All right, so Maury's got tinkle time. I appreciate everyone hanging out with us right now. We're going to be on throughout the draft. And by the way, I don't know that you two are hanging out the whole time. It's fine. Yeah,
I am staying until the Sacramento Kings make a pick.
Yeah. Okay. Deal. What happens if they never make a pick? What happens if they trade out of the draft?
Yeah. Watch this. They'll get either Leonard Miller or Sidi Sissoko, my two favorite guys, still on the board, and then I'll be happy and all will be forgiven.
I think 38 is going to be either Trace Jackson Davis or Leonard Miller, and then I will be content knowing that they filled at least one thing that I thought they needed to fix.
The Kings have, at the moment, they have the 38th pick, and then they pick again with 54 overall. So, and it's intriguing from the standpoint. Well, okay, let me sell this the right way. You got to be a hardcore basketball fan to really get excited about like a late second round pick. But now with the addition of another two-way contract in the NBA, you have 3 two-way contracts for NBA teams, and so that allows for you to take some chances here and to develop some guys. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
I think that there is a chance that at 54, we can get a GG Jackson, who's like probably a super high ceiling guy. Obviously there's been rumors that he's been an awful workout and he has like rumors of like sitting down vaping right after a workout ended. But
wait. He vaping? Yeah. Like he just bust out was a vape like in his shorts and he took it out?
Yeah, I mean there was like a rumor that was circulating on Twitter. I don't know how much validity there is to it, but like there's rumor
you weren't
that
the only
like,
one that heard it.
Yeah, so like there's some character issues there. And also he's very like he doesn't want to play defense. He did not want to play defense in South Carolina, but like the ceiling of a GG Jackson would be like very, very high. So like maybe at 54 for like a swing. I'm down with it. Like that's like a very low risk, high reward type of situation, and I wouldn't be mad at all if we like waste like 54 on that.
Shout out to Carlin joining us, by the way, here. We do have an update, and this is for the LA Clippers. The final pick of the first round of the NBA draft is in the books. They will select Colby Brown. Colby Brown is selected number 30 overall by the Clippers. Your guys' reaction to that news?
Yeah, not surprising. He's the exact kind of power wing they always love to get more of.
Yeah, and I mean, I honestly haven't watched too much of Colby Brown, but like what I do know is that he can produce right away, and he sort of fits what they're trying to do. He'll come out and help them contend, and like the Clippers as a whole just have way too many wings, I feel like, and I don't know if Colby Brown will be like a guy that'll be in the rotation right away. I know he's a solid shooter, he can defend a little bit, but like when it comes with their roster construction, they're kind of running into the same issues that they had last year, which is who's going to play point guard and who's going to play center. And that's the biggest concern that I have with the Clippers.
I do want to share a Damian Barling tweet that came out just a few minutes ago. And this is what he's putting out there. And look, Damian last year broke the Malik Monk news. He broke earlier that the Kings were aggressively pursuing OG Anunoby. He says things to look for in the next week: a Domantas Sabonis extension, perhaps in the range of 185 to 196 million. Harrison Barnes, likely 3 years, between $52 and $60 million. and confirmation on Sasha. He goes on to write, I've lost confidence in a deal for OG for a variety of reasons.
If all we're doing is re-upping guys, I'm gonna go with meh. Just
if you had a clear cap space to like give to re-sign, well, you wouldn't need to do that. Technically, you wouldn't need a clear cap space to re-sign your own guy.
It's maybe the Sasha thing. That's the one thing that I'm like, maybe they do want to give him like the 10 million, but like, I think they're throwing more smoke. There has to be like they have to be targeting someone new to go out and trade an asset like 24.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to clear space when like you don't need cap space, right, to re-sign your own guys. You know, and even with Sasha, you would have a trade, you would have the mid-level that like if you wanted to pay him, you could pay him up to 12.2 million per year.
So it has to be more about.
Yeah, I don't know. That one, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll wait and see. I don't know.
You guys, I personally think it would be naive for us to think that they traded away that 24th pick and RICHAUN Holmes just for a salary dump. Like we're talking about a team that kept finding ways to evolve last year. And then you're talking about an organization that made the big Tyrese and Sabonis trade, found a way to get like Malik and Kevin Huerter and everything. So I don't know. It's just hard for me to believe.
Yeah, it's hard for me to believe too, but it's more so than anything a wait and see.
Ugh.
Yeah, interesting.
I hate wait and sees. I hate.
All right, so now we are moving into the second round of the NBA draft, guys.
Let's go.
I appreciate all you guys hanging out with us.
Yeah. And now I'm going to ask Mo for permission to go to the bathroom.
Me too.
Oh.
Me too.
Apparently that's necessary.
Both of you? Yeah, sure. Go away. Praneel and I got it. You're allowed to go to the bathroom. 5 minutes is on the clock for both of you. Ugh. All right, Praneel. Something I wanted to ask you guys, because as we go into the second round, I was thinking, gosh, you guys, like how I tried cramming and studying up for the draft, and obviously knowing hoops, like I know basketball players, whatever. But then as we continue to get deeper and deeper into the first round and then go into the second round, and you and Bryant obviously have so much knowledge on these guys, what's the number one thing you do with studying it? Does it have to do with the video, or does it have to do with what you read on them and then you go check out the games and the video?
It's a combination of both. And like for me, it's harder for me to get like videos like right away because like I'm a full-time student, so like I have homework and stuff. So I found a ton of sites and like YouTube channels that like post full games, which I watch whenever I have free time. So like there's like, for anyone, by the way, I'm just gonna like put it out there for anyone that wants to watch prospect stuff, there's this channel called the Draftmatic and also has DM 2.0. They're awesome, man. They post so many things, and like I exclusively go there whenever I want clips, whenever I want to watch games, full games. They have so many different prospect games, and it's honestly an awesome channel that I've utilized to its full extent when it comes with like my evaluation. And like for me, I'm a big data guy too. So like I look at like I first read up, figure out what games are like solid and what games I want to watch, and then I watch maybe 2 or 3 games. And then I look at the advanced metrics and like really key in on that. There's some prospects that I completely abandon the advanced metrics part because like I completely fall in love with them. One of the guys was like Ricky Council. I didn't even realize his advanced metrics were like kind of bad until like Sacramento Dave sort of keyed me in on that in our Discord. But like but most of the time that's my process. I start with I figure out what games I want to watch. Then I go into the actual game watching, and then I check the advanced metrics and then see if the stats match up with the eye test, and then sort of keying everything together as like an overall like understanding of a prospect.
I do have an update I want to pop in here. We have some more movement. Charlotte is acquiring James Najee at number 31 from Boston. So Charlotte gets that pick at 31. They're sending number 34 and 39 to Boston. So James Najee.
That's your guy.
No, don't say he's my guy. I've just been intrigued. I fall in love with. I just look at that guy. I'm like, that guy's 18 years old. He's being played. He's played sparingly. I get it in the Euro League, but this guy can block shots.
He looks
He's
like
huge.
He does not look 18.
I do think it's curious because they just drafted a center last year in the
And
lottery.
the year before.
Mark Williams. Yeah,
Mark Williams
Charlotte-
and Kai Jones.
Yeah,
What-
so
what-
Charlotte loves raw centers, I guess. They
Yeah,
keep going after
jeez.
these like raw center prospects that like one of them might pan out. Like that weird quirk, and then the Pistons weird quirk, which is going after like high draft picks that didn't pan out.
It's very interesting. That he's super raw, obviously. We're aware of that. But I mean, I think if you're a team that's kind of in a rebuild, like you want players like that, but you're right. It is intriguing that they decide to trade up to get this guy when they've invested picks in prior drafts into bigs. So that's very, very fascinating. I do want to give some love to people watching us live, including people who have donated. We've got a lot more followers and subscribers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Westside Kings fan donated. Appreciate that. Also, Ben donating some Australian bucks. He says, if Monty can draft one of CD or Miller at 38 by promising to put them straight onto a guaranteed deal, look at Holmes' dump for 38 and would call that an incredible draft day for the Kings.
Would you guys be happy with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. If Monty wants me to go have a nice evening, he would be calling either one of those guys right now and saying, hey, we have a need for both of you.
Dude.
Let's go.
Dude. Okay. Well, I'm glad there's a path to, I know Praneel's in better spirits, but I'm glad that there's a path to make Bryant West a little happier as this NBA draft night continues. But yeah, I think maybe they know something that we don't too with Leonard Miller, especially like if he does keep dropping and they're like, we know he's a second rounder and that's where we can get him. And we know of something else that we want to go after in free agency, dump this salary, give RICHAUN Holmes a new home. Let's go. The amount
Leonard Miller's dropping is making me think, what do I not know about him? Because like from like what I saw, he looked amazing. Maybe he like messed up in interviews or something. I have no idea. But like there's like the amount that he's falling, if he's at 38, I'll be shocked. I feel like he has to go somewhere soon for like a team that wants to like take an upside swing on a guy that can like do so many different things and impact the game in so many different ways.
Trace Jackson Davis still out there. I know some people like Rupert. He's still out there. Very raw.
There's plenty of talent still out there.
Rupert's like I liken him to like a big white canvas where you could do whatever you want with it. Cause he's like this 6'6" with a 7'3" wingspan wing. Like, and he's super raw on both ends of the, mostly on the offensive end. He showed some chops on the defensive end, but like as an offensive guy, he's so raw that like an NBA team can just mold him into whatever they want, considering he has NBA level measurables and NBA level athleticism. So like he's super raw. So if he's in the right place, he can develop into like a very solid NBA wing.
Shams reporting that at number 32, Denver is taking Jalen Pickett.
Do your sound.
Sorry.
What are you doing?
I just didn't know if Jalen Pickett was worthy of like a big like.
That's messed up.
I don't know.
All these guys are worthy of.
So Jalen Pickett will be the pick at number 32. Kings are scheduled at 38. Oh man, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
Yeah. So wait, that was the 32nd pick. So okay.
Oh, Max Lewis still available. Good points from Pepperdine.
Oh.
Okay,
I
don't know why, but Adam Wojnarowski is bear crawling into this
He's
studio.
just like his brother. He has that camera presence.
Why are you bear crawling?
You told me not to. You told me not to be on the camera.
Every time
this
he
is
walks
why we
in-
need meetings.
This great.
Okay, what do you have?
I was just on the phone with someone outside of the Kings facility.
Oh, wow.
And they have some intel.
Okay.
This could be a cap space. Excuse me. It's been I have not slept for 72 hours.
Spoos.
I have not slept for 72 hours. This could be a cap space play for Kyle Kuzma. They like Kuzma. He's got that dog in him.
Okay, he does.
He does.
What's your dog kind of sound like? If you're
If Kyle,
Kuzma better be a better dog than that. Carlin just came in mute.
Well, I mean that's when you have that dog inside of you, and I don't know. I see Bryant West has a reaction to this, and Bryant, give me a head.
Okay.
Bryant, are you agree that of the free agents available, Kyle Kuzma? I mean, he has that in him. He has that edge that the Kings need over a Draymond. You agree?
I would definitely sign Kyle Kuzma over Draymond Green. Yes,
You would. Okay, excellent. And you agree that he has more of that dog in him than Draymond Green?
yes. It might be more of a French poodle than a bulldog, but
I'm sorry. Is he on the witness stand right now?
No, I'm just, I don't know. I'm getting from, I don't want to turn this into a first take segment here or anything like that.
Wow.
I don't, I'm just curious because, I mean, you do know what Kyle Kuzma's IPATA is, of course, Bryant.
What is an IPATA?
You do know his IPATA. You have the stats. Go ahead. What's his IPATA?
I have no idea what an IPTA.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Oh, he's trying to stump you.
Isn't that interesting? He doesn't know what his inbound pass assist to turnover adjusted per 36 is. Isn't that interesting, Brian?
I think he got you there. I don't know why you're
got
turning
me.
on Bryant West. We do have an update.
Oh,
Praneel called it.
Leonard
Look at
Miller
that.
is going to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I mean, wow.
Some GMs leaking it to this future GM right here. How did you call that? That was perfect.
I thought that he kind of fit their like what they want to do, and like when it comes to like they want young talent that can develop, and they've lost a lot of their talent pool when it comes to the trades they made in the Gobert trade. So like Leonard Miller feels like the right type of upside swing that a Minnesota Timberwolves team would take, and like.
Wait,
Great call.
Here's my question. Woj, how do you feel that a 17-year-old basically knew that Leonard Miller was going there before you? Bryant West confirmed that.
That's a good
Well, of course, everyone knows I stopped predicting after the first round. Everybody knows that. I stopped calling out the pick. But, of course, you do know, Praneel, you know Leonard Miller's IPATA, I'm sure.
What is that?
It's the inbound pass assist to turnover. It's one of the most important plays in basketball is the inbound pass.
Yeah, you know what? You got to get the ball in. If
track-
you don't get the ball in, there's trouble.
You cannot play the game if you don't get the ball in.
Okay.
And we track it here at Deuce and Mo Plus. If you subscribe to Deuce and Mo Plus, if you inbound the ball and we track the ball, 30 seconds after the ball is released from the inbound pass, is there an assist? Is there a turnover? After that, we subtract that in half by the amount of possessions that you have.
Okay.
And of course, Leonard Miller led the NCAA last year in IPATA.
He played. He played in the G League for the Ignite.
Yeah, the University of the Ignite.
Let's give it up for Adam Wojciechowski. I'm sorry, Praneel. Sometimes you got to learn from.
You just got to keep up with it, Praneel. Just you'll get there. You'll get there, Praneel.
Hey,
I'll work on it.
Woj, if you want to be in this business long, you should get into this guy's DMs and start getting the insight from him.
And right there, back at you, Praneel. My office door's open anytime you want to come in and ask me about anything. I
think I'm gonna pick your brain on your advanced metrics for sure.
Yes, absolutely. I will also tell you about our layup metric that we have coming out pretty soon. Yeah. Anywho, Deuce and Mo, it's been a pleasure. I have got to jet because I have got another. What? What do you think I'm a joke?
Are you going on another stream?
Yeah, I have
sorry.
other things to do tonight. It's a very busy night for me.
Are you going on King's Beat with James Ham?
I will. James and I will be on. We'll be on till 3 a.m. James Ham and I.
Woj, seriously, thank you so much for being here in person for the first time ever. Your insight was pleasant.
I will take it. Thank you very much. Bryant Praneel, thank you.
Let's give it up. Sure. Adam Wojciechowski is out of here.
Thanks, Woj. Woj has left. Oh. He's...
It was the first time we met him in person, by the way. It was...
Second time.
I don't remember the first.
The first time was the show.
You're right.
The live show where he had... When we did our live show, he was there on stage, and we have it up on our wall.
We got an update. We got an update that impacts the Sacramento Kings.
Oh.
We saw that Boston at 34 selected Colby Jones. Well, they are trading him to the Kings for number 38 and a future second rounder. These draft nerds here are getting pumped up. I can't wait to hear why.
Kings just snagged one of the more versatile role players left in this draft class. I mean, he's got a strong combination of the dribble, pass, shoot skills on offense and real strong awareness and physicality on defense. Like, that Musketeers team had one of the best half-court offenses in the country, and he initiated that offense as much as anybody. And at 6'6", like, he reads the floor well. He can play on and off the ball with no issue. Made big improvements as a shooter at his time at Xavier, and on defense, he regularly handled smaller guards and bigger wings. I think he's going to be a big boon to their perimeter defense and on the offensive end. That an excellent pick in the second round.
Wow.
Yeah, and I honestly, to add on with what Brian said, Colby Jones was like, it fits the Monty McNair mold, as we're talking about, like a older, smart, productive college guy that can fit in and make an impact right away. And like, when it comes with his ability to do so many different things on the basketball court, I had him around 27, I think, on my big board, but like, he's fantastic as an initiator, very good playmaker. He's a smart player. Shot 62% at the rim this year, so he's a good rim finisher. His on-ball defense is sound. He's a smart, as I said again, smart player, doesn't gamble too much. He's sound on both sides of the court, and his three-point percentage increase was big. He shot 37% from three. Overall, I really do like this pick. I think that he can come in and impact right away off the bench as like a 2-3 sort of role and be a great backup wing sort of player. And honestly, this was a fantastic second round pick. I was honestly expecting us to go more the big man route, but like, I'm absolutely content with this. This is a fantastic pick.
You mentioned his shooting. Sam Vecini wrote in his draft preview that Jones has real potential to shoot. He hasn't been the most willing or consistent shooter over the course of his career. As Praneel mentioned, made 37% from three this past season, including 43% on his catch and shoot threes. Still, he only took about 3 threes per game, and the year prior he had made 32% from three on catch and shoot threes. So, what do you think about them trading a future second, the 38th pick, and a future second round? Is that good value, you think?
Yeah,
yes.
Honestly, this was a guy who I thought could have gone at 24. So,
wow,
to me, getting him at 34. If you have to trade a future second to make sure that you get him, he's going to really help this team's depth at the 2-3 position.
Yeah, I had Colby Jones as a first round talent, and like, trading up a second round pick, that's absolutely fine if you're getting out a guy that I consider a first round talent. I mean, as I've said again, he would be fantastic for this team's offense as like a ball mover, as like a playmaker, as just overall being that toggling between the on ball and the off ball. And overall, this was a fantastic second round pick. You got an impact guy that I think can make a contribution from day one.
So the Ringer, in their draft guide, they mocked him 29th to the Denver Nuggets. They say he has shades of Malcolm Brogdon. Some of the skills that they put, his float game, pull-up threat, the catch-and-shoot threat, as we just mentioned, and they label him, got that dog in him. They got that dog in him. Here are the pluses they indicate. Soft touch on layups, floaters, and post hooks. Though his shooting numbers have been slow to develop, these are positive indicators of improvement. He's ready to contribute, attacking closeout, rumbling toward the rim, off handoffs, or running some pick and rolls. Intelligent player within a team concept. That checks a box.
Yep.
He keeps the ball moving, relocates to get himself open, and makes attentive cuts to the basket. Well, this sounds perfect.
I was going to ask, are you guys more intrigued with his ability on the offensive end to move without the basketball, especially in this Kings free offense? Or are you more excited about what he can provide as a wing defender, especially being able to guard some of the bigger wings?
All of it.
Oh,
all of it. Honestly, what I loved most about about watching Xavier is they had such a fluid, excellent half-court offense. They ran some real NBA stuff. And half of the reason that they were able to do that so efficiently was because Colby transitioned so seamlessly from being an off-ball shooter to an on-ball guy who could initiate the offense. Getting Colby Jones in as that primary or secondary playmaker off the bench and then slide in with the starters as necessary, and his ability to defend the wing and guards at a high level. This is a great selection for Sacramento. Some much needed depth on both sides of the court.
Yeah, and I think something that might go a little bit under the radar is like what we're gonna do with maybe Davion Mitchell if we really like Colby Jones as like the backup guard sort of position, because like we are starting to pick up a lot of guard forward type of guys in that overall that can play make, defend a little bit, but that's something that I think we should keep a lookout on. But to answer your question, I do think that like I think that everything Colby does is a fantastic fit for what we do, but more so that I like what he can do on offense more as a fit for our motion scheme, considering that he can toggle between handling the ball and not handling the ball. He cuts without the basketball. He's a good mover. He can shoot on the catch. He can pass for teammates. He can run even the pick and roll with Domas if we start doing that a little bit more. He does so many things on the offense side of the ball. He can finish at the rim, as I said before. Like the entire package that he has as an offensive player, everything he does, and his maturity at like, I think he's 21 years old, 20 years old, 3-year college guy. That entire package is something that really intrigues me as a guy that can like contribute from the get-go. And it's something that I'm really excited to see, and I hope that I think that he can be a rotational guy from day one.
And something else that Kevin O'Connor mentioned in his Ringer mock draft about him, he called him a relentless defender who doesn't let his offense dictate his effort. He flourishes dodging screens to stick to opponents, chasing down every rebounding opportunity, and thriving as a roamer off ball. He doesn't back down no matter how often he gets hit in the face, which seemingly happens every game. Well, he has a teammate Sabonis too. The minuses: lacks a reliable pull-up jumper, unproven spot shooter who made under 70% of his free throws in his 3-year college career and only 30% of his threes in his first 2 seasons in college. But I mean, you guys just broke that down about what he could. It just sounds like a very solid player. And you mentioned the roster being in flux a little bit. You know, Terrence Davis is a free agent. Who knows about Davion Mitchell? To have a guy that's got a little more size, that is comfortable with the ball, without the ball, and wants to D up, that wants to get into guys, has more size at 6'5" with a 6'8" wingspan, it seems like he could be the exact fit for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I absolutely love this bench addition. I don't know that you highlighted it. 5.7 rebounds a game as a 6'5" shooting guard, 6'6" shooting guard. Like, that's exceptional for a player of his size.
Also 4.4 assists per game too, to go along with 15 points and 1.3 steals.
Yeah. His head's always on a swivel when he's off the ball. He is ready to jump passing lanes at any moment. I will say the free throw number does scare me, because this was really the first year where he was a strong 3-point shooter. So he's really got to prove that that 3-point shot can continue at this level. But since he was so successful as a catch and shoot guy, that tells me that the transition to the NBA, 43% on catch and shoot threes last year. I'm very excited to see how he's going to fit in this Kings offense.
Wow. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think this was a great value pick. And I mean, once again, the Monty McNair draft model continues to add on to those high IQ, older, productive college guys that are in their second or third season. I mean, once again, another guy that fits that mold almost to a T.
So you guys are okay now after, I know everything that went down with the 24th pick, all your work just kind of goes out the window, but not really. You know, it's great to know everything that you guys do know. But you're feeling very optimistic about what the Kings have done in this draft, or do you need to see what the Kings do with the cap space to really tie a bow on how you feel about everything?
Kings, I have to see how the Kings are going to use that cap space. But I will say that Colby Jones was a guy I would have absolutely been fine with them taking at 24.
Wow.
So getting him 10 picks later is a great thing.
Yeah, and I think that one thing I did want them to do, I was keying in on this a lot, was to address the rim protecting issue. So like, what would really like make this a content free agent draft process would be if you go out and get like a rim protecting big, maybe like just a guy that can run the offense and also protect the rim. But overall, I'm happy with this. This is a fantastic value swing, and I'm okay with giving up the second round pick and even trading away RICHAUN in the 24. This is a guy that I would be, like Brian said, I'd be okay taking at 24 and in the first round. He's a first round talent without a doubt.
This is why we love Bryant and Praneel.
You guys.
These guys have been waiting for a Kings pick for so long to break it down, and they got one, and guess what? They approve.
And they approve. And my favorite part is that they were on camera for it. So you got to see their genuine joy and emotions, their body language.
Like
I love
true
it.
draft nerds. You guys got pretty pumped at that. It was really funny to look at. You guys are like, yeah. We should mention too the Bulls acquired the pick after Sacramento from the Wizards. They're selecting Julian Phillips with that 35th pick. So there's still some talent on the table here for the Sacramento Kings.
I have no idea. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Milwaukee got Andre Jackson, which I kind of love.
Oh
man.
wow,
That's like
good one.
That's.
Am I not getting spoilers from Shams right now?
What happened?
Did he not have the 36?
Yes, I'm behind too. I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, because I just saw that Hunter.
Oh,
Tyson-
it got deleted. I didn't have my phone open, and it said they were selecting him, but it got deleted, man. That's interesting.
Ooh.
Sam's called one too early, huh?
Because I had the notification saying that they got Andre Jackson, but
well, let's see here.
that's interesting. Maybe Shams jumped the gun.
Okay. Well, yeah, I see Julian Phillips drafted. So yeah, let's see if something has changed. You know, sometimes that could mean like a pick is in. Well, and that right now it shows that the Kings are on the clock. So we're behind right now. We are getting and obviously the Kings are on the clock. We know what happened there, but because they made the trade. But I'm just laughing because we don't know. This is like when Jokic got drafted and like someone's getting drafted during like a Subway commercial. That's funny.
It was a Taco Bell commercial.
No, I know. I just saw the one that.
Got it. Get it right, please.
Yeah.
Well, there's still a lot of talent left on this board. Still a lot of guys the Kings could use. I know they don't have a pick till 54, so that's gonna be a long time coming.
Yeah.
But Chase Jackson Davis has no business still being on the board right now.
If he falls to like 40 or something like that, I'm pressing the Monty trade up, man, trade up. Give him like a future second.
We know that the Kings worked him out too. We know it.
He's got like there's no business having a guy that fit the offensive mold with the playmaking ability that Chase Jackson Davis has, with the productiveness inside the paint, with the shot blocking traits, with the athleticism, everything that he does. There's no reason for him to like fall to 30 and the Kings are not calling someone up saying, hey, let's talk a deal. Let's trade up here and take that guy. Because like, I mean, he fits so many things the Kings need out of a backup big, and does a lot of things that Sabonis can do.
The only thing what I've seen about him and watching, like you see the highlight plays with the passing. I mean, tremendous ability. I think he feels a little undersized to me, and he doesn't protect the rim. You wonder how he would look against NBA bigs. I know the rebounding numbers are good in college. What does that look like in the NBA? And I know we're talking about second round pick, but
did you say he didn't protect the rim?
I was about to say that.
I don't feel like I look at him as like a legit NBA rim protector.
Yeah, 2.9 blocks per game last year for Indiana.
Yeah,
he's undersized for the role.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, at 6, he just looks undersized too. He gets pushed around a little bit. I don't know.
I think that he's a big leaper, so like
he's a lob threat too. No, you're right.
The athleticism is there. I think that he might struggle with like more bigger guys, like stronger guys, but like he's still gonna be the best rim protector on the team from the get-go.
Unless Nimi comes up.
Yeah.
I get where Deuce is coming from, because as we've established, he's a guy who loves wingspan and measurements.
Thank you.
And it's absolutely fair. Chase Jackson Davis is going to have to adjust how he was playing at Indiana to the NBA level. Like 6'9" isn't going to intimidate anybody, but when you're talking about a guy who can attack in the pick and roll, attack off the bounce, he's got skills that 6'9" dudes just don't normally
But
have.
the one that is missing too, though, is he can't shoot.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I think I'm not saying I would be out on him. I'm just saying I think I understand the concern. You think about the modern NBA and you go, okay, if you're a 6'9" big who's kind of undersized, what can you do? The passing is legit. I mean, you see some of the highlights, you're like, holy shit, how do you make that play? And having a guy that runs the floor can be a lob threat, but there's no floor spacing with him, and could that develop? I know he knocked down some threes like during shooting drills during the combine, but I've seen enough, NBA workouts or practices where, RICHAUN Holmes, Alex Len are like comfortably knocking down threes, and then a game happens, and you're like, you don't trust it.
Yeah, you don't trust it until he does it in an actual game. That's for sure.
Yeah. But like, I think that it'll be somewhat similar. The fit will be somewhat similar to like what Domas does. Though Domas is a miles better shooter from the mid range, and overall, like, he even shows 3-point shooting flashes. But like, I don't think it'll be that big of an issue if we can get like shooters around him. And like, if with Trace Jackson Davis, you can run a lot of the similar things that you do with Domas, because he's a good passer. I mean, he's a good passer. I think you can do a lot of the DHO things because he's pretty strong upper body. Like, we can probably set pretty good screens. And he's a lob threat cutting to the rim. So like, he can bang. He can't really bang down low, but like, you could run some pick and roll stuff too. But I think that when it comes with guys that fit and can run the system with what we do, it's hard to find those guys. And what the tools that Trace Jackson Davis has, I like the idea of like doing a low risk type of thing and just taking a second on him, because like, you can develop some of those, like, you can flesh out the body and he can become a better screener. But and like, the overall little nuance stuff like running the DHO, he can do that. He's shown the ability to do that. So like, I'm absolutely okay with taking like a swing on Trace Jackson Davis, because it's hard to find guys that can do the things that Domas does, and Davis's passing and shot blocking is something that really intrigues me, and I'm taking a swing just off of those two talents.
I should know too. I don't know if Shams just decided he's not spoiling second round picks because he doesn't feel like it's worthy, but we are getting some updates on picks via the NBA Draft Twitter account. So we're seeing some names pop up the board. I just clicked out on accident. Let's see here. So 37, Hunter Tyson to OKC. The 38th pick, which was Sacramento, goes to Charlotte. Jordan Walsh from Arkansas gets drafted. You guys like that name, huh?
Yeah, Jordan Walsh is a fantastic defender. 6'6", 7'2" wingspan. He's a dog. He is a dog.
And he's the doggest of dogs.
Oh my God. I mean, that Kansas game, he was everywhere. And when it comes to like, I watched a lot of Arkansas because I think they have a lot of NBA caliber talent. I've talked about Ricky Council. I've talked about Nick Smith. I've talked about Anthony Black, obviously. But like, Jordan Walsh was probably the best defender on that team. And the team that had Anthony Black too, that's a really good sign. The offense is so raw. He did not shoot the ball well at all. And like, the finishing he's athletic. The finishing is solid, but like, he doesn't do much on offense, but the defense is so like, whoa, like he's a fantastic defender, and there's a ceiling there. So like, I like the swing by Charlotte. That's a good move.
Yeah, with all these like trades, I'm trying to keep up with like who has the rights to everything. Okay, so the Kings let me just.
Yeah.
I just feel like so much is coming in.
Just take a look.
Yeah, hold on. Because I just saw the 39th pick was just selected, and I'm trying to remember who actually has the rights to the 39th pick. That's right, because the Hornets pick was not 38. It ended up being the Celtics. So the Celtics got 38. Is that correct? In a future second. Yeah. So the trade was Sacramento trading into 34 with the Celtics getting number 38. So that's who got
in a future second.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to see. That's what makes it so hard is like when the NBA draft account actually just tweets out who had the pick before the trade. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's why some of the I was following the Athletics live thing, but they only did the first round.
Yeah.
So I was like, who else is going to do this tracker for me?
ESPN's tracker's is nasty.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's not good to read.
I've gotten notifications saying the Kings took Jordan Walsh, and I'm like, Come on, man.
Yeah, so that's the Celtics pick at 38. That's the Celtics pick.
It's not. They don't update it very well.
Right.
Oh no!
What do you have? What do you have? What do you have?
The Lakers are eyeing Maxwell Lewis at 40. That's a great draft pick, but like, come on, man.
Oh no!
Why?
That's really
Pepperdine,
good.
and that's a guy that another guy that some viewed as a first-round talent at some point, and he goes 40.
I sure did.
I did too. Maxwell Lewis was 17th on my big board. He was the highest guy remaining. And like, damn, that's a fantastic pick. I mean, when you look at what he can do on the basketball court, he's a fantastic defender. The 3-point shooting numbers don't actually show the full story. He's a lot better. He's a fantastic catch and shoot guy, and he's gonna fit very well with what they do, man. And I mean, behind LeBron, he's fantastic 3-and-D wing, with very fun like finishing upside, playmaking upside, short flashes of things. He had an issue with the turnover stuff, but I'm chalking that up to like having a big role in Pepperdine, and like that's a good pick, man. That's a fantastic pick. I really like that. As much as I hate that he went to the Lakers.
I think the reason he fell as far as he did was just because his overall efficiencies last year really tanked to end the year. West Coast Conference coaches really figured out how to stick with him. But as a catch and shoot guy on a system that can afford to be a little patient with him, that's just an unfortunate selection there. The Lakers make 2 great picks.
Less pressure, right?
So much less pressure.
So much less. I mean, he will be the guy in the corner and the guy defending, and it'll be a perfect fit for him because he has no pressure to do anything with the ball in his hands. It's just he's gonna be spot up, catch, shoot, and maybe some like cool cutting flashes and some passing flashes and stuff. Because like he is a very fun prospect. I think that they could develop into like something a lot more.
Shams is reporting that the Hornets are picking Amari Bailey at number 41 overall.
How many picks do the Hornets have? My God.
Yeah, dude. It's funny with all this movement. It does seem like they have every other pick at this point.
They have 4 seconds.
Wow.
But I'm looking at the ESPN one, so that could be wrong.
And also, like, we've reached the point too. I asked you guys to hang out, like, for the like, if you guys need to go, if you guys are like, all right, I'm done with this. I swear to you, we're just gonna be hanging out here through the draft because we're chilling, and then we're gonna give some thoughts on everything at the end. But so if you guys want to hang out, you're more than welcome. We love that you guys are here. And
I smell dinner in the other room, and I'm gonna go find out what it is.
Okay, let's give it up to Bryant West, dude. Bryant, dude, again, 2nd year in a row you've been with us. You're awesome. We appreciate you so much for hanging out with us and dropping your insight and knowledge. We encourage everyone to check out his work at the Kings Herald. I'm sure you're gonna have some stuff post draft too. Thank you so much, dude.
Thanks, Bryant.
I always appreciate you. Deuce, Mo, you guys are great. Keep doing what you're doing. Praneel, remember me in 5 years when you get a GM job.
Hell
thank you,
yes.
Thank you.
That's the one and only.
Enjoy dinner.
Bryant West. Now, Praneel, it's a big, interesting moment for Praneel.
Why?
One, we have to adjust the screen.
Yeah, we do.
2, we have to figure out, is Praneel going to hang out with us still? Or is he like...
I will stick around until we either make the selection 54 or we don't. Because
you know what?
I honestly I have nothing else to do. I've been waiting for this day for like a while because I love the draft. So I'm just gonna stick around for a bit.
You are a full-time student, like you said. So did you get all your homework done?
Oh yeah. I mean we're in the summer.
Oh wait,
so like,
yeah. Wait,
I have like internship stuff. So that stuff that I have to keep track on, and I'm like taking like some courses too. But yeah, I made sure that I was pretty free this week because I wanted to do a lot of stuff. So
while we wait for picks to come in, I'm gonna do something I wish I could have done earlier and put Praneel on the right screen to see if it helps things. I'm gonna just try something.
Okay.
I mean, we're just hanging out here. And I know it looks bad. No, just trust me on this.
No, I don't care about this. I care.
What?
I'm so sad that it's going to work now.
Well, I could have done it earlier, but, we're in the midst of the NBA draft.
No,
I had this nice layout, and then we had a tech issue, and it just ruined a lot of my plans.
There was a lot going on. Like, that was...
Look, he had a lower third and everything. Should I do it like this, where I...
Yeah, just...
put him kind of like diagonal like this?
Sure.
Watch it.
There we go.
And then we go. Look, I had a little.
Dee.
Oh, how gorgeous! It's not perfect, but you know what? Tonight we'll take it. Close that door right there.
You got it.
Make it look way better. And now I can show my second screen to people when things happen. Oh my God, this isn't the worst night ever for this stuff. Appreciate everyone hanging out with us, by the way. Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan, Praneel, 17 years old, dropping draft knowledge left and right on us all night long. It's been awesome. To give you guys a little update, if you guys are just checking us out for the first time, tonight, the Kings have been a little active. A couple of trades tonight. They had the 24 pick in the draft, and you're wondering, what are they going to do? The pick before them was Portland, who takes Chris Murray Keegan's brother. Oh, what are the Kings going to do at 24? They trade the pick along with RICHAUN Holmes to the Dallas Mavericks to clear cap space. It looks like they're going to have around $30 million of cap space to use in free agency. Then the Kings had a pick at 38. They end up moving up, trading 38 and a future second-round pick to move up to 34 to draft Colby Jones, and it's a pick that Praneel really, really liked because there have been some really good comparisons too. Like Malcolm Brogdon's got brought up, but he's got a good feel for the game. He's a dog, plays defense, has knocked down threes. The catch and shoot three was nice, and he just seems like he can be productive on the ball or off the ball. So it looks like that's a nice pickup for Sacramento. Their next scheduled pick, if I'm not mistaken, I'm losing my mind at this point of the night, is at 54, right? 54.
Yes.
54.
Yes.
It's so tough to figure out like who is available at 54. I mean,
well,
I know you.
I'm not even gonna like fake it. I don't know. But then again, what, Praneel?
There's a couple of guys I would like to take upside swings on. There's a guy that I was keyed in on by Mr. Showtime in the Deuce and Mo Discord, but like Tosan, I can't spell the last name, but he's a Princeton forward, Princeton 6'8" forward with playmaking chops. He's very, very fun to watch as like a passer, and like I am absolutely down with taking upside swing on him because like I think if once again at 54, 57, 58, these like late 50 picks, it's pretty much just a guess and check game. You're gonna guess and hope that you get someone that's good, but like he fits an incredibly interesting mold of a player that I'm absolutely down with taking an upside swing on. I mean, we're talking about like a 6'8" forward that can handle the ball, that can pass. He has some finishing chops inside. He's raw as a shooter, and he's shown some defensive upside, but he's still raw there too. But like overall, that's a guy that I'm going to take an upside swing on any day of the week if he's there at 54.
And obviously, Monty McNair went to Princeton. That's where he went. There's some Princeton ties as well. Let's see here. Tosan Ewoma.
Wow, and that is not how it's spelled.
No, it's not. No, I'm looking. Yeah, now that I could share my screen for the people, just so you know, I've been glancing at this every once in a while just to make sure. See, now my screen's totally messed up.
That's okay.
Now I'm going to fix this. I have the official NBA draft pronunciation guide that the league puts out. And you see, where's his name? Tosan Ewoma.
Tosan Ewoma.
We got it.
We got Tosan Ewoma.
Yeah.
I love it. God, I love those draft guides.
No, it's very helpful. It's very, very helpful. Do we have any more picks coming through?
Tristan Vukovic.
Oh, he went.
42.
Where?
42.
42.
Oh,
I think it's the Wizards. I didn't get any tweet or anything.
Is it the Wizards
yeah,
pick?
It is. I just saw.
No, I know, but is it the Wizards? There's been so much movement. I assume it's their pick. Oh.
I have no idea.
Oh.
My Twitter's gone quiet as of now.
I love that you're acting like so depressed. Like,
dude, I mean, that to me was, I don't know. I just like his upside. Great. A guy with his size, has some shooting ability, obviously still raw, but he really helped himself at the combine. Did you like his game, Praneel?
I thought he was a little bit worse than Trace Jackson Davis. I had Trace Jackson Davis above him, but like when it comes with productive overseas big man, they normally do pan out, and like he was really, really good over at KK Partizan, and like good finisher, good roll man, really strong upper body, solid defender. He's pretty much a typical like rim running, post playing big man, and I like the things he can do. He's shown some passing flashes, but like overall, I still am a big Trace Jackson Davis fan, so like dude, I'm not as sad as you, but
no, I'm not necessarily sad. I just think, I mean, especially for where the Wizards are heading, that's a great guy to pick. Like just seeing his ability, a 7 foot, he could shoot it, he could put it on the floor. I kind of like what I saw from him. That's a good second round pick. Man.
Yeah.
Appreciate everyone hanging out with us here on draft night. In the chat, do you guys have any wishes? Let's see here. Someone in the chat saying Rupert went to the Blazers. Are you seeing that?
I don't see anything.
I don't see anything.
Dude, what's up with the second round picks? Why is it so challenging? The NBA trade.
Can someone just?
Oh, he did.
Wow. Yep, there we go.
He was in the green room. Really happy for him.
He was waiting for a while in that green room, dude.
Yeah. So that's a good pick. I like that.
I mean, Portland's got like a lot of young guys now.
And I mean, Rupert's like the definition of like I mentioned this earlier. He's literally like a blank canvas. There's so many things you can develop him and teach him on the offensive end. So he's gonna be a big like 2-year project. But
and
Go ahead. If he develops into like a lockdown wing, that'll be perfect for what like Portland wants to do and like what they were trying to develop. I think with the Rupert pick and the Scoot Henderson pick, more so like the Rupert pick, they might end up trading Dame. They might be on his way out sometime soon.
Yeah, you got Scoot, Chris Murray, now Rupert. And the other good thing for Portland now is this is the first year they have a G League team.
Yes.
And
yeah.
Get him some reps too. I need to get a beverage.
You get a beverage. Yeah. So obviously with Rupert, I just seen other things on him. His wrist injury that he had in his NBL. Did you know anything about that?
No.
Okay.
All I know, I watched a couple of his games. All I know is that like he fell out of the rotation late in the playoffs. Mostly because of like he couldn't do anything on the offensive end. He was pretty much strictly a spot up shooter that would like be a defensive ace, but like towards the end, he would get targeted on the offensive end. People would treat him like Batiste Thibault in the playoffs. So like he sort of fell out of the rotation. But I'm not too keen on his injury history. But when it comes with the Rupert like upside, he's very intriguing, and I think that's a good value pick for Portland. And if they're able to develop him, it'd be awesome. And I mean, they have Mike Schmitz up in their front office, so like it's of course he goes out and gets Rupert.
By the way, just real fast, dude, look at Colby real fast.
This is nuts.
This guy is ripped. He's got an NBA body, Praneel.
Oh yeah, and I mean, there's so many things about Colby Jones that scream out day one contributor for me. Like every single thing that he does is just so like he's such an intriguing prospect, and like honestly, fantastic value pick. I can't say enough. Monty McNair, I think, made a fantastic pick here.
We do have an update. Another G League Ignite guys off the board. CD Sissoko.
Oh, CD Sissoko. I forgot CD was on the board, man.
He is
and
going.
The Spurs
got him. The Spurs.
The Spurs are going to develop him into something amazing. I know it. And like they are keying in on those developable wings that can defend, man. And CD Sissoko, Jeremy Sohan, Victor Wembanyama.
They like the French players.
Hell yeah. I mean, good for them.
That defense is going to be incredible. And I mean, did they make one more pick before? Did they get anyone else?
I'm trying to look back at my notes. I'm trying to remember.
When it comes with CD, Bryant was really high on him, but like I also thought that he should have been gone in like the early second at worst, considering that he did come on as of late, and he's such an athletic guy. I think he's like, I'm gonna check here real quick, but he's 6'6", 6'10" wingspan, 19 years old. He was a fantastic defender for them. He's a good finisher. He needs to improve as a shooter. That's his biggest swing skill, as is for a lot of prospects in this draft. But like the Spurs, I mean, San Antonio Spurs, man, what can you say? With their track record, he's going to develop into something great.
Yeah, and someone in the chat just said this. I agree. This person in the chat says, at this rate, Pop will never retire. I was like, yeah, he's going to be coaching until he's like 85 now with Victor. He's going to...
And like, why wouldn't he at this point, right? I mean, it's when you have that sort of talent, and as long as he can function and do his thing and utilize his coaching staff however he needs to, scary times ahead.
Dude, yeah, and
in the Western Conference.
I just really do like the guys that get the G League Ignite experience. I mean, it's such a good opportunity for them to go up against grown men. You know what I mean? That they go out there and get that real experience with legit training staffs, coaching. It's professional experience for these guys, and it gives them a taste of NBA life a little bit and what it takes to prepare, the game day routines, the travel. I think it's great.
Yeah, and like I when you look at the different places where prospects can come from, G League Ignite is easily the best one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say easily actually. The EuroLeague is probably would be the best.
Oh, sure.
And
Yeah,
the
yeah.
overseas stuff is like swings, but like when it comes to consistently producing quality prospects that also have like that are ready for the NBA lifestyle, it's the G League Ignite. They have proven it time and time again. I mean, it's obviously a newer program, but like the things that they do there, they teach the kids on financial stuff and how to live the NBA lifestyle. They coach them, great coaching staff, good NBA vets, former NBA vets that can like sort of bring them up, develop them, and overall playing against NBA level talent is fantastic. And like CD Sissoko is going to, I think he's going to be a solid NBA player.
And your guy that you mentioned earlier, GG Jackson, with his vape pen, is headed to the Memphis Grizzlies at 45.
Of course he goes to Memphis, man. they always take those upside swings, and like those guys that like you know just could become something. And this was something in last year's draft where they got like David Roddy, Jake LaRavia, Vince Williams Jr. And I mean I feel like Memphis always keys in on these like these high upside forwards and like guys that can like develop into something, and also guys that like draft people seem to love. I mean, GG Jackson isn't super loved in the draft community simply because of like his inability to like play, like his dejectedness on defense. But like when it comes with what Memphis is trying to build and what Memphis wants when it comes with accumulating talent, this is exactly fits their mold. And he's a guy, if he somehow figures it all out in his head and improves. And I mean, there are culture issues in Memphis when it comes with the whole John Moran situation. I'm not sure if I'm like making that too big, but like if they're able to cultivate Gigi as a young talent and a young guy and overall like a young kid, things could be really scary. Because I mean, you're talking about a 6'10" forward that can dribble the basketball and shoot a little bit, and overall was projected as like a top 5 pick before he reclassed.
I love that Praneel just knows it all.
Okay, so with Memphis picking at 45, Atlanta is on the board. Then you got the Lakers, Clippers, Cleveland, OKC at 50, Brooklyn, Phoenix, Minnesota, and then Sacramento. So
there's a guy that I think we should keep our eye on for the Lakers pick. Chris Livingston shares an agent with LeBron, and there was rumors coming out that Rich Paul was telling teams to not draft him because he might have a promise later in the draft. And I'm just connecting the dots here. But like there is a chance that Chris Livingston could be a Laker by the end of the night.
That's a good theory. The clutch power. P. Diddy in the chat says, Deuce and Mo, are you saying the Kings haven't picked anyone so far? No, they did. They did pick someone. They had
Colby Jones.
Colby Jones. The Kings traded up from 38 to 34 in the second round to get Colby Jones from Xavier, 6'5". Bill. That guy's kind of Deuce Mason-esque body, just ripped.
No, very much opposite. Very much opposite. Deuce is very
strong,
fluffy, as we called it the other day.
Anyway.
And Colby Jones is not. He is very strong and high IQ guy. I mean, we've already obviously have talked about him, but just sounds like he's going to be perfect for this Sacramento Kings offensive system, the way that he moves without the basketball.
A high IQ guy. I mean, when I see the high IQ that can play on ball, off ball, will play through contact, fight through screens.
Oh, yeah, gets hit in the face.
Let's go.
All the above.
Dude, that shit fires me up.
I mean, as it should. Seeing Praneel and Bryant West get that fired up
yes
is what gave me all the joy in the world.
We do have an update. I haven't played that in a while. The Atlanta Hawks with their pick at 46 will be drafting Seth Lundy.
What you know about Seth Lundy, Praneel?
I watched a little bit of Penn State, mostly to watch Jalen Pickett, who I really liked. In the March Madness, I watched a couple of his games too. But like, Seth Lundy is a fantastic shooter, and that's his go-to thing. That's his basically like his claim to fame, if you want to call it. But he's a senior. He's gonna. I think they want him to produce right away. He could be a rotational guy. I honestly didn't have him in my top 42. He was somewhere around the 50s, 60s range. If I didn't really make that sixth tier, but he's a really good shooter. He's a smart player. He can play off the ball. He can play off of like your Trae Young and your DeJounte Murray if they really want to play him there. He's like a guard wing type of guy, and it's your typical. I think he's gonna be your typical like late round swing where Atlanta might want to do something with him off the bench if he is who they think he is, or maybe he's just gonna be a G League guy. But like he's sort of the typical guard wing that you normally see late in the draft. Older guy, has this like one skill that you want to like build around and can play off the ball. And the good thing is that he knows how to play off the ball, and he's a smart player. So if things work out, he could be like a bench sort of piece that just adds more shooting to that already really good shooting Atlanta Hawks team, now that I'm thinking about it.
God, yeah. The Hawks, I'm still fascinated by what they're going to do this offseason. They got a lot of guys.
Well, it sounds like that they'll never trade John Collins, but he'll always be in trade talks for the rest of his career with Atlanta. So whoever knows about that. But even
they got Kobe Buffkin from Michigan.
Yeah.
I love that. Love that. But like, yeah, I mean, they have a lot of shooters, man. When I look at like their floor spacing, there's a lot of guys that can shoot the basketball. And like AJ Griffin is just sitting there as like one of the most the elite shooting prospect in last year's draft, and he was incredible for them as a shooter. And Trae Young, as we already know, you're adding in Seth Lundy, Kobe Buffkin's a good shooter, DeAndre Hunter's a solid shooter, DeJounte Murray's a good shooter, and like they have a lot of, I think, good shooters, and like they want to. One of their issues last year, I thought, was the shooting after Kevin Huerter left fell a little bit. I actually forgot Bogdan. Bogdan's a nice shooter as well. I'm like, I feel like they've keyed in on getting smart players that can play off the ball and play in different roles. Kobe Buffkin, smart guy, can play both on and off the ball, knows how to play off of. I think he can play off a Trae Young. Seth Lundy, similar thing, plays off the ball, good shooter, high IQ, knows how to play off of a star. And they're really keying in on that type of guy. I think that's what I'm seeing with their draft philosophy coming into this draft. And I like it. I think that you need to get more guys that can play off of Trae Young and really bolster because he struggled in the regular season. So overall, solid draft from the Hawks. I think I'd give it like a B or something.
We have an update though.
What's the update?
We have a King headed to the Pacers. Mojave King has been drafted 47th overall by the Indiana Pacers. I forgot the Pacers actually have that pick.
Boo.
What?
Boo.
You said a King headed to the Pacers.
Yeah.
Did that get you guys?
No.
Did that get you guys a little bit?
Well,
It did get you.
You said a King heading to the Pacers, and it's like we know that Harrison Barnes' name has been tied.
Yeah, but free agency hasn't even started yet.
That's true too.
What? Someone's saying the camera froze. Whose camera froze?
Your camera.
Oh, really? Look
Yeah.
at our camera. I said a bad joke and the camera froze. Look at that. Okay. So hang on.
No.
Praneel, don't go anywhere, okay? You have to lead this now. I'm just going to turn off the camera and turn it back on.
Oh.
What is happening?
Praneel, I'm right here with you, bud. But if this was your show, what would you do? No.
All right, let's give some insight on Mojave King. So solid 6'7" wing. I think that they're really trying to get more wings, more developable wings on that team. I like him with what they're doing. Similar to what Kendall Brown did. He has some athleticism. He was a solid shooter, solid shooting flashes, I should say. Solid defensively in spots. Once again, he's a guy they'll have to develop, and that just comes down to it. And once again, similar to the Seth Lundy thing, they're keying in on a guy that they think they can develop, and it's like your typical just late round just swing. And he wasn't in my like top 5 tiers. He probably would be in like similar to, I think, a bit higher than Lundy. I liked what he did at the G League Ignite. Obviously made a solid impact, but overall, I like it as like an upside swing for the Pacers. once again, just your typical late round swing type of guy.
Oh,
We're back. We're
my
back.
God.
That was great, Praneel. We're back. I don't know. I was just clicking buttons to get it going. I have no idea why it froze.
No idea. But my question is, Praneel, I know I asked you a little bit during everyone's little potty break. I was like, how you study, your strategy and everything. My question is, how do you retain so much about so many players down the line? Because for me, like, I love hoops, but I still find myself, I lose interest in, which is awful to say, but I do. I lose interest in trying to study up on a whole bunch of second rounders and really understanding their game. Like, what is it? How do you retain it?
Ball is live.
No, shut up. You don't know anything about Mojave King.
It's not even that. It's like I've been in like a debate prep. Like I've been in a research mindset since I was in 7th grade. I've been doing like debate stuff, knowing how to prep, knowing how to retain information, knowing how to like just spit out facts. And like I wasn't good at all in middle school. I was actually crap, if we're being honest. And like things like this haven't clicked until I got to like the 9th.
Wait, just real fast. When you say you are crap, does that mean you had a 3.5 GPA?
No,
like, what is that?
It's like it's not really GPS. Like as a debater, I'm talking about like as like a public speaker, good debater, and like retaining information that way. I wasn't good at all. But like I started coaching the teams in my high school, and I started picking up things. But like when it comes to like me being able to retain information, it's like I consider myself a pretty solid student. So like I'm good at memorizing things, and especially when it's basketball, I want to memorize things. It's not like things that like I want to read things, understand the concept of players, understand what their game is about. And it's not just like, oh yeah, like it's like a school thing. This is something I'm genuinely enjoying doing. So like it just comes, I don't know how to say it other than it just comes naturally, I guess.
Yeah.
I love that.
God.
Yeah, the passion comes through, and that's why you're going to be successful in life, no matter what you do.
That list is exactly what my list is.
So KOC has this list that Praneel agrees with. Favorite second-round picks. He lists Colby Jones to the Kings, C.D. Sissoko to the Spurs, Maxwell Lewis to the Lakers, Jordan Walsh to the Celtics, and Leonard Miller to the T-Wolves.
That's literally my list. For being honest. That's my exact list.
I have a question for you, Praneel, and this may be a tougher one. With Colby Jones, like, what is his ceiling like as a player? Is it like best case he turns into a starting caliber player, like low end starter, role player, bench guy? Like, what do you think is kind of like his ceiling as a player in the league?
I think you're looking at like a high-end connective piece that can play on and off ball, toggle between them, and just impact winning. Like, so you're talking about like a starting guard on a really solid NBA team that impacts winning and makes winning plays. And like, I'm trying to think of a comp. I can't really think of a good one.
What do you think about the Malcolm Brogdon one that the Ringer dropped? Like shades of it.
Yeah. It isn't bad, but like I think that like Colby Jones is a better off-ball player than Malcolm Brogdon is when it comes to the things that he can do affecting off the ball as like a shooter, catch-and-shoot player. Cutter, Brogdon isn't that great of a cutter. So like I think that when it comes with that, it's not completely accurate. Also, Jones has potential to be a better defender. He's more engaging off ball, but it's not a bad comparison simply from like the process that they are taller guards. They impact winning. They're good playmakers, able to just make the right play. And they can shoot the basketball. So like, it's not a bad comp, but like when it comes with the ceiling of a Colby Jones, I'm thinking you're looking at like a perennial, not perennial, but like a starting caliber guard that impacts winning. Is a connective piece to a really good NBA team. He's the secondary playmaker. He's a fantastic, like maybe like a 15 per game scorer on solid efficiency. He averages like maybe 4 assists a game, and he gets rebounds, and he plays good defense. He just does everything that you ask him to do well. And that's the sort of player that you're looking at as like a ceiling of a guy for like a Colby Jones, similar to what he did in Xavier, actually.
One of the NBA draft guides I have on their breakdown of him, they have like the prospect chemistry, like different guys that are kind of in his DNA they put out there. They put Josh Hart, Malcolm Brogdon, and Derek White. And the pros, two-way versatility, strength, winning mentality.
I like those. I like those comps.
And I think with sorry, Praneel, but different situations, we talk about this all the time. Like coming into this league and being with the right organization for your development could be the ticket to what your identity is going to be for the rest of your career.
Oh yeah, and like I think with what Mike Brown can preach and what Mike Brown can coach and the overall developmental improvements for the Sacramento Kings, this is a great fit. And I'm really excited to see Colby in the summer league and overall what he can do. And I think he can be a day one thing. But like jumping back to the draft, Imani Bates went 49 to Cleveland.
Okay, yeah, who went? So 48 went. Okay, I missed the 48th pick. Jordan Miller. Okay, Jordan Miller went 48. 49, Imani Bates, which is a guy that at one point was thought of being one of the top prospects that could have been a major lottery pick. And by the way, we're at 49. The Kings picked at 54, and Trace Jackson Davis is still on the board. And he just tweeted out a few minutes ago, "Y'all will regret it. I promise you." I'm guessing he's talking about passing or like
passing
drafting,
on him,
or is he saying like, "You'll regret drafting me. Don't do it."
No, shut up.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Praneel, Imani Bates, do you like that swing at this point of the draft? Some people thought he could have been a candidate to go undrafted now.
The discourse around Imani Bates is there's like the sect of Twitter, like, you know, Ball Don't Stop, you know what that, you know, that,
yes.
That Twitter account is the leading head of like the Imani Bates like discourse, I think. And like, I think that it's a good swing, but there are things that I legitimately was like, no, I'm good. I'm not interested. Simply because like when you look at a guy that's like 6'9" and has a negative wingspan, doesn't really defend, shot inefficiently in a very average league, not even average league, below average NCAA league. And I mean, he's a fantastic shot creator, hits amazing tough shots, and obviously has the pedigree of like was listed as the future Kevin Durant. But like, I don't know how well he'd fit in like an NBA setting, considering he's always been the guy and he thinks he's still the guy. But like, it's clear to me that he's I don't think he's gonna develop into like a star tier talent, considering that like he doesn't really create advantages. He doesn't really create that much space, and he relies a lot on tough shot making and like being just a ridiculous shooter, which is obviously amazing. But like, I have questions on him being susceptible to like aligning towards a role.
In watching him just in some of these highlights right now, like talk shit after every
his high school stuff is pretty amazing.
After every single shot he makes and or dunks on somebody, it's just like shit talk.
We do have an update on another pick. This is from Shams. Oklahoma City is selecting Keontae Johnson at number 50.
Oh, that's so amazing for him, man. That's awesome for Keontae Johnson. And I mean, Keontae Johnson had like he collapsed on the court, I think 2 years ago, and now to get drafted. And I mean, he's a fantastic prospect too. So like, that's awesome for him. Really happy for him.
Yeah, he was putting in. After 3 days in a medically induced coma. He was taken back to Gainesville for further treatment. As reported, he was awake and speaking. He had then rejoined the team. He eventually transferred to Kansas State, became the Big 12 Newcomer of the Year. So he gets drafted. He is 23 years old, 6'5", 238. At Kansas State last year, 17 points a game, just under 7 rebounds, 2 assists for him in 34 minutes a night. We're getting closer to the Kings, the last pick.
Let's go.
They're at 54. And I mean, if I would have told you, Praneel, that the Kings could possibly get Trace Jackson Davis and it would be at the 54th pick, you would not have believed it, right?
Absolutely not, man. I was considering Trace Jackson Davis at 24, man. So like, if he's there at 54, please take him. Come on.
Do you think that if you're Monty, would you consider trading up if you could?
Okay, so like from the Monty McNair, like I've mentioned this a ton, but the Monty McNair mold of a prospect is an older guy that impacts winning and also is high on the BPM. He's every single year we've had the draft, he's taken a guy that has a top 10 box plus minus. And guess who's number 1 in box plus minus in NCAA? Trace Jackson Davis. And if you look back, Neemias Queta was top 10. Keegan Murray was top 10. And I think that Tyrese Halliburton was also in that top 10 area. I think he had 11.7, but for some reason Basketball Reference doesn't pick it up. But he was also in that region as well. So like, as a whole, Monty McNair has always keyed in on guys that impact winning I don't know where Colby Jones ranks on that metric, but like simply from that and overall what he's done and what he can produce in the fit offensively and defensively and the rim protection, I'd be shocked if he's there and we don't take him.
Praneel, the next guy we should mention, the Nets just picked Jalen Wilson at 51. So we're getting closer and closer.
3 away.
Jalen Wilson's a cool pick. I like that.
Is there a pick that you don't like, or do you think you can see the good in like most?
I just see. I watched a ton of these guys, so I can see the idea behind them.
Yeah.
And also late in the second round, I normally don't look at the negative because there's negative for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Jalen Wilson's older. The ceiling is low. What's the point? But like, I mean, as we get late into the second round, I'm just looking at like the upside because like that's all you can really look at considering,
dude,
in reality, most of the guys are not going to pan out.
And I appreciate that about you too, because like, you're exactly right about that. It's not like you're hyping them up. You're just talking about obviously why they're being drafted into the NBA, what their upsides are. God, I can't talk anymore. But so many people always go to, but he can't do this, but he can't do this, and he can't do this. So I very much appreciate you going this route when you're talking about these guys.
Dude, go ahead.
When it comes to discourse in general in the NBA discourse, I'm doing like more philosophical stuff, but like I think that so many fans key in on the negative that we don't talk about the positive enough. And like one of the things that this is a today example, but like when the Jordan Poole trade happened, in like even like the Deuce and Mo Discord and like so many people, so many of our friends, everyone was going like, why did they do that? Jordan Poole sucks. The Warriors won. But like people forget a year ago, Jordan Poole was an all-star caliber guard, and I mean not all-star caliber, but like he had the potential, and he was seen as one of the best young prospects in the league. And I'm looking, what happened, man? I mean, he had an awful season when it comes to the mental and the overall role issues and the Draymond Green stuff and all the drama. So like. We're talking just Jordan Poole thing. That was a fantastic win for the Wizards, and I saw way too many people saying the Warriors won.
Agreed.
And I think I completely agree with you. I think Jordan Poole had such a challenging year, and his playoff run was not good. He was banged up, but I think he lost all of his confidence. Dude, what he went through this year was not an easy thing to go through, and I can't ignore the production that I've seen from him. Is he a perfect player? No, but he can score. He can create. He's a big shot maker. He typically doesn't get scared of the moment. He's probably sometimes he's too confident, but I saw him average 25 points a game as a starter this year. We saw what you just mentioned, his playoff run as a young player, getting to the finals.
Turning 24 next year?
Yeah, I mean, it's...
So much talent.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I completely
and
agree.
he got to develop around Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. I mean, it's
and not only that, the Wizards got him for a guy I think they would have traded for like pennies on the dollar, and like to think that his value dropped that low is shocking to me.
Well, that's what's probably most disappointing with how they have built their team is like you miss on Wiseman, you trade him, okay. Kuminga, it looks like they could be trading him. Who knows about Moody? You had Poole. It's like all these guys that they had so much hope for just failed to develop, or then you had the Jordan Poole situation and they're left with what? That's tough. That's really tough. And now you're banking on Chris Paul being productive for you at 38 years old and in like a totally different role and an offense that he's not used to either.
Oh yeah. And I mean, this is the first signs of like the Warriors dynasty showing cracks, I think. And like it's somewhat started with I don't want to take credit, but started with the first 2 games we picked up at home in our first playoff series. But like the Warriors in the playoffs in this season, they're starting to show cracks, and I think we're like maybe a year or 2 away from it being in the past.
Which is great news, and I can't wait. I'm so
Kings
over
were
it.
So close to ending that shit. They were
So
so
close.
Oh my
close,
God.
dude.
That would have been the perfect story, and I'm fine if that's not going to be the story. But at the same time, and I obviously, like, just as someone who loves basketball, of course I would love to see Steph Curry end on a high note. It doesn't mean that his team has to end on a high note, right? Like, he's probably going to retire as a Golden State Warrior. But at the same time, there's no way that that they're going to keep making mistakes with this roster as he keeps aging.
Oh yeah, for sure. And like, I think that Steph Curry will be the guy that'll age magnificently considering everything he does. And like he'll be a star, I think, well into his like late 30s. So like we're still gonna be seeing this man shoot ridiculous threes because his game is predicated on the 3-point shooting and his movement, which is skills that normally don't deteriorate. But like I think when it comes with the things around Steph, you see cracks. Klay Thompson regressed heavily as a defender. Draymond Green is getting older. He wants a new contract. And overall, like Bob Myers leaving, the young guys aren't panning out. Your role players are still question marks. So like we're seeing like slowly and steadily falling.
I have a question for the chat. What's up, Thunderbird? The chat, all these people watching us right now, how many of you have been here for like the whole time or like 90% of the time? I'm just curious how many people have been with us the whole time. Also, if you have not yet, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you're subscribed to our channel so you know when we're dropping content all the time. I'm curious. Okay, we've got some. Me. Wow. You guys are unbelievable. Appreciate you guys. The Phoenix Suns are making a pick at number 52. I assume is it still their pick? I'm guessing it is because Shams is tweeting it out. They are selecting. I'm looking up to make sure I pronounce the name right.
Yep.
Tumani Kamara.
Tumani Kamara at number 52.
I'll be completely honest. I have not watched
how dare you?
I thought you did your homework.
Praneel.
I thought you knew your stuff.
I haven't gotten around to watching any Dayton.
You were watching the Dayton Flyers and seeing the 6'8", 220-pounder from Belgium drop 14 points, 8 rebounds per game in his final year.
How do you not know everything about his motor? What type of defender he is? God, Praneel. Seriously, I couldn't wait until we found the first person that maybe you didn't know much on. So,
finally got it at 52. Tumani Kamara.
What a run. Okay, in all seriousness, we are now 2 picks away from the Kings.
Okay.
Trace Jackson Davis.
Dude, okay, honestly, if he doesn't get picked by them, what's that going to make you? What went wrong then? If he goes undrafted, what goes wrong?
I have no clue.
I mean, it's got to be health, right?
It's not. I think that maybe there's concerns about the size, but that's overblown considering he's a ridiculous athlete. So, like, at that point, I just don't know. Okay,
are there any other guys you would be interested? You mentioned Tosan earlier. Are there anyone else that jumps out to you?
I'm just gonna go default Ricky Council. He's my guy. He plays the same sort of role as like Colby Jones, but like when it comes to the productivity as a Ricky Council, it's just like I really like him as a prospect. I'd be down with developing him. He's really good foul. He generated a ton of fouls in Arkansas. He's an incredible finisher. He's a very good team defender. And his jump shot form is like whack. Like that's the biggest concern I have about him. But like when it comes to the things that Ricky Council does, I'm really intrigued by him. So like I'm just gonna default there. Another guy I'd be down with would be Terquavion Smith had a lot of buzz. Last year he was a potential first round guy and he's fallen tremendously. He wasn't super productive. He's a great shot creating guard, great advantage creator. Questions about his defense, questions about his efficiency, but overall, I'd be down with taking a swing on him as like maybe like a 4th or 5th guard. There was a guy that was pinging me on the Discord, so I'm gonna give him a shout out. I don't remember who it was, but like you know who you are, Charles Bediako. I like him as a shot blocker. He's a good shot blocker. Played with Alabama, played with Brandon Miller. He's a really good defender in space, really good in drop. He's a good finisher. He's just your typical like big that I think can make an impact with development in like the G League or like on your fringes of your roster. But also, I should add Jalen Clark too. He's a good defender, really, really good defender.
One thing of note on that Phoenix selection of Tumani Kamara, that pick is actually going to Washington as a part of the Bradley Beal trade too. Another thing we should mention, we obviously Praneel's been dropping knowledge all night long, but he worked really hard.
Yes,
on his new Substack that he's dropping. He's going to do more content too. 94 feet and back, the official 94 feet and back 2023 NBA draft big board. You see the amount of detail he put in and the amount of work he did doing a big board, going over all the strengths and weaknesses he has seen in his research. He deserves a lot of credit for putting in all that work, but then he comes on here with us and he can communicate it in such an effective way. You're amazing, man.
Yeah.
You really are.
Truly.
Thank you so much.
No.
Thank you so much. And like, for being honest, I did not start writing that until yesterday. And I wrote almost the entire thing yesterday.
How?
And like,
how? What are you?
You know what?
I mean,
it was Chat GPT he used. You're such
no,
a liar.
my first draft, I checked out randomly. My first draft had like a 58 score. I had so many spelling mistakes and I had to go through and click and fix all of them. But like, yeah, I wrote pretty much that entire thing yesterday because like I wanted to do another blog post. I'll be honest, I planned on starting this a while back, and this was been like my thoughts, my ideas, and like overall, like I'm gonna talk a little bit about like what I want to do after. I want to get into a really good data science college, and I want to get into a really good CS program. But I wanted to write about basketball as well, and I want to write about it because like I want to work in the NBA, work through analytics, do a lot of that type of stuff. So like I've been planning on starting this blog and doing a lot of like data-driven analysis, a lot of like scouting reports, basketball-related data stuff, and I've been really busy with school, AP tests, and like a lot of like just overall busy things that I've gotten starting it. And this summer, finally got around to starting it. So really excited. I'm gonna be super active on that following the draft and like working around with my schedules, with my internships, and all the things that I'm doing outside of like basketball stuff.
I dropped the link in the YouTube chat, by the way. Also, we have an update. Jalen Clark, number 53 overall from UCLA, goes to Minnesota. The Kings are on the clock, and the pick was immediately put in, so we're waiting to see what it is. But we know this. Trace Jackson-Davis is available for the Sacramento Kings to pick if they wanted him. So also,
Jalen Slawson was the pick. I'm going to just spoil it right now. Jalen Slawson was the pick, and I do like that a lot.
Where did you see that?
My dad actually texted it to me.
Oh, shit.
What? You guys are a team? This is
my dad said that somebody was asking about Jalen Slawson, and then he said like you should talk about it, and then I didn't think that they would pick him, but apparently they picked it, so maybe my dad was in on something.
Wow. Okay. And Showtime wants he can hold on, let me get him in here.
Oh my God, Showtime, let's go.
What do you have on Jalen?
Jalen Slauson's awesome, and I mean, when you look at like he played for I forgot how to say their name, but like they were the team that beat Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech as the 13 seed. I think it's like Fordham. I forgot their exact
Furman.
Yeah, Furman, and he's a fantastic forward. Very good defensively. Solid defensive prospect. Good passing flashes. He's a good shooter. I really like him as like an upside swing. He played incredibly well in that game, and I really like him as a guy that can impact winning. And once again, fits the Monty McNair mold. Older guy, impacted winning, high IQ player. And I mean, I like the swing. I think that he can be a guy that we can develop. We don't have many wing forward prospects that we have in the rafters looking to develop. It's been a lot of bigs and a lot of guards. So I really like this as working around the fridges and like good defender, improving shooter. I like the passing ability. So overall, solid pick.
Well, let's talk about a couple of things with him, and I want to get Showtime in here. Showtime's from our Discord. He is locked into all these college prospects too. Sam Vecini in his draft guide has a couple of notes I wanted to share about Slawson. He has great measurables for the wing position, the 4 spot in the NBA. Came into the combine at just under 6'7" and has a 6'11" and 3/4 wingspan. His 8'10" standing reach should allow him to slide down to the 4. Good vertical athlete, has a bit more pop functionally than his raw testing numbers would indicate. He also notes that Slawson is best right now on defense, where his instincts and anticipation are superb. Great team defender, excellent shot blocker around the basket as a weak side help man. Great at rotating across the play and making his presence felt there. has good cleanup instincts for when his teammates get beat. Very timely, knows when and where he must be in a spot to use length and bounce. Reads the play early, always on time closing out to his man. Knows when to go for steals to try to get in transition defense to offense. Communicates well on the defensive end. Just a sharp player you can rely on. Think Slawson's also a good on-ball defender, or a player who might be able to switch 2 through 4 at the NBA level. Offensively, best right now as a passer and a playmaker. He dished out 3.2 assists per game and averaged 3.7 per game the season before that. So we'll get more on Sam Vecini. We'll get more from Praneel. Let's bring in our guy, Showtime. He's been locked into the draft. He's locked into college basketball as well. Showtime, I want to get your perspective on Jalen Slawson, who the Kings select from Furman.
Deuce and Mo, Praneel, what's up?
Hey.
What's up, man?
Absolutely. First off, I love Colby Jones. Would have taken him at 24. Getting him where we got him. Moving off for Sean. I feel like we might have just drafted Davion's replacement. Potentially. Maybe we get OG. I don't want to get my hopes up. Jalen Slawson, though. You know I love Tosan. They're very much similar. Furman, Princeton, they run a lot of 5-out. The bigs, the initiator, similar to SAC, where we're running the DHOs on the perimeter. I love it. I said it the other day in the Discord. If it wasn't Tosan, I would be fine with Slawson. The only issue with him is similar to TJD. He's very one-handed. He doesn't really have a left hand. And the shooting has been a question mark at times. He did shoot it really well this year. He had a really good game in the tournament, though, against Virginia. Crazy game winner and whatnot. But I like Slawson. Yeah.
Well, Showtime, you mentioned what he does offensively and his fit for this Kings offense based on where he played college at Furman and the offense they used. But Sam Vecini was going on about his defense, too. What do you see in that regard defensively?
I mean, I think it's every draft guy's favorite word, but wingspan. It definitely helps when you're only 6'7" and you kind of play like an undersized 5 at times, being at the mid-major level at Furman. I think he moves real well, though. And I think, in a way, Trey Lyles isn't really like a playmaker per se, but to have a guy at Trey Lyles' height that, say, you need to go small ball, but you need somebody to initiate, which Zach didn't really have that guy this year. That's why I love Tosan so much, but to have a guy that can do that. And then on the opposite end, we can switch pick and rolls. And versatility is such a big word in today's game.
Yes.
Man, I love Slawson. I would have talked to myself into TJD at 54. And honestly, I don't know if he went at 55 or what, if he's going drafted. I wasn't the highest on him, but for him to fall this far, I don't know if it's the shooting or whatnot, but something's definitely going on.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what if you had to maybe guess like what people don't like about his weaknesses. Let's say it's not health and not assume that. What is it that people don't like about him right now?
So those in the Discord know I wasn't really a big TJD guy, and there's a couple that give me a little mess and a little crap because I actually grew up around TJD and whatnot. We're both in the state of Indiana and whatnot, so I got to see him from a high school level on, and it probably has a little bias to it. But he's just very one hand dominant. I think he only took 12, not threes, but mid range shots this year. So it's a lot of around the basket. And I think Deuce kind of mentioned, I think he was talking to Brian and Praneel about it, is the undersized 5. And I kind of, what Deuce said earlier, I really agreed with, is he doesn't really, yes, at the college level, he's a rim protector, but at the next level, I'm kind of questioning it. But he does have some traits. I'm surprised he's went at least this far, but I think it's definitely the shooting and the size. And I know he has a little dog to him, but I don't know if he really has that dog to him, you know?
We have an update.
Here we go.
Oof. The Warriors are acquiring the 57th pick from Washington, and they're taking Trace Jackson Davis. The Golden State Warriors.
There you go.
Wow.
So the Kings end up going with Jalen Slawson. I want to, Showtime, one more thing on Slawson. based on what you've seen out of his game and his age, it's not like he's like a super young prospect, right?
He's going to be 24.
He's going to be 20.
Well, he's 23. He's going to be 24.
He'll be 24 by the time the season gets
Yeah.
underway. Is he a guy that can contribute right away?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think that all depends on Sasha and if Trey Lyles are back. And what now that Rashawn's gone, I really don't know who our backup center is. I like Slawson to play some minutes at the 5, but I would prefer somebody else. So I don't know, and I don't know the CBA too well, but I believe you're the one that told me I think there's now 3 two-way slots.
Correct.
I don't know how all that works, but I don't, maybe not year 1, but I definitely think he'll grasp Sack's offense and the style that Jay Triano and the staff want to run a lot quicker than a lot of other guys that could have been drafted.
Well, and it's clear the Kings' big situation is going to change, right? Alex Len is a free agent. RICHAUN Holmes now in Dallas. Trey Lyles is a free agent. Nemias Queta, it's unclear where he's going to be at this point, if he's back with Sacramento or not. And then Chimezie Metu is a free agent. So all those guys that they kind of tried at the 5 at times, they're not there anymore. So the backup 5 is still a spot that they've got to look at and figure out what they want to do with. So that is that's definitely fascinating. Wow.
Absolutely. Hey, I might have missed it. Who did the Pacers take at 55? Do we know?
Yes. Let me look.
He's looking at Twitter right
Dude,
now.
the Twitter is just crazy.
Isaiah Wong.
Okay, Isaiah Wong.
Okay, gotcha. I have a friend that's in their lower ranking front office, and when he got to 52, we were both, neither wanted TJD and we both wanted Tosan. So I didn't know if either of us got our wish.
Wow.
Interesting note too, to that Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade, another addition, Patrick Baldwin being traded to the Wizards. So they're taking a chance on another young guy that the Warriors drafted last year who didn't really play much at all with Golden State last year. So.
Hey, Deuce, I have a question for you.
Ooh, yeah.
It's got to feel good as a Sacramento fan to know Golden State's mortgaging everything in the now, and Phoenix is doing the same. And, Sacramento, Monty's phrase that he talked about all the time is the managing flexibility and the now and the long term. It's got to feel good that we're set up for years to come, compared to all these other teams that are towards the front. Their time's coming to an end sooner rather than later, right?
Yeah, I think you look around, and obviously the Warriors still have talent. The Suns still have talent, but you feel like those teams have kind of gone all in, and the Kings still have like the youth on their side. They could still get better, get more experience, and yeah, I like the position they're in for sure.
It feels like the Kings are obviously building the right way, but as we all know in the NBA, you can win one year and everything change the next, and I think that sometimes I think about that a lot, even with this one successful year with the Sacramento Kings, even though I have a lot of, let's be smart about this and analyze not only what they did, but their roster and how they can keep elevating off of this. And I think there's a lot of positive things going into this next year, but still, you never know what other teams are going to do in the Western Conference, and that always does scare me too.
For sure.
I do have a couple things to add real fast on Slawson. Bobby Gerald, our buddy over at hoopobsession.com, wrote this before the draft. In our opinion, the most overlooked player in the draft is Jalen Slawson. He's a versatile forward that plays defense well and is improving as a wing shooter. Perhaps folks are dwelling on his seemingly below average running and jumping ability, but he averaged 15 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists per game. He shot 39% from three-point range, 77.5% for the free throw line. He's a good assist-to-turnover ratio. Slawson led the SoCon in box score plus minus, effective field goal percentage, and true shooting percentage. Slawson's defensive rating was 5.2 points better than Furman's team defensive rating. He has a 6'11 wingspan, and he was the defensive player of the year. So he says, in our opinion, he'll go undrafted, but that will prove to be the worst decision of the draft. Slawson is a player. He has positional size. He shoots it. He defends. He shares. We view him as a potential top-tier small forward in the NBA. Wow. Some high praise from Bobby Gerald. Damn. That's crazy. Hey, Showtime, I appreciate you hanging out, man, and dropping your insight on Jalen Slawson, man.
Likewise, I appreciate it. Praneel, you've killed it per usual.
Thank you, man. Really appreciate it.
There is Showtime.
So nice. So
Good,
nice.
Great guy.
Oh.
We're almost to the end of the draft, right? Are we actually done? I mean, we've been talking.
Done.
We're done.
We're
What did we
done.
miss? What did
Yeah,
we miss?
We're done.
Is there anything we missed that you want to share?
All right. So I want to do two more things before I get out. I want to do one more thing on Jalen Slawson because I gotta go eat dinner. So like,
you're done.
Wanna,
It's okay. Yeah, you can eat. You're allowed.
Yeah,
to eat.
but I want to just say one thing. One thing I wasn't able to add. Jalen Slawson is a fantastic defensive playmaker. So like when it comes with what the Kings want, creating more turnovers, adding more wing defenders, he can be a shot blocker on the off ball. He can get in passing lanes because he's super long. Very good on ball. Overall, he's a very fleshed out prospect. What you see on the tape is what you're gonna get. It's not gonna be like he won't be someone that'll improve on anything. He's a very fleshed out player. So you're not gonna be hoping for some upside. So as a prospect, if he looks good in summer league and if he looks good in training camps and everything, then there's a chance he can be on the rotation. But if he doesn't, then I don't really see him getting into a spot right away. And like, it'll probably take him some time. So like, considering he's going to be 24, he's older, he's already developed a ton as a player. You see him improving, athletic, good defender, make smart plays. And overall, I don't see any more further improvement. Maybe if he somehow becomes like an incredible ball handling guy but you normally don't see that development out of prospects. So like, one thing about Jalen Slawson is that he's pretty much just NBA ready. He's either going to contribute or he's not. And it's like a risk that they're not really a risk, but it's a chance that they're taking at 54. And if he contributes, that'd be fantastic considering this team desperately needs wings that can shoot and defend.
Praneel, let's just give it up. Chat, all you guys that have been here since 5 o'clock, Praneel hung with us the entire draft. And I can't thank you and Bryant West enough for being here, for hanging out with us, for letting us lean on you. Like, we all enjoy the draft, but it's so fun to like hang out, see the chat pop in, and just you guys just pour out your knowledge, and we get to learn on the fly.
Yes.
Like we just soak up all the knowledge. Pretty much you're doing all the homework, and we're cheating off you. And it's a great thing.
Yeah.
But you are really, really talented, Praneel. I know I've told you this so many times, but you get better at this, and you're going to go so far.
And thank you for just even wanting to be a part of this. Like, we appreciate you, your work, you and Bryant, obviously, so very much. So thank you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I mean, more than anything, thank you guys for the opportunity. You guys are the first real break that I got into like being able to share my knowledge. And I love that the viewers enjoy it and like you guys enjoy it and like everyone enjoys what I want to do because I really have a big passion for it. And I'm incredibly thankful that you guys have given me the opportunity to like come out here and like spread my knowledge and like just talk about the game that I love so much.
All about the next generation.
Chat, give Praneel some love.
Give me a hell yeah.
He's going to be a future GM if he wants to. 17 years old, and he just dropped knowledge the entire draft off the top of the dome. The guy is unbelievable. Seriously, Praneel, go eat. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much, and hope to be on soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, man. What a gem.
I mean, we have the best community.
Yep.
And like the smartest community, and I just appreciate the shit out of all of you.
And,
I really do.
You know, you also have someone with an eye for talent, and my ability to look at someone like Praneel and go, he's got it.
You know
I look at Bryant West and go, this guy knows what he's doing. And I go, hey, come on the Deuce and Mo stage and play us a little song. I am a scout.
If
I'm
you
a
love yourself so
evaluator.
much as a talent evaluator, then go be a talent agent. Like,
who found Adam Wojnarowski? Who found Adam Wojnarowski?
Adrian Wojnarowski. And
I
then
found him.
You did not find him. You did not find him.
Would it be a draft night if we didn't do this real fast?
Oh,
We have not talked to him for a while. Coach Nick.
Deuce and Mo, what's up?
Dude,
Hey,
where are
Nick.
you? What's going on?
How are you?
So good. Are you so happy about the NBA draft?
Yes, I'm with my friend David.
Okay, we don't care about David.
Be not. He's kidding.
I'm just kidding. All right, well, what do you have tonight, man? What's your thoughts?
Well, I just want to say, my thoughts is, I think that I was hoping that we would have got Chris Murray,
He got picked before he could get him.
but he got picked by somebody else.
The Blazers, those stupid Blazers.
Stupid
Blazers.
Oh.
So what are you up to tonight, man?
Well, I was watching the NBA draft at my friend David's house, so I'm happy who I got because I get to enjoy who I got.
That's
That's
a great perspective. Great perspective.
Hey, why not, Morgan? Why not watch the draft tonight? Why not be on here tonight?
Why not watch the draft? Why not join us? Why not be excited about all the Kings moves tonight, Nick? I'm so glad that you joined us, and I hope that you and David have a great rest of your night.
Yeah, Morgan, I heard you were doing pregame, some TV work for some basketball.
The WNBA, baby, on CBS.
There we go.
Nick, we appreciate you checking in. Thanks. We'll talk to you
Yeah.
soon. Sleep beams, okay?
Sleep beams.
Sleep beams.
Sleep beams. Good to have Nick
What a cutie.
check in on draft night. We appreciate you guys so much for hanging out with us for, I think we're almost on for 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
5 hours, and we're not done. We actually have some stuff we have to record after this, unfortunately, Morgan.
Am I getting paid?
Yeah. We'll pay you. We'll pay you.
I'm kidding.
So what we're going to do, we're going to be dropping more content on our YouTube page. We'll give our kind of thoughts, recap the night, and then we'll drop an audio podcast. It doesn't stop. We got a lot of content coming up. Drafts may be over, but we got Summer League where we'll do some interviews with people who know these guys that were just drafted, hopefully catch up with some of them too. We'll be at the California Classic. We'll be in Vegas for Summer League. We'll be ready for free agency. Oh, it's Deuce and Mo.
Hell yeah.
Woo!
So fun, you guys.
We love you guys so much. And we gots to go. Shout out to rate.com/Sean Stanfield, by the way.
Oh,
we didn't
my
even
God.
do that.
Well, no, we're going to do that in our tie a bow thing.
You're right, our tie a bow
what do
thing.
we?
Yeah.
Come on now.
Anyway, all of our sponsors too. We love you guys so much. I'm tired. We gots to go.
Thanks
you guys
for partying with us tonight.
See ya.
Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo. They tell you what they know. Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo. The podcast that you know.